I personally do not agree with that piece of legislation because it involves the death penalty. But as chairman, I am only one. And if the committee decides to report it out, we will sponsor it and we'll allow the principal sponsors to raise it on the floor of the Senate. But nonetheless, if it is going to help, I'm trying to open my mind to it because there are so many incidents of people being killed right now. I'm not even calling it extrajudicial killings because there is a proper definition to it. Pero habang marami hong killing, I am willing to consider the fact na kung sakaling merong legally imposed government decision to impose death penalty in accordance with due process of law, then it's not my place to say I cannot listen to it. I will listen to it because it might help mawala yung tinatawag nating pang walang bahala ng karapatan pantao. Meron tayong Commission on Human Rights. I'm a great supporter of human rights, but human rights also mean human duties. No one has the franchise on insulting people, especially the Senate of this country. And I have communicated this to the people involved, and they know what I'm talking about. So in the meantime, I will let the Honorable Senator Pacquiao make the presentation on his proposed bill, and I will read the bill.
Mr. Chairman, good
Yes.
morning. Mr.
Yes,
Chairman,
please.
may I be allowed?
Yes, of course, Senator.
Can we have a 2-minute suspension? I'm going to raise a point of order insofar as the consideration of the bill is concerned. But before I do that publicly, can we have a 2-minute suspension?
Surely.
Okay.
Session suspended for 2 minutes. Session is resumed. Senator De Lima, you want to make a manifestation?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you, and good morning again to everyone. I have 2 points for my manifestation. First is the ruling of the Honorable Chair to suspend indefinitely the proceedings insofar as CHR is concerned, or the participation of CHR and its witnesses in this inquiry into the spate of extrajudicial killings. And then the second point would be...
Excuse me. Let us be very careful, please, with the way we phrase our statements. I can appreciate the fact that sometimes, and I make the same mistake too, I did not suspend the inquiry on extrajudicial killings. It will proceed. But because of the arrogance of a certain individual who represented the Commission on Human Rights, casting aspersions on the Senate investigation, it is fair for the Senate to protect itself, and yesterday in full session, I did not bring it up, another senator bring it up, and I had to react to it. Let us be very clear. Normally, I will not give any, but I will explain later anyway. So go ahead, but please correct the
Thank you.
Because the first error of this CHR, because I'm referring to this, is that they claim I totally canceled all the hearings, which is totally unfair. There was never any cancellation. We suspended it because of certain incidents that I have already chosen to ignore, and by your own representation, Your Honor. By the representation of 2 senators, out of respect to them, I did not pursue the matter anymore.
I stand corrected, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Specifically on the matter of suspending indefinitely the presentation of CHR witnesses in the ongoing inquiry into the spate of killings. And the second point for my manifestation is with respect to the other ruling or statement of the good chair that we will proceed with consideration of the death penalty bills. So on the first point, Mr. Chair, I perfectly understand the sentiments and the displeasure of the good chair, and concurred in and shared by the Senate as an institution during yesterday's plenary session when the matter was raised in the privileged speech of Senator Migs Zubiri. I do understand and I share the sentiment that a non-member of the Senate, an official of an institution like the Commission on Human Rights, would make harsh statements, strong statements, particularly words like cowards or cowardice, etc. And I understand the sentiment and the demand for an apology from the commissioner concerned. Now, I see that the good chair is also expecting or is demanding an apology from the CHR itself as an institution.
Excuse me, I did not bring the matter up, Your Honor. I was content that I got a call from the chairman of the Human Rights Commission himself.
Uh-huh.
He requested at about midnight, thereabouts, when he was in Amsterdam, that he learned about the displeasure of the committee on the statements of, with all due respect, our rogue commissioner. We all run, and you were chairman of the Commission on Human Rights, and you never allowed an individual to speak for you. Because when an individual like this gentleman, so-called, speaks roughly about the Senate, which is an institution that is supposed to be respected by the country, he has no right to speak for the Commission. And that's why I chose not to honor his statements. But now, since it's out of the bag, and you will permit me, do you still have the manifestation? Because I will have to make a manifestation because I didn't want to bring it out. I will bring it out in the open.
Yes.
I'm always very transparent.
Yes, Mr. Chair,
There's no ifs and buts when I speak. I always go out and answer questions directly.
if I may
Please go ahead.
be allowed to
But
proceed,
please
to
be sure because
continue
we have a long day.
with my
We have a long day.
manifestation.
All right.
As I was saying, because I was also conversing with the chairman of the CHR, Chito Gascon, about the matter, and he was explaining to me that it would be difficult for them as an institution to issue an apology in relation to the statements of a member or a commissioner. And they are worried about its implications also on the CHR as an institution.
Again, let's be careful with the words. The expectation of the chair and the committee and the Senate is that the chairman of the Commission on Human Rights talk to this individual. And if he does not agree, the proper and correct thing to do would be to say, we dissociate ourselves completely with the statement of this individual, unless the Commission on Human Rights is now saying they agree with the statement made by this individual. That's a matter that's different from what the gentle lady is saying. I did not demand any apology. Apologies are made by gentlemen on their own. You cannot demand an apology. You cannot demand respect. Respect is earned. When somebody comes out, maybe because he wants to have his 2 minutes of fame, siguro gusto niya lang sumikat, kaya hindi ko pinatulan po eh. Hindi ko po siya pinatulan, kaya lang nilabas na nga dahil tinatamaan na yung Senado na napakapangit ng sinabi. Ang nakalagay doon sa headline CHR slams Gordon for suspension of Senate inquiry. In the first place, I cannot suspend anything without a motion. And there were senators at that time who were asking for a suspension already, to terminate, in fact. And I said, no, it was just an oversight on the part of Senator De Lima. She's trying to explain about the failure to show that there was actually evidence being presented that was not known to us, and that was the NBI document that showed different witnesses, different principles than what was alleged by Mr. Matubato in 3 contrarian counter affidavits. The affidavit of Matubato, first of all, saying that he did not take part in the killing of this Macdum, and then the second affidavit again saying that he saw the killing, nilalastas ang leeg, that he did not participate, and that he saw certain policemen that he knew who was there. And then finally, on the third one, he now says in open hearing, kami ang pumatay, kasama ako ang nagbikti, ako ang sumaksak, kasama ko yung kanyang kasama. Hindi naman ho namin nalalaman na yung palang NBI, may report, at nung lumabas siya, sabi ko, pahintayin natin, if I don't deal in sana or kung sana, pero kung talagang tutuusin, dapat ang sinabi ninyo ay ilabas natin yung dokumento. At that time, pinapalabas ko na yung dokumento. As it was, lumabas yung dokumento ng NBI, which is an official investigation report, filing a case against Mr. Matabato. Ang nakalagay na police ay completely different from the policeman that he was accusing in open court, in open hearing. Di talaga nagsisinungaling na yung tao. Pero hindi na bale. I'm not here to judge anybody so far. Pero nung lumabas na nga ho yung dokumento na yan, hindi ba dapat nalaman ng committee yun? Kaya nagalit na ho yung ibang kasama natin, hindi ko nababanggitin, inaawat ko nga lahat tayo. Sana kung pwede lang, kayo nag-motion as you did today, mag-motion kayo for suspension. Hindi, nang dumating na si Senator Trillanes, nagtaas na rin kayo ng boses, hindi naman ho pwede yung chairman, ay tatameme na lang. Hindi naman ho po pwede na magkakagulo yung Senado. At ako yung matras pa nga, sige ho, sabi ko, continue. That was really uncalled for, and that is why I was going to deliver a privilege speech and ask for an ethics investigation, which I did not. And in fairness to you, without even you coming to me. It was Senator Trillanes who came into my office uninvited, and he apologized. And I did not even announce that to the media. The media is here. They asked me anong pinag-usapan. I did not even use the words apology. But since lumalabo na namang usapin, ayoko nga palabuin ito dahil dapat matapos na tayo dito. Gusto kong matapos na ito eh. Dapat tapos tayo ngayong araw na ito eh. Tila yung magtatapos tayo, may lumalabas na bagong issue. Kahapon no, hindi ko inanunsyo na nagpunta kayo sa opisina ko, and I was appreciative. We were very kind and gentle to one another. I even said, kausapin mo yung human rights because hindi naman tama yung ginawa. Wala akong sama ng loob kay Chairman Gaston at siya'y tumawag sa akin. Pero dapat, it is authorized na lumayo sila sa statement na yon in black and white because this is the Senate. And when you say words like, there's every reason to believe it is Gordon who is afraid of hearing, I challenge him as a commissioner. The only way for him to recover his credibility as chairman is to continue with the hearing, which I did not say I was not going to continue, and listen to the other witnesses. Otherwise, there's every reason to believe he is the coward. Natawa lang ho naman ako eh. I don't, you can call me a coward, you can call me anything because I know who I am. And not Matubato or De Lima, Cadiz said. Ngayon, nabanggit ko na yung sinabi niya. No? And then he says, so what are they talking about? That Matubato was running away, afraid to confront the other witnesses. Hindi naman ho ako nagpaalis kay Matubato eh. Tumakas ho in the middle of the night. After 13 hours of hearing, tumakas. Pinatawad na nga ho natin yan. Sinantabi na nga natin yan para matapos na ito eh. Ngayon, lumabas naman ito ngayon. Kaya lang naman ako, medyo may imutok ng konti. Tumawag sa akin si chairman at sabi niya, aayusin niya at sasabihin niya, they will dissociate it. Pero ano ang lumabas? Ang lumabas, hindi ko na sinabi ito kahapon sa kwadel, maliit na bagay, papalakihin, pero alam ko na kung anong klase ang mga tao. Sa akin, pag nagsalita kayo ng sasalita at hindi nyo sinunod, alam ko na kung sino kayo. Kaya ako, pag nagsalita, talagang susundin ko yung sinabi ko. Ano ang sinabi? The Commission hopes that the Senate will come up with fair and credible results. Aba, the title of this commission, this committee that I did not even want to take over, is Committee on Justice and Human Rights. I don't need a commission to tell me about our human rights. I belong to a very good organization, and I've been there for 48 years, and we try to uplift humankind and alleviate human suffering and human dignity. Now, at the same time, under Senator Richard Gordon's chairmanship of the Senate, this is a statement that came out from the Human Rights Commission on Justice and Human Rights. The Commission continues to pray that the committee will succeed in ferreting out the truth. Pinagdadasal naman pula tayo eh. Talaga naman yun ang pupuntahan natin eh. Wala naman akong pinapalampas dito eh. So, siyempre, when Senator Zubiri came out with that, I had to answer already. And we are not taking out human rights out of the equation. I just said, under the circumstances, kung pinagdududahan nyo ang committee ng Senado, huwag na kayong pumunta rito because the Commission on Human Rights under the Constitution is allowed to investigate and recommend the filing of cases. Ipapadala nyo yung kaso rito ng mga testigo ninyo, napailan na ni General Bato, hilo na tuloy ako kay Bato at saka kay Bato, napailan na at pinuntahan kagad yung unang witness dito. Nakabuti nga yun eh. Dahil inimbestiga na kagad yun eh. At ang sabi ko nga, sa totoo lang, lahat yan may testigo, dali na natin sa pulis, file na ng pulis. Pag hindi ginawa ng pulis yung kanilang trabaho, saka natin imbestigahin ng pulis kung talagang rank ang negligence nila, ang dereliction of duty, o ang pagsunod, may malfeasance o misfeasance or non-feasance. Sa akin in spite of maraming requests, and I don't want to be petty, pati nga ho expenses ng human rights, isa-charge sa committee. Okay lang ho sa akin yun, walang problema. Pero, wag naman, kung ayaw nyong respetuhin ang nag-iimbestiga, huwag na kayong pumunta rito. Dahil hindi naman nyo kami rirespetuhin, hindi nyo rirespetuhin ang Senado, huwag na, mag-aaway lang kami ni Chairman Gaston, na kaibigan ko, taga UP, at kahit na ibang partido niya, hindi ko sinasama yon, pero magkaibigan kami, because ako rin, may partido rin ako, pero wala ako sinasabing bias siya. Ang sinasabi ko lang, do not come here if you do not want to respect the committee, if you do not want to respect the institution of the Senate. But if I were to be asked, as chairman, and I've been chairman of SBMA, I've been chairman of other positions as secretary, there is always me who will speak. And when I'm going to attack somebody, I will do it myself. I will not have any member na magkakagulo. You will recall, ang COMELEC nung araw, nagsasalita isang commissioner, and there was a spectacle na nag-aaway yung commission. Ang hinahingi ko lang, if any, at kung hindi ako mapipigbigyan, okay lang, sabihin ni Chairman Gaston, he does not speak for us. We dissociate ourselves completely from him. At huwag naman yung spokesman na hindi ko man lang kilala kung sino yon, respetuhin niya naman ang Senado. So, now, we talked about this in the recess, so I will cut to the chase. You're going to raise a question that kailangan may 3-day rule?
Yes, sir.
No. That's why I raised it before the committee, before the whole session. I said, because of this, I am constrained to go on with the hearing, call the police, and continue it and finish it without the Commission on Human Rights, because if they don't want to respect us, we will not bring them over. Because anyway, they have witnesses. Submit your witnesses, we will give it to the police, they will investigate. I don't have to investigate. We are not policemen here. We are here to create in aid of legislation. Tapos na po yun. Nasa isip ko na ho, susulat ho, by Monday, we will come out with a report. Linis na lang ho itong gagawin namin para matapos na yung mga tatanungin namin sa mga pulis. Kung meron tayo nakitang ginawa ng kapulisan na lapastangan sa karapatang pantao, i-file po natin ang kaso sa pulis. I-file lang human rights. Hindi po pwede kami mag-file. I can file on my own separate and individual capacity, but the Committee on Justice can only make a report, and it is up to the Senate President to refer it to the Ombudsman, to the Police Commission, or to whatever na mag-file sila. In the meantime, I do not intend to waste any more time on the issue. I don't want to be arrogant. If you disagree, take it to the floor of the Senate again, which has been done yesterday. We are going to hear, and who knows, I am against, and just to show you, I am against the death penalty. My father was assassinated. A niece of mine was badly murdered by a houseboy. Nahuli ng mga pulis, mayroon ko noon. Sabi, patayin na namin, huwag yung papatayin. Ikulong natin. Ngayon may bill dito na kinausap ako ng ilang mga senador. Ano ba ang solusyon dyan? Payagan nyo na ang death penalty sa mga drugs. Para siguro, imbis na nagkakapatayan sa drugs, i-file na lang ang kaso. Gusto ko yun. Pero, I will not support the death penalty. Because sa akin, mas mahusay, ikulong, wag lang preso kabalyero. Yun lang ang gusto ko sabihin dito para malinaw na ho. And I will give you a minute to conclude para matapos na po. That is what I'd like to state here. In front of Chairman Gaston, who's there, I would like nothing better for him to come here. But for so long as Chairman Gaston and the Commission does not dissociate himself from this rogue individual, whom I don't even know, the Senate doesn't even know, who dares accuse the Senate of all of cowardice. I'm a senator. You know, sabihin niya sa harap ko yan, hindi naman ako matapang na tao, pero huwag niya sasabihin sa harap ko. Alam ko naman, magaling magtago yung mga cowards eh. The real cowards are those who die 1,000 deaths because they cannot confront. So, they want to confront on the newspaper? Take it to the newspapers. It sells the press. I'm not going to reply to it because I will not even give it the dignity. Kaya lang lumabas ito because ito nangyari. It is a failure on the part of the Commission on Human Rights. I'm being judgmental. That is my personal opinion. That if I was chairman of the Human Rights Commission, isang tao ko, isang commissioner ko nagsalita, partner naman, hindi naman dapat sa sinabi mo. I would have to dissociate myself from that statement. And any other commissioner here can dissociate himself if they wish to. But please do not write me a letter saying we hope and pray that the Senate will ferret out justice. That is what we are here for. To ferret out the truth and to go to justice. That is what I accepted this commission for. I am overloaded and I like it. I'm used to work. 13 hours. That has never been done here on committee hearing. I had to, all the others had to suffer for it. My staff has to suffer. The staff of the senators had to suffer. 6 hours before. So dapat ho, respetuhin niyo. Hindi kami nagbibiruan dito. Gusto namin matapos ito para maka-agwanta po tayo. And if I may say, lahat kami ayaw namin ng patayan. Walang Pilipinong gustong patayan. And the surveys of the president even show that. Popular ang presidente, pero ayaw namin yung patayan. You all know that. Hindi ho ako sumusunod sa uso. Kanya-kanyang paninindigan. Yun lang ho.
May I continue, Mr. Chair?
Yes, you may. You have a minute.
Thank you. I do not wish to make any counter manifestation or counter statement in reference to what happened during that proceedings on which led to the outbursts. So may I just go back to the 2 points that I was mentioning. First, in relation to the suspension of hearing out the CHR witnesses on account of these unfortunate comments and statements from one of the commissioners. I am constrained, with due respect, Mr. Chair, to suggest or even to move that we allow the chair of the Commission on Human Rights to speak, say something, because certain statements are also being attributed to him. My statements and the statements of the Honorable Chair. So I think it is but just fair, just and right that we give the chair of the Commission on Human Rights to make a statement, to explain the side of the Commission on Human Rights. Because the CHR witnesses have been prepared, have been ready, have been waiting since day one of this ongoing Senate inquiry. From the first hearing where I presided, they were there. And some of them come from the province, and they've been waiting to be presented before this body. Yes, this issue about that unfortunate statements attributed to one commissioner has created this situation where both institutions seem to be now at loggerheads. Institutional integrity, institutional It's institutional integrity, because when I was talking to the chair, he's also he's also saying that this also involves the CHR as an institution. If the CHR will simply issue an apology for something that it has not done or stated as an institution. There are other remedies, Mr. Chair. If we want to go after the so-called rogue commissioner because of such expressions of his opinion, such expressions of his sentiments also with respect to the goings-on in the ongoing, in the Senate inquiry, there are other legal remedies, like first, requiring him to show cause. Why?
I'm sorry, your minute has expired.
He should not be cited in contempt. It's also my prerogative, Mr. Chair.
The lady's minute has expired. The committee has the prerogative to continue on with the hearings. I'm sorry.
I have a motion, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead and file the motion. State the motion.
Can we tackle this? Because it's a motion.
State your motion. Do not do so.
My motion is for the committee to allow or give opportunity for the CHR chairperson, Gascon, to explain the position of the Commission on Human Rights on this issue about the statements being attributed to one commissioner. And secondly, Your Honor, I have not gone yet to the second point with respect to the issue of whether or not it is proper for us to tackle the death penalty bill in the absence of compliance with the 3-day notice rule. Yes, this was mentioned yesterday by the good chair in the course of the proceedings yesterday at the Senate by way of his comment or reaction to the privileged speech of a member. But let's take note, please. Let's remember that the matter of the EJ case is before a committee or two committees, the Committee on Justice and Human Rights and the Committee on Public Order and Illegal Drugs. The matter is not before the plenary, and there was no proper motion filed or raised at yesterday's plenary session about the propriety of tackling the death penalty bill in the course of this inquiry into the extrajudicial killings. I think the other members of the two committees would want reasonable opportunity also to go over and study the death penalty bills. I, for one, just like the good chair, is against the death penalty. I want to participate thoroughly in the discussions and the deliberations, and therefore I would want reasonable opportunity also to tackle that bill. Let us invite also appropriate resource persons in tackling a very important piece of legislation, the death penalty bill. We cannot just infuse it in the ongoing inquiry into the extrajudicial killings, because that is the very subject matter of this inquiry. So I raise a point of order, and I would want that also decided on by the committee.
I will not be dissuaded from that.
So I have two motions, Mr. Chair.
You
Thank
can
you very
only have
much.
one motion at a time, and you're out of order. Let me just say this. Yesterday you apologized to me, and I did not even bring it up. Now you're going against the issue, and you're going against the grain. Now let me just finish. You cannot control this the way you controlled it last time. I don't want to fight with you. I respect you, but let me just point out, I am not going to veer from the purpose of this investigation. The whole hearings have been, so convoluted by all kinds of detours. The hearing started with an investigation on extrajudicial killing, and then all of a sudden, from out of the blue, an individual named Matabato was brought in, no affidavits, and the hearing was conducted. That resulted in a fiasco where, unprecedentedly, the chairman was removed for lack of objectivity. And yet, you cannot blame this representation, because I went over backwards again. Without postponing the hearing, we went on as scheduled. We continued with Mr. Matabato even if it was going to derail. There were inconsistencies. And we're not judging. We can prove that. I have all the charts to show that. But we continued on with that. It was a wild goose chase, and at the last minute, he disappeared. After 13 hours, when the moment of truth was going to go there for the confrontation with the people he was accusing, he left, only to discover that he had pending warrant of arrest. And now he's incarcerated in jail. And he should be brought to justice. It's not far from, fried chicken. I'm not involved with fried chicken here. It's not a question of pride. I don't care if you apologize or not. I thank you for it. I think that's very noble, but that's okay. Let's finish. I did not even go there. Even before your apology, I said I'm not going to go and bring the Senate to another distraction. People are saying we should concentrate on traffic, we should concentrate on peace and order, we should concentrate on other things. Here comes another distraction. We cannot be forever distracted. He is my friend until now. He is here. I did not say anything against him. Would you like me to read his statement, his text? I will not present him here, but with your permission, Chairman Gaston, I will read it because it speaks about you as a gentleman. But Unfortunately, it didn't happen. And I will quote. Alam niyo, ito nag-text sa akin si Chairman Gaston. Baka maging senador yan balang araw. Ano sabi po niya? Binasa ko po ito sa Senado kahapon. Kaya sabi ko, hindi na kailangan eh. Good evening po, Senator Gordon. I am currently in Amsterdam and heard about the news report that one of our commissioners criticized you. This is not the position of the commission and bank. And sabi niya, and I apologize for whatever aggravation this may have cost you and the honorable members of the Senate Justice and Human Rights Committee. I've spoken to the other commissioners and we hope to make it right. We hope to make it right. May I please call you? Thanks and God bless. And I replied to him and we talked. Sabi niya, kakusapin niya ibang commissioners. Ang lumabas so, ito. Did I bring this out? I did not. I did not. Senator Zubiri saw a newspaper report that we were being slammed. That, the CHR was slamming the committee. So he stood up. And when he stood up, I had to stand up already. Now, sa akin, wala ho yan. The personal apology of Chairman Gascon is taken into consideration. I respect him as a gentleman. He doesn't have to apologize to me. The least this guy could do is apologize for himself. But the point here is when the commission is dragged, when the headline, what is the newspaper? It's not here. When the newspaper, which I brought in a while ago, came in and says, big headline, CHR, talagang magkakaroon talaga ng issue dyan, which I did not raise. Tama na sa akin yan. Sabi na ni Chairman Gaston, pero lumabas na nga yan, pero lumabas na nga, ano ba ang gagawin? Papapuntahin niyo pa si Chairman Gaston and we will be diverted? I think that I don't have to do that. I think, eto binasa ko na, that's good enough for me.
Mr. Chair, I'm withdrawing momentarily my second motion while we take up my first motion. I'm reiterating.
The chair is confused. Which motion are you talking
My
about?
first
You cannot have
motion-
two motions.
My first motion, Mr. Chair, is to allow the Chair of the Commission on Human Rights to speak and to explain the side of the Commission on Human Rights on this issue at hand. Thank you. That is a pending motion. It has to be resolved first. Thank you.
There doesn't seem to be any member of the committee here. Are we going to vote each other here? Technicalities must always give way to substantial justice. Siguro dapat tapusin na natin
I move
dito.
to suspend.
Alam nyo,
I move
I
to
don't
suspend, Mr.
understand it.
Chair.
I really do not understand. When you make something, you accuse the president, sasabihin gano'n, i-withdraw. I-accuse him. Hindi po,
Let's not
sorry kayo.
go to that,
Tapos,
Mr.
pupunta
Chair.
kayo dito,
Let's
may gagawin
not
kayo,
go
and
to
you will
that.
sorry. You will say sorry. And now,
There
you
is a
want to bring this
particular
back
matter
again.
at hand, so
Excuse me, what are you trying to tell me?
hindi po appropriate na kung ano-ano naman po ang hinahalo niyo na issue.
Anong hinahalo? Ikaw ang naghahalo. And I am not going to, hindi kita papatulan. Sige, there's a motion. Let's vote. We have a quorum. 1 senator, 2 senators are here. Let's vote. There's a motion that says we should bring Chairman Gaston here. Pero senador na palagi, 3 beses na. Baka mag-senador ka na. All right? As many as are in favor of bringing Chairman Gaston, pag-apat na, to testify here. As
I
many as
vote.
are against. Walang boto. What do we do now?
Then I raise the second motion. We defer at the moment.
The motion is overruled because there is no vote. Okay?
I will raise it again at the proper time.
You can raise anything at the proper time.
May I raise the second motion or reiterate my second motion on the propriety of taking up the death penalty bill without compliance with the 3-day notice rule before this committee. I move that we defer the taking up of the death penalty bill until such time there is compliance with the 3-day notice rule to afford the other members of the committee sufficient notice, as well as notice to resource persons.
Is there a second? There appears to be no second motion, so the motion is overruled. Let's proceed. You may bring it up to the floor next time. It's better to bring it to the floor where everybody is here, because I brought it to the floor last time and you were there, you did not say anything. We shall now do it. You know, I'm sorry, I don't really cherish these discussions that are, Senator Pacquiao, are you ready to make your presentation on the death
Just for
penalty?
the record, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, just for the record,
You are speaking on the record all the time. We have not turned off the microphone.
the plenary proceedings yesterday was not the proper forum or venue.
I stand corrected.
To raise
You are
the
all
matter.
obviously, you all have the answers, and I bow to your knowledge. It is
The
brilliant.
proper forum is
It is
before
brilliant.
the committees themselves, not the plenary, because the matter of the EJ case is, and the other, and even the death penalty
Noted.
bill
The chair will now proceed.
has been
Go ahead.
referred
Go ahead.
already
Senator Pacquiao is
to the
recognized.
committee.
You are not recognized anymore.
Thank you.
Very much. Senator Pacquiao, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The problem of our country with regard to drug trafficking and drug abuse has grown into an emergency situation that now merits urgent action. Kailangan na siguro nating magpasa ng batas na pupugsa punto por punto sa lumalala nating problema sa droga. There is now a need to enact a measure that will decisively repress these heinous crimes. For this reason, I filed Senate Bill number 185, an act of impose the death penalty and increase the penalty in certain dangerous drugs crimes, amending for that purpose other special penal laws and for other purposes on the basis of Article 3, Section 19 of the 1987 Constitution, which states that excessive fines shall not be imposed, nor cruel, degrading, or inhuman punishment. Punishment inflicted. Neither shall the penalty be imposed unless for compelling reason involving heinous crimes. The Congress hereafter provides for it. This particular section has been debated upon the framers of our Constitution. Father Joaquin Bernas wanted to abolish the imposition of the death penalty. He proposed the Section 19 be written as, excessive fine shall not be imposed, nor cruel, degrading, or inhuman punishment inflicted. Death penalty already imposed shall be commuted to reclusion perpetua. However, Commissioners Arturo Padilla and Christian Munsod opposed to this proposition. During the deliberations, they advocated to add the exemption and imposing the death penalty by adding to the provision, unless for compelling reasons involving heinous crimes, the Congress hereafter provides for it. Their suggestion prevailed and was adopted by the Commission. True enough, this provision becomes relevant and useful in our ongoing war against drugs crimes. The provision speaks in clear language in granting Congress the authority to push for measures to reimpose the death penalty for compelling reasons. It is of my humble opinion that our current problem over heinous crimes related to the trafficking and abuse of dangerous drugs falls within the bounds of this constitutional limitation. Hence, in my proposed measure, I introduce some amendments to Republic Act number 165, known as the Comprehensive Dangerous Drugs Act of 2002, Senate Bill 1856, to provide certainty of punishment and more severe penalties to drug traffickers. For example, Section 4 of RA 9165 penalizes only the so-called drug mules that made no mention of the criminals orchestrating this illegal trade. Hence, I added in my proposed measure to also impose penalties to those who shall import or bring or force, intimidate, direct, instruct, or otherwise cause another person to bring into the country any dangerous drug, regardless of the quantity and purity involved. Moreover, Section 11 of RA 9165 imposes the penalty of life imprisonment to death penalty for those who will be caught in possession of 50 grams or more of shabu has been reduced to 10 grams in Senate Bill number 185. Procedurally, the present bill is being filed separate from similarly intended bills for other kinds of crimes in order to move the bill forward with focus and unburdened by more lengthy consideration of other crimes. This will allow for a timely opportunity to stop the nation's growing problem over crimes related to the trafficking and abuse of dangerous drugs. The Senate must be clear in its intention to deter dangerous drug crimes and toll the warning bell that the country will now fight back to reign the good of its people, the meaning of its future. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and that's the bill that I'm trying to pass and become a law. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pacquiao. For the record, there's a second bill here, and I think there are other bills that have been filed. I just want to be sure that we have it all. This time written by Senator Lacson, and the title of which is An Act Reinstituting the Death Penalty in the Philippines. And the bill of Senator Pacquiao involves imposition of the death penalty in cases of drugs. And on the other hand, there's a general bill here reimposing the death penalty pursuant to the constitutional provision on a law that must be passed in connection with the imposition of the death penalty. So, Senator Lacson, would you like to make a comment on your bill?
No, Mr. Chairman. I think we should now ask the resource persons. But I noticed that we have only one set of resource persons here. They all come from the law enforcement agency or law enforcement sector. So I don't know how we will proceed. At least for today, we can hear them out. But in the succeeding hearings, I would suggest that we hear the other sectors, Mr. Chairman.
Of course. Again, this will take the form of other matters, really, in terms of the bills proposed by Senator Pacquiao and Senator Lacson. So I think we can call the police to the NBI is here, right? Is the National Bureau of Investigation here? Director Dante Garan, and who else? Police General Ronald De La Rosa, who is represented by Police Chief Superintendent Edwin Roque, Chief Legal. Who else is here? Can you please stand up, Mr. Edwin Roque? All right, the oath has been administered to you already, right? Yes, thank you. And then the gentleman right beside you, Police Chief Superintendent. Yes. Go ahead. Who's next? Can you use the microphone, please?
I'm Chief Superintendent Oscar Albayaldo, Your Honor. I'm the Acting
All right.
Regional Director of the National Capital Region Police Office.
all the witnesses here have been administered. Has anybody been here that have not been able to take their oaths here? Anybody? So, you've all taken your oath. So, will you please stand up, the three of you? This will mean the lady, please. What's your name?
Your Honor, good morning. I'm Attorney Maria Lindbergh Constantinopla, the current Chief of Staff of the Internal Affairs Service, and I also sit as Chief of the Intelligence and Investigation Division of the Internal Affairs Service, Your Honor.
You are a civilian?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm a civilian component of the Internal Affairs Service.
Maria Lindbergh Constantinopla. Representing Police Chief Superintendent Luterio.
Yes, Your Honor, he would like to extend his sincerest apology for his absence in today's hearing, Your Honor, because he's also engaged to participate in one equally important activity of the PNP, Your Honor.
That's right. And Police Chief Superintendent Albayalde. And you are NCRPO. And Police Chief Superintendent Rosauro Aksyo. Did I pronounce your name right? Aksyo, thank you. Okay. With the
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding? You may take your seats.
there have been many cases of killings of late, and not only of late, but in many instances in the past. The questions that we'd like to ask you here would also involve not just the imposition of the death penalty, but also matters involving extrajudicial killings in a very loose definition. So perhaps I would let Senator Pacquiao, because it is the intention of the chair to proceed with the investigation on extrajudicial killings. Would you like to ask a question, Senator Pacquiao, or no need? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In relation again to the issue of discussing the death penalty bill, may we know whether an amended or subsequent notice was also issued to the PNP and the other offices invited today in relation to the death penalty law or bill, and whether or not they did receive an amended notice, whether they are prepared to participate in today's proceedings in relation to that bill.
Are you prepared to make any suggestions on the bill and for reimposing the death penalty? Anybody?
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning. The NBI Director is recognized, Dante Garan.
We have not received an amended what Ma'am Dilima was said.
You have no notice.
We have no notice. So at the moment, although I have in my mind personally, but it will not bring the thoughts of the Bureau at the moment. So we are not prepared, Your Honor.
All right. In that case, then we will proceed. If none of you have been properly notified by the, I'm sorry that we were not properly notified by the Secretary, and therefore we will proceed now with the police and for what you were here for, and try to finish the police now insofar as your thoughts on the matter of the extrajudicial killings. Ias is here, and Pidea is here? Yes, all right. My questions are for Ias, if there are no questions on the part of the committee. The usual rules apply, of course, 10 minutes for every senator. Let me ask Ias, all right now, how many cases are you handling right now? The last time you came here, you were talking about over 100 cases, right?
Currently, Your Honor, we are handling about 1,000. If you're going to start our timeline from January to October, with respect to the motu proprio investigation, we're handling 1,411. But if the timeline will be from July to September, our motu proprio investigation will be at 1,298, Your Honor. This is only with respect to the motu proprio investigation, Your Honor, but we also handle walk-in clients, which is about 200 cases, Your Honor, and other regular motu proprio investigation, which is also an additional 200 cases, Your Honor.
So you have over 1,000 cases.
Yes,
To be
Your
exact
Honor.
again, motu proprio, which means there was a killing. Ilan yan? 1,000.
If we're going to start from January, Your Honor, it will be 1,411 nationwide.
1,411. All right, but we're talking about recent killings. Let's say July.
Your Honor, with respect to the recent killings, we have 1,298, Your Honor.
1,000.
298.
How can that be? From January up to the present, you have 1,411. So you're saying there's really a spike, 1,200 from July to September.
Yes, Your Honor, there is an increased number of motu proprio investigations.
All right. Of the motu proprio investigations that you conducted, ilan na natapos nyo?
We are already done with the 300 cases, Your Honor.
And of the
motu proprio.
300 cases, what is your recommendation? Was there any recommendation to prosecute for failure to follow the rules of engagement?
So far, Your Honor, these are drop and close cases, Your Honor. We have 28 for summary hearings, and these are where there is...
Speak slowly because we cannot follow you. Go
I'm
ahead.
so sorry, Your Honor. With respect to resolved cases, Your Honor, we have 300 resolved cases. These cases were resolved because they already been considered as drop and close because there is legitimate operation.
Those 300 cases were considered legitimate operations.
Yes, Your Honor.
Of course, a legitimate operation meaning you had the proper search warrant.
Yes,
Is that
Your
what you're
Honor.
talking about?
Yes, Your Honor. They
When you-
complied with the police procedure, Your Honor.
And what are the police procedures then?
We are covered by the PNP police procedures, Your Honor.
I'm sure you are, but what
Yes,
are they?
sure.
Can you tell us here?
The police procedure, Your Honor, in as much as we would like to discuss about the police procedure, Your Honor, this involves a series of provisions with respect to rules of engagement in the implementation of the warrant, Your Honor.
When you have-
Warrant and other...
you have a
incidents,
warrant,
Your Honor.
you have acquired a warrant insofar as 300 cases are concerned to arrest?
Your Honor, some of these cases involves bypass operation, wherein the police officers conducted bypass operation, and some of these cases also involves serving warrant to the
All right,
accused,
and in
Your
all
Honor.
those cases, how many did you prosecute? Did you prosecute anybody? Did you find somebody in violation of all these rules and regulations?
We have forwarded 28 cases for summary hearing, Your Honor, wherein we find that there is probable cause that indeed this...
28 of the 300, you found probable cause. Probable cause for what?
that they violated the police procedure.
Such as?
Operational procedure, Your Honor, such as in the serving of the
I'm
warrant.
sorry, I don't know your operational procedures very well, but you should tell us. Did this result in a fatal event?
Yes, Your Honor.
All of them
Yes, Your Honor. The 1,298 cases
are all fatal.
fatal. Most
Now, in the case of the 28, what cases have you filed and where? Did you file with the police commission?
no, these cases are filed before the Internal Affairs Service, Your Honor. We
I
have
know, you're investigating it, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then
but-
and then you are also going to prosecute them already in the IAS.
Yes, Your
Ano ba?
Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
From
we have
there, you don't go to the police commission, you don't file a case at the criminal courts?
no, Your Honor. We file cases to the we also have the authority to file criminal cases. However, Your Honor, with respect to the IAS, it is a one-stop shop. So we investigate, we prosecute.
It is administrative in nature, right?
Yes,
It
Your
is not
Honor.
criminal. You cannot put the guy in jail, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
So normally, when you decide to prosecute, you are punishing them, for example, for insufficient self-defense. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So ano ginagawa nyo administratively?
We conduct summary hearing, Your Honor, after the findings of probable cause. We notify the respondent to appear and file their answer. Then eventually there will be a hearing, but with the current amendment of the NAPOLCOM with respect to MC 2016-002, the regular hearing will no longer be conducted, but the parties are now being required to submit their respective position papers just to shorten the procedure on the administrative aspect.
I'm a bit confused. You investigated, already completed 300 cases. Of the 300 cases, 28 you decided to
Proceed for summary hearing, Your Honor.
summary hearing.
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right. And who would conduct the summary hearing?
We have a separate division.
Correct. And
For
what
that,
do you
Your
call
Honor.
that division?
That is the Legal Affairs Division, Your
The
Honor.
Legal Affairs Division. And what do? They're actually prosecuting the guy, right? The policeman.
Yes, the prosecution is being done by the Legal Affairs
For
Division.
failure to follow the correct...
Yes, Your Honor.
And what are the cases that you're handling? Are you handling right now?
The cases with administrative cases, Your Honor, grave misconduct, serious irregularities.
If he shoots a guy with insufficient self-defense, ano prosecution niya?
Violation of the police procedure.
Grave misconduct,
Grave
di ba?
misconduct, Your
Oh,
Honor.
ba't di mo sabihin? Hindi naman nalalaman ng mga tao dito kung ano yung pinoprosecute nyo eh.
Yes, Your Honor. Only with the...
Do you intend to file murder cases against these policemen?
Yes, Your Honor. We have the intention to file murder cases against this police personnel because it is also within our mandate under
How long
RA
will it take you to
855.
file? Have you filed any murder cases yet?
As of the moment, Your Honor, we haven't filed a single incident.
So from July up to the present, there's been no case filed.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yung 28 ang pinaka-serious. They're all dead, di ba?
Yes, Your
They are
Honor.
dead. Yung iba, you were saying that to us that they exercise the proper measures. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then yung 28,
These are PNP persons who failed to comply with the... They are found to be... there is some findings of probable cause that they engage the suspect in a manner that not in accordance
and
with
how
law.
long do you intend to continue the so-called legal affairs trial, if you will?
Under the MC, the new MC of the NAPOLCOM, we are bound to resolve these cases within 90-day period, Your Honor.
90 days.
Yes, Your Honor, 90-day period.
Have you made any announcement to the media to assure public opinion that something is happening with policemen who violate the rules of engagement? That these people, the 38, following John Doe, Juan Doe, Alfred Doe, etc., etc. John Doe, in his case, shot the guy before, knowing that he had no firearm, or he had a firearm, he had not drawn it, he fired upon him right away. Ganun ba mga kaso?
Yes,
Can
sir.
you give me a specific instance?
In the case of Colata, Your Honor, I think it
I
was
think I'm familiar with Kulata. That's the guy who killed
was found dead. It is supposed to be a DUI, death under investigation. However, the Internal Affairs Service assumed jurisdiction to conduct.
Who was the policeman involved?
Your Honor, may I refer to my reference, Your Honor?
Please do.
The policeman involved, Your Honor, is from Tansa, Cavite.
That's the guy that we investigated, and so the name is familiar, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yung OFW?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I cannot remember, but I have to
Yeah,
refer
that's the
because...
one, OFW.
Okay,
Sa checkpoint.
Yes,
Diba?
Your Honor.
Nakamotorsiklo siya.
Yes, Your Honor.
Right?
Yes, Your
Tapos
Honor.
pagbalik niya, hinuli siya, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
At pagkatapos, natagpuan siyang patay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Allegedly, after he was released by the policeman. Why can't you tell us? Why do I have to do it?
Because I have to refer first, Your Honor, because you're asking about the name of the police
All
officer,
right,
Your
just
Honor.
tell us what happened.
What happened is that Mr. Colata was then going to buy something from one particular corner when it was captured by the CCTV, Your Honor. And then eventually, because he violated the traffic rules, because he doesn't have any license and a helmet, he was being apprehended by the police officer and then brought to the station. While he was in the station, they discussed that they asked for apology for the violation. So the police officers, allegedly, let them go. Then after 5 hours, he was then found in one area at Tansa, Cavite, particularly in Barangay Lambingan. dead already with a placard that wag gayahin, pusher ito.
Is a policeman involved in the killing?
Yes, Your Honor. Alleged. This is the findings of
Obviously,
the.
because she's obviously, di ba? Do you have the name of the policeman?
Yes, Your Honor. We already filed a case against PO2 Ives Yolon, PO2 Emerson Dizon Ocampo, PO1 Edgardo de Guzman, and 1 PO1 Hernan Romanes, Your Honor.
And all of them are accused of liquidating the guy. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you approve of that?
This
Obviously,
is for
because you
summary,
filed it
Your
before
Honor.
the Legal Affairs Division.
Yes, this is for summary, Your Honor. I cannot make prejudgment on the case, Your
Of
Honor.
course, summary hearing means that, mabilis yan, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, gumalaw kayo, 4 na pulis ang kinakasuhan nyo ngayon. So, do they have lawyers, the policemen? Unahin ko muna yung mga pulis. Do you have witnesses from the complainant? O wag na yung pulis, yung complainant na lang.
Insofar as the
Namatayan.
insofar as the witnesses, Your Honor, there is no witness to this particular case. However, the fact that they were there
In the custody of these police
yes,
officers.
Your Honor, there seems to be a prima facie evidence, and in fact, there is findings of probable cause. That's the reason why we
Yung
forwarded
mga
it.
taong namatayan, hinahabol kayo doon, napupunta ba doon sa hearing?
No, Your Honor, we volunteered to go to their place and interview them.
So, in-interview nyo sila?
Yes, Your Honor, I asked my staff to go from the headquarters as well as from the region.
Saan ginagawa yung hearing ninyo?
The hearing of Colata is now being done before the regional office of Region 4A.
Si
Your
Kulata
Honor.
yung namatay. Yung hearing ng mga pulis ang pinag-uusapan
Yes, Your Honor,
natin.
but yes, Your Honor, the hearing is being run before the regional office of RIAS 4A, Your Honor.
Saan yan? Sa Cavite?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, naandun. And walang pumupunta sa mga kamag-anak?
We're not done yet, Your Honor, with
No, but nag-umpisa na kayo. Nakailang hearings na kayo.
No, Your Honor, please, the case was only been forwarded for summary hearing only about last week, Your Honor.
Last week, because it was brought here and General De La Rosa was here, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And so he ordered you to conduct an investigation, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, but
And
we
you
also...
wala pa. Did you take any matter? I'm sure your police community relations officer went to the people, the relatives of the victim, correct?
As far as the investigation...
Yes or no?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, what pwedeng aspar pa? Nagpunta, di ba? Police community relations, bakit? Oh, ito, hinuli namin to. Ayan, pumunta kayo, dililitis namin to.
Your Honor, currently we have shortage of human resources. Your Honor, we have to.
I'm not asking you whether you have shortage. I don't care if you have only one policeman. I just want to know where you are, because our course here is to find out if you have shortage, and we have been told that you have only 700 people in the IAS.
Yes, Your Honor.
We know your sub-story, okay? And
Thank
we
you,
should
Your Honor.
start doing something about it. Now, I want to know, kasi ang importante sa amin dito, na ang tao na namatayan, may habol sila. Nalalaman nila ang gobyerno, hindi pulisiyang pumatay. At dapat, may karapatan silang malaman kung anong stage of the action, anong ginagawa ng mga tao, para may feeling na hindi makakalusot yung mga pumapatay ng tao indiscriminately, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
I have to raise my voice with you. Please, I don't want to do that, but you have to give me more information.
Yes, Your Honor.
Nakakapagtaka sa akin, kailan kayo nagsimula ng mag-summary hearing?
Actually, Your Honor.
Hindi pa.
No, Your Honor,
Oh,
because we
sagot
have.
doon, hindi pa.
We have-
Alam ko eh. Nakikita ko sa mukha mo na hindi ka pa handa. Wala pa. Correct?
Your Honor, please, with your respect, Your Honor, we have to comply with MC 2016-002, wherein the respondent is given the chance to make to
Did I not ask
given
you
the
whether
chance.
the police have counsel? And you have not answered that.
Your Honor, this matter involves the region, Your Honor. I can confirm to the region, Your Honor, whether they are being represented by the police, because I am now assigned with the DIAS. However, we will provide you with information. May we know from, Your Honor, from the PNP.
Because ano malabas sa akin, cosmetology ito eh. You know what cosmetology is?
Yes, Your Honor.
The study of beautification of an ugly person, right? Hindi exact yung definition ko. Papagandahin mo, pamalagyan mo ng makeup, correct? Nabisto rito yan, nagalit si General De La Rosa, iduli nyo, may kaso kayo, pero hanggang ngayon, hindi ba dapat, isang linggo na yan eh, dapat meron na kayong rason na yan for killing, di ba? Now, ang tinatanong ko, lumipat tayo pansamantala. I commend General De La Rosa. He ordered an investigation. We will follow up this case because hindi pa nyo talaga nasisimulan yung kasong yan. Correct?
Your Honor, with due respect, Your Honor, we have to comply with the provision of
I
the
know
MC.
you have to comply. That's why I
Yes.
ask you, a lawyer ba? Hindi mo alam. Alam mo ba?
As far as I'm concerned, Your Honor, we are conducting motu proprio investigation on this
Ay, naku,
case.
ano mo yung motu proprio na yan?
The prosecution, Your Honor, of the IAS will be representing the complainant, Your Honor. We are the nominal complainant in this case, Your Honor.
I know. When you
yes, Your
file
Honor.
this case, it will be in the name of people of the Philippines before against these people, correct?
Yes, Your
Against these
Honor.
policemen. So,
So-
tinatanong ko lang, anong stage? Wala pa. Sa totoo lang, wala pa.
No, we have initially conducted our
No, I
investigation.
commend General De La Rosa gumalaw siya. Kinasuhan niyo yung 4. Pero saan pupunta yan? Oh, let's go to another topic. Give me a situation where out of the 28, ilan ang pulis doon na nakamatay, na allegedly nagbarilan? Na sinabi nyo, hindi tama yung pagkabaril. Pagkapaday.
All the 28, Your Honor, is with the allegation that
All the 28.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kasasabi ko lang
Otherwise-
yung case ni Kulata, hinuli nyo lang yung pulis dahil sila ang huling humawak kay Kulata. Last touch sila.
Your Honor,
Hindi
please.
nagbarilan yun.
Your Honor, please, may be stand corrected, Your Honor. With respect to Colata, we are still conducting a pre-charge investigation. Pre-charge, I'm so sorry, Your Honor, pre-charge investigation because we are bound by the MC, if you will allow me to continue, Your Honor. We are bound by the MC 2016-002, wherein the respondent is given the right to submit his counter affidavit within 5 days from receipt of the information that there is a case filed against him. So this is the reason why this case is now for pre-charge investigation and not part of the 28 for summary hearing, Your
But you
Honor.
were the one who raised Kulata out of the 28. It was not me, correct?
Yes,
So,
Your Honor. I stand
lumalabas,
corrected, Your Honor.
You stand corrected. No,
Yes, Your Honor. With respect to the Colata, is still for pre-charge investigation, Your Honor.
All right. I have already gone beyond that. Let us now go to the other 28 na sinasabi mo. So, 29 yung sinasabi mo. 28 ngayon. Yung sa 28, bigyan mo ako ng sitwasyon na yung pulis nakipagbarilan. Alam mo, yan ang issue ngayon sa buong mundo. Ang dami namamatay sa barilan. And ako, naiintindihan ko yan. Sinasabi ko nga sa mga tao, pag sinasabi ng Pangulo, sinasabi ng mga hepe, na pag may baril yung kalaban at bumunot, maunahan nyo na. And because of that, lahat ng mga uhuli yung drug pusher, magkakarga na yan. Lalaban na yan ng baril. Ngayon, 28 ang nahuli nyo. O ano yung 28 na yan? Sino yung nakipagbarilan?
Your Honor, could I ask for our reference because all of these cases within the region, but we have a copy right now of these cases, Your Honor. I would just like to confirm with my staff, Your Honor, for a while, Your
Go
Honor.
ahead. You're allowed. That's where I'm going to head. I don't know about the others here. I just want to know, let everybody know, we are not going to leave any stone unturned here. When you say there's a shooting, you have to justify the shooting. And you have to do it quickly. Kung nagbarilan ng pulis, ikaw, matagal ka na ba sa IAS?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ano na hawakan mong kaso sa IAS?
I have
Marami.
so many cases, Your Honor.
Alright, may nagbarilan. How long does it take you to say, hindi tama yung ginawa mo, suspendido ka, turn in your badge, turn in your gun? Kung ba yung nangyayari doon?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yung baril mo, suspendido ka, you're confined to quarters, or
Not in all cases, Your Honor.
anong kaso? Halimbawa, give me some case.
I am the one who investigated.
No, just tell me. Anong sinasabi
Atimonan
niya?
case, Your Honor.
Pag nakabaril yung pulis, anong ginagawa niya?
We conduct ballistic examination on the firearms. We requested.
No, I know that. Yung ballistics, aaralin nyo.
Yes,
Eh,
sir.
sinasabi ko na, Nakita nyo na, gaano katagal yon? Ang tinatanong ko, gaano katagal pagkatapos magbarilan, yung malalaman na yung pulis hindi ginawa yung akdang nakalagay sa kautusan na dapat huwag ka mamamaril ang tao kundi ka babarilin.
We are
Anong
supposed...
procedure pag nanghuli ka? Di ba taas ang kamay? Kakapkapan nyo. Hindi lang taas ang kamay. May baril. Binaril nyo kagad. Tama o hindi?
No, Your Honor.
Mali. O, give me a case do sa 28 na gano'n na nangyari. Nobody's gonna get a pass here in spite of what other senators are thinking.
Okay, Your Honor, one case at Pasay, Your Honor. One particular case in Pasay, we are already done with the summary hearing. In fact, the result of the case has already been forwarded to the disciplinary authority right now, Your Honor, for his signature and approval.
Ito yung nakakulong sa Pasay.
Yes, Your Honor, the
O,
detainee.
kwento mo ang facts. Dahil nakikinig ang buong Pilipinas dito. Sige, kwento mo ano nangyari sa Pasay.
Based on this particular case, Your Honor, the suspect, the one killed were actually detained at Pasay.
All right, before we go any further, I will go back to you. I want a list of the 28 cases that you say involve firearms, nagkabarilan. Gusto ko ibigay nyo sa akin kung anong sitwasyon dyan, and I want you to submit the rules and regulations involved sa investigasyon ninyo.
Yes, Your Honor. we'll
Sinasabi mo
submit the same.
MC22?
MC 2016-0002
MC-016. Can you?
of the NAPOLCOM.
Oh,
2016-002.
So
Your
kasama
Honor.
rin ang NAPOLCOM dyan, hindi lang kayo.
No, Your Honor. This is with this.
Ina-adapt nyo lang yung rules ng NAPOLCOM.
Yes, Your Honor, because they are the regulatory body of the Philippine National Police, Your Honor. They're the one engaged into providing us the policy and the rules with respect
Okay,
to our...
sige, proceed. So sa 28, sino pa? Ano nangyari doon sa Pasay? Kwento mo na yung sa Pasay.
Mr. Chairman,
Your Honor.
Yes.
may I just interject related to your line of questioning?
Yes, please go ahead.
Have you taken over the investigation of that incident last October 9 in Oriental Mindoro?
Yes, Your Honor.
So
We
what's
already
the
acquired
initial-
jurisdiction.
What's the initial finding?
The initial finding is that there is no need, Your Honor, to with respect to the Mindoro case, Your Honor, we proceeded with the pre-charge investigation because there's no need for us to conduct motu proprio investigation simply because the police personnel
No,
here.
what's your initial finding?
Our initial finding is that they're involved, Your Honor, and that they should be
that's not
charged.
what I want. What's the motive? What was the motive in the shooting incident? Because it turned out that the masked men are actually police officers, di ba?
Yes, Your
Riding
Honor.
in tandem, but they
Yes,
turned
Your
out to
Honor.
be police officers. So I'm trying to find out the motive because that's significant. Kung ang motive is, kung ang motive was to shoot them as suspected drug personalities, I can more or less form a conclusion. But kung personal, iba rin yung conclusion. So I'd like to find out from you, ano ba yung motive na na-establish nyo in the shooting incident?
It is more personal motive, Your Honor, because
What's the motive kung personal?
we are yet.
How can you say
Excuse
it's
me.
personal when you don't?
Yes, Your Honor,
What's the motive?
because the person killed, Your Honor, in this case is a chairman of the Crime Watch. Crime Watch is not engaged into any illegal activity. So more or less, it's a personal motive on his part because he has no reason to. There is no reason for him to be killed because he's not engaged into any illegal activity. So it's more on personal motive, but this being handled by our Region 4A, Your Honor. I'm now handling 1,200
Pag sinabi mong personal motive, ano yung specific motive bakit pinatay o bakit pumatay yung pulis nung sinasabi mong crime watch? Love triangle, personal grudge, dapat ma-establish yung motive kung meron kayo initial investigation na kinonduct. Kasi, balik ako sa theory na i-establish ko, no? Kasi kung drug-related operation at police officers in mask disguised as riding in tandem, iba yung conclusion ko doon. They could be over-eager police officers na ayaw lumatad sa legitimate operation na pumatay ng drug pushers. Pwede rin namang they were instructed by higher authorities So, sa akin, importante yung ma-establish yung motive para makadraw tayo ng conclusion. Di ba? So, ano yung personal motive na sinasabi mo?
This is my opinion, Your Honor, but
No, you're an investigator. You don't give us an opinion.
Your
Based on your
Honor,
findings.
yes, Your Honor. I just in receipt of the findings, we have the initial report. They have not yet given to us here at the National IAS the result of their investigation, the investigation report. We just in receipt of the initial report, Your Honor, with respect to the what actually transpired at the Mindoro incident, Your Honor. But we will provide you with information if we are already in receipt of that investigation report, Your Honor.
Conclusive ba yan na hindi drug-related yung operation, yung shooting incident na yun?
We don't have yet the initial profile with respect to the victim, Your Honor, is that he's a chairman of a crime watch.
Well, maski chairman ng Crime Watch, kung involved sa drugs, may conclusion na ba kayo na talagang absolutely wala siyang kinalaman sa drugs?
No, Your Honor, it is just an initial information, Your Honor.
For the benefit of everyone, refer to this report. Gloria Oriental Mindoro. Riding in tandem killers who gunned down 51-year-old Citizens Crime Watch. You're not telling us that we don't know that this guy is a Crime Watch person. Regional Chairperson Zenaida Luz. Babae pa ito, ha?
Yes, Your Honor.
Last Sunday night in this town turned out to be 2 junior police officials. Police officials. One of them, a bemedaled municipal police chief, the top police official in this province, revealed yesterday. Now, natutuwa ako na mismo yung provincial director, inuli niya yan, sinabi niya, ito, bemedal pa ito, walang exempted. Walang exempted. Ang hinahabol ko lang dito, gaano katagal ninyo bago nyo ma-file yung kasong yan. Kung nahuli nyo na yan at sila ang bumaril, inaamin nila, ano ang susunod na yugto nitong saga na ito? Senior Inspector Magdaleno Pimentel Jr. of the 1st Maneuver Base in San Teodoro, and Inspector Markson S. Almerañez, Chief of Police of Socorro Town. Police chief pa, nakamotorsiklo, pinatay. Alam mo, bago ako umalis kanina, pinapakinggan ko si Vice President Kabayan. Ang sabi niya, ang pinagsususpetsya ng tao ng mga riding in tandem, hindi makakagalaw ay mga pulis. Eto, nasa batisan ni Senator Lacson, yung kasong ito, pulis mismo ang bumabaril, naka-motorsiklo pa sila. Ano ang estado ng kasong yan?
It is for PCI, Your Honor, pre-charge investigation.
Kailan nangyari ito? October 11 to Sunday 2016.
Sunday, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
9 to 11, right?
Yes,
So,
Your Honor.
you have to expect that we're going to ask you these questions, hindi para ibilad kayo o hiyain kayo, puro para malaman namin kung ano ang gagawin nyo sa mga ganitong pangyayari. Wala pa tayo dun sa DUI, ha?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, the incident actually transpired in October 9. But
Correct.
it came to the news about maybe
October 11.
Your Honor.
No, hindi ko ta sinisingil doon. Just want you to answer forthrightly.
Yes, Your Honor.
Nangyayari yan. Even in America, may mga pulis namamaril rin eh. Talagang nangyayari yan, pero ayaw natin mangyari yan. So, the point is, can you give us any example dun sa 28 na sinabi nyo na, litis nyo na, nasa legal affairs? Ano yung mga kasong yun? Meron ba nagbalilan doon na napahin nyo na hindi naman nakahawak ng baril yung tao, binaril ng pulis? Meron ba ganon?
Your Honor, all of this involves shooting incident, Your Honor. But
Just answer me yes or no.
I don't have any information, Your Honor, about the 28, Your Honor. But these are shooting incident.
You know, I want the police. Alam mo ako, nag-mayor ako. Pinakamasamang police yung police ko noong araw. In 1 year, we turned it around. We made it the best police council in the whole country. That was way back in 1980.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right? And it kept on winning and winning every year afterwards. At wala na nang mamatay sa Olongapo ng panahon na yun. Birang-bira. So don't tell me You do not know.
Your Honor, I
So,
have,
sasabihin ko na lang sa inyo,
but I
sa
can give,
28, ulitin ko yung tanong, ilan doon, involving shooting incident, ang na-find out nyo na yung taong binaril, walang baril, o di ka naman lumalaban, binaril, nakataas ang kamay, binaril, nakaluhod na, binaril. You know, ang media natin, malilikod siya, tama lang. Yung nangyari doon sa Caloocan, tinanggal yung lalaki, 17-year-old, pinatay. This is not gonna be a picnic, you know.
Your Honor, with respect to the 28 cases now for summary hearing, these are being done by the regional offices. In as much as I would like to inquire on how the incident transpired, whether or not they drove guns or there was indeed a shooting incident.
What is
we
your
have-
procedure in IAS? Because you're saying me, na malayo sila, hindi namin ginagawa yan eh.
We
What is-
monitor, Your Honor. In fact, we
How
have
do you
the initial
monitor?
report. We have the initial report that there is a case. These particular cases are for summary
When do you
hearing,
get
Your
that
Honor.
report?
Pardon, Your Honor.
When do you get that report?
Tomorrow, Your Honor, I can submit it to your office, Your Honor, because this report are all available, Your Honor. Just give me the chance, Your Honor, to scan on, peruse on our documents, Your
All
Honor,
right.
because everything is available.
I don't think I'm going to
at the
get anywhere with you right now, and you're not making a good account of yourself, because when you come here, you better be ready. I'm not against the police here. I'm not the pro-police. I just want to make sure we can come out with a decent investigation report here, committee report here that will say, these are the following things that must be done right away. Kung nagbarilan, nakita ninyo, wala sa lugar yung pagkabaril. How long does it take you? Dapat within 3 days, alam nyo na hindi sinunod yung rules of engagement. Pwede ba yan?
Yes, Your Honor.
O, pala eh. Ba't wala ka ba sabing ganon? 300 yun na-resolve nyo eh.
Yes, Your
That
Honor.
means sinabi niya, hindi, tama lahat ang ginawa nila. Namaril sila, lumalaban yung tao, papatayin yung pulis, napatay namin. Okay yun, kung totoo yun. Pero kung ang tao, yung 28 na sinasabi nyo, at tinanong mo si Kulata na hindi naman involve yung barilan ng pulis sa yung tao, ang tinatanong ko, internal affairs come in, may pulis, bumaril siya, nahuli nyo na, nakasakay na, katulad nun sa HPG, nakasakay doon sa kotse, walang baril yung tao, pati yung tao, napatay. Siyempre, magtatanong ang tao. Eh, ganyan lahat sa mga pulis eh. Namamaril sila. Ayaw natin yon. Ang gusto natin, lalabas, eh, lumalaban talaga sa pulis na patunayan. Now, meron ba kayong gano'n na 28 doon sa pulis na yon na gano'n sa nangyari doon sa HPG? Meron ka bang alam? Wala. Sa Metro Manila, nandito ka sa Metro Manila, may kaso ka bang nasabat na yung pulis ng Metro Manila ay hindi sinunod yung rules of engagement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, sabihin mo sa amin kung ano. Sa 28 na yan, meron? I will ask General Alcayalde, who is the National Albayalde? Albayalde. Sorry, I'm not very good in names. But can you show me, you know, my staff prepared, we've been following, hindi pa ako senador, pinapalo ko na yung riding in tandem. So when these things happen, nagbilang ako July, this is far from accurate because ang figures in fact are larger than my figures. Will somebody please operate that? In Manila, lumalabas, may papel ka ba dyan? Dito? Dito na lang, dito na lang. Meron ka ba? I'm not talking about riding in tandem. Huwag muna yung riding in tandem. Yung muna ang mga from July to the present.
Ito yung folder 5.
I'm sure you have better figures, General, no, than me because you have figures in the PNP. And mine doesn't compare to yours. Mine is based on calling it from the national media. If I were the PNP chief, and I'm not, but if I were a mayor of Metro Manila, let's say Manila Police, and I want to protect my people, I would say, in the city of Manila, You have a police superintendent, Joel Coronel. Is that correct? Is he here?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hello, okay. Can you put him under oath? I want to advise you that I am not a McCarthyist, no? I'm not finding fault. I'm finding a solution to a problem. I don't even have to tell you that, but I want you to know that we will find a solution. Go ahead,
Sir?
Colonel, Superintendent Cornell.
Sir? Sir? Can we do this for all the police officers who are here?
Huh?
For all the police officers who are here.
Isa-isayin natin. Pag tinawag na lang.
Kindly raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding? Sit down.
And you are the head of the Manila Police Department. Thank you. Please sit down. Thank you very much for coming, sir. Let me ask you, sa akin hong talaan, under police operations,
For the city of Manila, sir,
Opo.
July 1 to October 5, a total of 200 suspects were neutralized by the Manila Police District in police operations, sir.
masakit pakinggan yung neutralize. I would say, baka sabihin military kayo.
Were killed in the course of police operations.
Pwede naman sabihin decaffeinated. No?
Yes, sir.
Alright. Just funny. Sa inyo, 200 lang?
Yes, sir. As of October 1.
200, exact.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sa amin, 164. Sa police operations yan, ha?
Yes, sir. In police operations.
And DUI, ilan sa inyo? Sa amin, 40. Nakalap ng staff namin.
Yes, sir. For police operations, sir, it's 54, Your Honor.
54. So mataas kayo. Ang grand total is 204 sa amin. Sa inyo, ilan ho?
Grand total, sir, is 254, Your Honor.
254.
54. Yes, Your Honor.
Ilan ho ang nahuli niyong pumapatay doon sa DUI na 50 sa inyo? Because siyempre,
Yes,
kung ako mayor, I take pride in trying to provide citizens peace and order to the point that pag may namatay, I am awakened at night. Kaya sanay ako mapuyat eh.
Yes, Your Honor.
Pag may nakawan, tinatawagan ako. Even in the Red Cross, pagka may nangailangan ng dugo, may lumindol, tinatawagan ako ng operation center namin para alam nila, nababantayan namin para hindi mamamaga yung problema. Ano po?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm sure, I presume you're not the colonel kung hindi kayo magaling, no? So, hindi ba kayo nababagabag na ang namatay sa inyo ay about 200 sa police operations? Doon ba sa police operations nyo, lahat yun na-justify nyo? May iniimbestiga ba ang... Automatic i-imbestiga niya pag may namatay, di ba?
Yes, sir. Our Internal Affairs Service is investigating
yun.
those
Tatanong
incidents.
kita ngayon. Meron ka ba na-imbestiga doon? Miss
Constantinople, Your Honor. Our DIAS, Your Honor, District Internal Affairs Service, is doing the investigation with respect to the MPD, Your Honor.
Mhm. If that is the case, meron ba kayong kinasuhan na ng murder? Meron o wala?
Criminal case, Your Honor, administrative, Your Honor. Criminal case.
Criminal case?
As far as I'm concerned, we have not
Wala.
filed
Okay.
any criminal
Good.
case, Your Honor.
Sa administrative, improper implementation of the rules of engagement.
We have one, Your Honor.
One,
One with respect to the NCR.
NCR.
Yes, Your Honor.
Bakit?
That is with the case of the Pasay City incident, Your Honor.
Manila ito eh.
Manila, Your Honor, we are not yet done with the summary hearing, Your Honor. Not a single case was.
All right.
They are all under
Colonel,
investigation,
kayo
Your
ba,
Honor.
Superintendent, meron ba kayo? Nagagalit sa akin si Senator Pimentel pag sinasabing Colonel. Superintendent, meron ba?
No complaint has been filed against any Manila Police
You have
District personnel
investigated
in
all of
relation to our
that.
police
As a good
operations.
officer, you'll say, because ayaw nyo mapagbibito kayo na
Yes, sir.
salvaging, hindi extrajudicial killing, salvaging. Yun ang naging akusasyon sa mga police through the years. Nagsasalvage. Extrajudicial killing represents, medyo may political accent yun eh. No? Mapatay ng labor leader, mapatay ng politiko, mga ganyan. Pero ito, salvaging, mga kriminal na nagsawa na ang kapulisan o nagsawa na yung mga vigilante, yun ang pinapatay. Walang salvaging dito in that definition.
No Manila policeman has been ever involved in salvage or summary executions.
That is the ideal, of course. Pero you do not have a policy to that effect.
None, Your Honor.
All right. At pag nakamatay, you investigate right away.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sa inyo on your own, even without IAS.
Yes, Your Honor.
Papaliwanag siya. Ano ang procedure? Kukunin niyo yung baril.
Yes, Your Honor. Initially, after the course of a police operation wherein a suspect was neutralized or killed, our policemen will have to surrender themselves and present
Is
themselves.
that a civilian term? Let me ask General Albayalde, is that a civilian term? Neutralized? Is that the term of police? Iba ginagamit or is that a military term?
That's what we have adopted, sir, instead of the word
Sa PMA, sa tuturo yun?
Yes, sir.
Neutralize
Yes,
the
Your Honor.
enemy.
Yes.
Medyo masakit pakinggan eh. You know, in self-defense, we disable the enemy. Or not the enemy, the criminals, di ba?
That term has already been in use since the time of our former Chief PNP, Senator Lacson.
Excuse me?
That term has already been in use since the time of our former Chief PNP, Senator Lacson. Sir.
Sige.
Neutralized.
Sip ka, sige ka. I will put that on record. Alright. Anyway,
Word killed.
doon sa DUI, hindi ba masyadong marami ang DUI ninyo? 50?
54, sir,
That's
for the
about,
period of 100.
Huh?
Yes, sir, 54
months,
incidents.
that's about 50, but over 10 a month.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mga 42 a month, no?
Yes, sir, 14 cases of
12 a month. 12 a month.
Yes, Your Honor. 12 to 14 cases a month, Your Honor, on the average.
And is that normal for a city like Manila?
Well, for the past 6 months, our murder and homicide rates is averaging about 21 murder and homicide incidents. And I would think it's way below the normal figure, sir, as compared to the death under inquiry.
Right. I mean, of course, when you deal with averages, they could be misleading because one death of a human being is one death. That should be something that we should not tolerate, di ba? Or not even allow. And have you done any investigation who are behind these killings in 50?
Yes, Your Honor. Out of the 54 cases, which we consider as death under inquiry, we were able to clear 9 incidents with the identification of 7 suspects. Of the 7 suspects, 4 also were already killed in the course of police operations arresting them, Your Honor.
And who were these suspects?
I have here.
What is the nature of their livelihood? Or
Yes, sir. I understand in these 7 cases, they are all drug-related, wherein the persons initially killed under the death under inquiry cases were former cohorts, accomplices of the other suspects in the drug trade.
and why would they be killed? Have you established that?
I understand, sir, that there were 3 motives we uncovered or discovered. First is very common is the non-remittance of collection money insofar as drug money is concerned.
Nanunuba.
Hindi po nakaremit, sir, yung suspect.
Nanunuba. Hindi
Yes, sir.
binabalik.
Yes, sir. Another, sir, is when in rival groups or drug trade syndicates would take over the area of another suspect, particularly when arrests have been made by the police, a new group will take over that particular area, and there will be, I understand, conflict between these groups, and it will result to killing among them. And number 3, sir, is what we're investigating now, the possibility of some policemen who are formerly involved in the illegal drug trade who are neutralizing or killing their former sources or
A
suppliers.
policeman.
Yes, Your
Some
Honor.
policemen are killing their own
Yes, sir.
sources.
Yes, Your
You were
Honor.
saying what I've been saying.
Yes,
That there was a chilling effect na ni-reveal ng presidente yung 5 general that is unprecedented. So marami natakot na baka may magtuturo, sini-eliminate na nila yung mga taong na gamit nila dati, baka ituro sila. So yun ang example mo dito.
That's one possibility now we are investigating, Your Honor. In so far as the
Ilang
54
kaso yun?
cases.
Mga ilan?
There are about 5 cases, Your Honor.
At you know the particular policeman involved?
We
Former
have
policeman or current policeman?
former policemen, Your Honor, and still 2 in
In
the active
service.
service. Yes, Your Honor.
Have they been arrested?
No, not yet, Your Honor.
You have enough witnesses to that effect.
We have enough information to conduct follow-up operations that will lead to the filing of cases.
And
Your Honor.
wouldn't it be nice if you announce that to the media and you say, these policemen are wanted for killing these people? Hindi ba maganda yun para matulungan kayo ng tao?
At this
Do you
time,
have
Your
a
Honor,
website?
Yes, Your Honor, we do, sir.
Pwede nyo ba ilagay sa website nyo itong mga pulis na ito involved, pumapatay, ito pinag-iinalaan ng Manila Police Department, itong mga pulis na ito involved, pinatay niya itong mga taong ito, pwede ba yun?
Most likely, sir.
Any
Yes, sir.
witness, somebody who can testify where they are para mahuli,
Yes.
ay tatanghalin namin na isang bayani ng bayan.
Yes, sir. We will be able to do that, Your Honor, as soon as we have filed the case and a warrant of arrest will be issued against that particular
So there are
suspect.
suspects.
Yes, Your Honor, we have suspects.
Do you have witnesses to attest to the fact that these people were the ones involved in the killings?
Yes, Your Honor. Witnesses or information provided to us that might link them
Well,
to
that's
this possible-
information that
Yes, sir.
at least gratifies me because I feel that may ginagawa kayo. And that is the point of this investigation. Ayaw naman natin sabihin na wala kayong ginagawa, di ba? Because mahirap ang pulis eh. Ang pulis eh, pag wala kayong ginawa, sisisihin kayo. Pag may ginawa kayo na wala sa lugar, sisisihin kayo. Ginawa nyo na nasa lugar, sisisihin pa kayo. That's why it's so important that you come out with an explanation of your rules and regulations on what you're doing and make an announcement. And this is now the proper opportunity for you to say that. And I'm glad that you are articulate enough to respond to that. But you still have 200 policemen that use deadly force. Is that completely necessary?
Yes, sir, I understand. Under the rules of engagement,
What do you understand?
that the use of deadly force is allowed in the event that the life of the policeman or any person for that matter has been threatened, and that the use of deadly force is necessary to negate that.
How many weapons have you collected from these encounters? In 200 na yan.
Yes, sir. Allow me to check my records. Yes, sir. A total of 195 firearms had been seized,
195 firearms
had been seized from the suspects
of
were-
various calibers.
of different calibers, Your Honor.
What is the heaviest one?
The most number is the heaviest is caliber 45 pistol, Your Honor.
So pistol karamihan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Walang machine pistol.
Shotguns, there were shotguns, 9mm pistols, caliber 38, 357, another heavy caliber firearm recovered, Your Honor.
And that has been in the evidence file now or nasaan yan?
They're all been turned over to our crime laboratory for ballistics examinations, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, go ahead.
clarify lang. Did I hear you right? Out of 54 DUIs, 9 yung resolved, no? Yung solved cases, 9.
Cleared or sold, Your Honor.
Yeah, and another 5 is under investigation, may possible suspects.
Yes, Your Honor.
So 14 ang total.
Yes, Your Honor.
So isn't that a rather low crime solution rate? Kinuwenta ko 1.78%.
Out of the 54, yes, I would think,
yung
sir, it
54,
is
9
still-
out of 54, so medyo mababa.
Yes, yes, Your
1.7, 1.8% solution rate. Di ba mababa yun?
So that's about 10 out of 5 cases, Your Honor. But we're still
10 out of
following
5,
up on
10 out of 50 you mean?
10 out of 50, Your Honor. But we're still following up on the other cases, Your
20%.
Honor. Case build-up and
10
follow-up
out of
investigations are being
10%,
conducted.
20% yun?
Ha?
Yes, sir. 10 out of 54, yes, sir.
Mali yata yun, 17%.
I'm sorry, 14 out of 54.
Ha?
14 out of 54, Your
14
Honor.
out of 54.
Yes, Your Honor.
So pag kinumpit natin. Grabe.
So ito yung mga DUI.
25%, 26%.
Yes, Your Honor.
Lahat-lahat.
But the other cases, they're still subject to follow-up investigation and case build-up. So hopefully we'll be able to break some leads, gather some more information, and identify the culprits, Your Honor.
Yung DUI ninyo, may mga kaso ba yun?
In the 54 cases, they are drug-related, or most of those are included in our watch list, Your Honor.
Wait, sabi, mamaya na yung watch list kasi natatakot ako doon sa mga watch list na yan. Eh.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, go ahead.
let me deviate a little, ano?
Yes,
I'll just jump.
I
to
don't
that.
I don't want to lose this point. But go ahead.
This is not on the agenda, no?
Ah.
Pero si Senator De Lima filed a bill yesterday. Ito yung classifying extrajudicial killing as a separate crime. Am I correct, Madam? Anyway, one of the features or one of the provisions do sa kanyang bill is the use of a megaphone before you conduct arrest or raid.
In-interview ako dyan.
So, I would just like to pick your brain. Although hindi sa agenda pa ito, there will be a separate hearing for that to tackle that bill. But yun lang, what's your take on that particular legislative proposal or measure? Yung aspeto na yon. Use of megaphone before you even conduct arrest or conduct a raid, you are required, if and when that bill is passed or enacted into law, no, you will get hold of a megaphone, or that will be part of your equipment or equipage, you know.
Yes.
So you will announce to the suspects para, well, that's picture. So what's your take on that particular?
Personally, sir, I think that will be on a case-to-case basis, Your Honor, because there are instances wherein operations, particularly against high-value targets, we don't need to announce our presence, and we have to use the element of stealth and surprise to conduct our operations.
And what would be the case when it is practical or it is safe to use a megaphone?
Particularly in cases where we have hostage situations, Your Honor, or when the crime is already being committed in the presence of other people, and the police would have to announce the authority and the manner and the reason why he's going to effect the arrest or the police operation, Your Honor.
And possibly hindi unarmed yung suspect. Sigurado kayo unarmed, so you may resort to using a megaphone for him to come out peacefully and surrender.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
That
Yes,
is in
yes.
cases of you're issuing a warrant of arrest, lumabas ka na dyan, may bullhorn ka, di ba? O
Yes,
kaya
sir.
may hostage case, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
I always use a bullhorn. I have a bullhorn in my car all the time. For, bad habit from my mayor days, and it's very effective actually. And even from a disaster point of view.
Yes, sir.
But having said that, can you get...
Mr. Chair, just on the point about the use of megaphones, I'm glad that the resource person now has acknowledged that there are certain instances where the use of megaphone would be advisable. And may I point out, and you guys should know this is in your PNP operational guidelines, both in 2010 and 2013. The Philippine National Police operational procedures, both of 2010 and 2013. So may I just cite from the latest, the 2013 requirements of police operations. That's Rule 6. Then you have Rule 6.2, use of megaphones and similar instruments. During actual police intervention operations, the team leader shall use peaceful means, including the use of megaphones or any other similar instruments to warn or influence the offenders or suspects to stop and or peacefully give up. So we actually just base
Yes, Madam.
what is provided in my bill
Yes, Madam Chair.
on your own police operational guidelines, because I think this is standard in police intervention operations in many jurisdictions. But as you said, not all instances with the use of megaphone would be
Would be
advisable.
Yes, Your Honor.
But this is part of your own operational guidelines. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry for deviating, Mr. Chairman. Please go ahead.
Where were we? All right. Yung mga cases ng DOI nyo, this is 50, no? Lahat sila ay mga police characters din.
A majority of them, Your Honor. Some are still unidentified. That's why we still have a...
Okay, how many are unidentified out of 54?
Unidentified, sir, is 5.
5.
Yes, Your Honor.
So that's about 10%.
Yes, Your Honor. Roughly
Alright.
10%.
All right? And the rest are police may record,
Yes, Your Honor.
criminals.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right? And they were killed, as you say, by people who are actually their ilk, or people killed by police na dating humahawak sa kanila, or mga kakompetensya nila. Is that correct?
Yes, in any of the 3 possibilities, Your Honor.
And you have the suspects already na about ilan suspects you left?
9
Sorry.
cases, Your Honor. 9 cases have been cleared, wherein the suspects have been identified.
Sorry?
9 cases of those 54 wherein suspects have been identified.
Identified. Nahuli
Yes,
na ba yun? Di pa?
No, sir, but we were able to neutralize 4 of those possible suspects in that killing, Your Honor. Also in another drug operation by the police.
Wala pa kayong cases na napafile?
Cases for filing, sir, we have 6, but still consolidating evidence.
6 cases
Yes, sir.
for filing. Wala pa napafile.
Wala pa po, sir.
Yung mga baril, saan napupunta yung mga baril pagkatapos?
We surrendered them to our crime laboratory for ballistics examination.
Etong natapos doon, saan napupunta yan?
It will be in the custody of the crime laboratory, Your Honor. In the event that the same will be presented in court or needed to be
Ang
presented.
worry ng Senate is baka nire-recycle para magamit ng pulis ko pagka may saan tinatapon. That has been known to happen. Is that correct?
Well, in my experience, sir, we document the turnover. We
I'm not
observe
saying
the
that-
proper chain of custody.
I'm just saying that you know that this has happened.
there are
Minsan,
insinuations, Your Honor. of
you
some
know,
manner.
hindi lang sa sine, pero sa nangyayari yan, may binabatong baril pagka nakabaril para, no? And that's what we want to do. The less firearms there are, the better na nakakalat, right?
Yes,
Can you
Your
give us a list of these firearms? And,
Yes, Your Honor.
and their serial numbers?
Yes, Your Honor.
And can you give us, you're reading from a document that you have there of
Yes,
the
Your Honor.
200 as of this date, no?
Yes, Your Honor.
254, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you give us a copy of that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can I instruct and properly mark this? Nasaan na ba tayo exhibit? Z. Okay. All right. Now, normally, do you tell the mayor, Mayor, may binaril ngayong gabi dito ngayon, at that particular time?
Yes, sir. We submit a regular report of our operations on a daily journal, sir, submitted to the city hall.
Daily journal.
For the information of the city government, Your Honor.
Would that help if the mayor was told, may barilan ho ngayon, may namatay dito? For example, in my area, in the Red Cross compound in Port area, ko-complain na ako ngayon dito.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ilang beses na nagbabarilan doon, 3, 4 na namatay ata doon.
Yes, Your Honor.
You're familiar with that place?
Yes, Your Honor.
In fact, may umaakit doon sa mga kuryente ng Red Cross at meron pang lineman ng Meralco, binaril, patay.
Yes, Your Honor.
You're aware of that?
Yes, Your Honor. It was brought to my attention, Your Honor.
And when it went to your attention, did you catch anybody who killed that lineman?
Yes, Your Honor. If I may be allowed to check my records.
Please do that.
In fact, last Friday, based on the information provided by my regional director as given by the Honorable Senator, we conducted operations at the vicinity of Red Cross area, Your Honor.
Apat na napapatay dyan over the last several months.
Wherein an operation was conducted by the Manila Police District resulting to the neutralization of a suspected robbery hold-up person. Also, a
that
person
word
was
again.
killed and the recovery of a 38 caliber pistol in his possession.
All right, I will.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to put that in my vocabulary, but anyways,
Yes,
it's
sir.
what they call practice. Not to,
Yes, Your Honor.
so, robbery suspect siya lumalabas.
Yes, sir. Your Honor.
And he was the one who
We believe
eliminated or killed this...
Last Friday, Your Honor.
yun,
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Great. That's good to know. Na nahuli niyo na yung nagpapatay doon. Have you ever conducted a raid, for example, in layers like that where they would have drugs? Normally, may mga drugs dyan, di ba? Normally.
Yes, Your Honor. That's part of our Oplan Galugad as mandated by our
And
operations
the one thing that
business.
the public fails to see sometimes, and I'm not saying that this should be an attitude that we should foster, na porque may drug pusher or drug addict doon, eh, pinapatay na sila. The one thing I'd like also the public to know, in fairness to the policemen,
Yes.
is that many of the areas that you're raiding, kasi nagkakaroon ng kulay ng class war eh. May hirap lang ang pinapatay. Right? Di ba? Kasi karamihan talaga from the lower end of the economic ladder, di ba?
Yes, sir.
Ang napapatay because sila ang either user or pusher. But what is the reality on the ground? Ano ba ang reality on the ground? Doon ba sa mga lugar na yan, dyan sa mga tondo o yung mga dati ng mga areas, halimbawa dyan sa iba mga lugar dyan, meron mga talagang uso dyan ang droga. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sa Maynila, saan-saan ang droga?
Based on the report provided to us by PIDEA, the most affected barangays are in the Tondo district in Manila and also in
Which part of
Sampaloc
Tondo?
area.
Pritil?
On the western part, Your Honor,
Kagalangin?
yes. In Baseco, in
Baseco, malapit
yes,
sa
Your
amin yan.
Yes, Your Honor. That's-
Training pa ako ng disaster
Yes,
dyan,
Your
no?
Honor.
So yung mga lugar na yan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Eh, sinasabi ko lang yan para in fairness to the police, talagang kung magkamisan, pag mahuli nyo, may nababaril, talagang maraming droga dyan. Now, what is the source? Why? Why are these people in drugs? Wala na nga pera eh. Bibili pa na. Magkano yung shabu ngayon? Mahal na siguro, no?
Yes, Your Honor. I think based by PDEA estimate, it will amount to 5,000 per gram.
5,000.
5 to 10,000 per gram.
And before these incidents occurred, magkano dati ang drugs? Ang droga?
Mga 3,
General,
1,000 to 3,000 per gram, Your Honor.
so tumaas ng almost 40%.
Yes. That's the based on the reports we received, Your Honor.
Sabi nga, 25,000. Sabi ng isang dyaryo eh. 30,000 pa nga nabasa ko eh.
Your Honor,
Hindi ka naman gumagamit kaya hindi ka namimili.
had gone up before the Duterte administration. The price of shabu ranges from 1,200 to 13,000 depending on the place
1,200,
to 13,000, Your Honor.
1 gram? Great.
Yes, Your Honor. 1,300 to 13,000 pesos per gram, Your Honor.
Ganun kamahal.
Yes, Your Honor. And then the most recent reports that we received from our field office, it now ranges from 1,200 to 25,000, Your Honor, depending on the place. So if you get the average, that will be the price of shabu has doubled.
I go back to my question. Bakit maraming drugs dyan sa lugar na yan kung wala pera? Sila nabibili yan, ganun ba?
Understand that most of the members of the distribution network of drug syndicates come from those areas, Your Honor. So
But
that's why.
what's their market?
The markets will be coming also from the city
The
of Manila.
neighborhood?
Yes, Your Honor, from the
Eh kung
neighborhood.
walang pera yung mga tao doon, ba't namimili sila? Saan sila kumukuha ng pera?
Precisely why we are correlating the incidents of robbery and theft incidents to drug abuse.
Now,
and
I'm
drug
just trying
trafficking, Your
to
Honor.
let you explain to the public
Yes, Your Honor.
kung sila nagdodroga, ang masama sa droga, kung walang pera, namimili sila ng droga,
Yes, sir.
nanganganak ng crime.
Yes, Your Honor. That is our analysis for the
And
past.
usually yung crime will be robberies
And theft, Your Honor.
So kung maraming droga, maraming robberies and theft. Maraming nangaagaw ng cellphone.
Yes, Your Honor.
Maraming nanunutok ng kutsilyo sa jeep.
Yes, Your Honor.
So yun ba talaga ang experience nyo?
Well, for the past 3 months, our records show that there is a
Yes,
marked
please, go ahead.
decline or decrease in the number of
And
robbery
that's
and
the
theft
reason
cases.
why
in
there's a 49% decrease, no,
Yes,
in
Your Honor.
crimes against property
Yes, Your
and
Honor.
even crime against persons. Di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
So because you are now able to stem the flow, and because it has become expensive, less people are using it, would that be fair?
Or would have probably transferred to other areas wherein the anti-drug criminality campaign is not as harsh or as
So kung
aggressive as
maluwag,
Manila.
let's just say sa ibang lugar, katulad,
Yes,
let's
sir.
say sa, somebody please operate that. Because I only got the top 10 here. And to me, yung trend natin halos pareho, mataas lang kayo eh. Meron mga lugar na zero, namamatay eh. Somebody operating this? Ayan, ayan, may zero, ayan, sanda. Copies, zero. Baka tamad daw yung provincial director. Ayan, Bukidnon, zero. Sayang, wala si Mayor Subiri, no? Senator Subiri. Copies, zero. Northern Samar, zero. Di ba si Jaguar dyan nag-ooperate?
Cebu.
Espinosa. I'm sorry, Espinosa.
Or Region 8, Your Honor.
Oh, pero kasosyo niya dati si Espinosa, di ba?
I'm not privileged to that information. I don't-
And then, sa Sulu, zero. Naniniwala ka ba doon? General Lapenya, naniniwala ba kayo? I mean, to me, either hindi nag-ooperate yung police ninyo na nakakahuli sila o may there is I don't know if it's an unfair comment
I
here.
have may I interject, Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
In which area are you succeeding? Yung meaning sa demand reduction or sa supply reduction? Mas saan ng evident yung success ninyo sa drug operation? Sa supply or sa demand?
Yes, sir. I can only speak for the City of Manila, Your Honor. I think in the supply, Your Honor, because we were able to address the problem in the street level, at the street trafficking level, Your Honor.
Are you still able to arrest people sa Manila for
Yes.
drug possession? Marami pa.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you for that opportunity. I would
You're
like to inform
welcome.
the good body that more than the neutralization of police suspects, we have already arrested a total of 1,695 drug users, pushers for the past 3 months, Your
When you
Honor.
arrest a drug pusher, I'd imagine you catch him in flagrante delicto with drugs,
Yes, Your Honor.
with shabu.
Yes, Your Honor. In the act of using the drugs, particularly in drug dens, we have raided and in the resulting to the arrest of the suspects, Your Honor.
Oh,
Yes, Your Honor. They're all been cases have been filed in court.
pero araw-araw, marami pa o tumataas pa o bumaba na?
On the average, sir, meron every day, sir, mga about 25 arrests to 30 arrests every day.
So marami pa rin.
Marami pa rin po, sir.
And they're all, do you have a crime map, I suppose?
Yes, Your Honor, we do, sir.
Can you present us a crime map? Saan ang crime map sa pinakamaraming drugs sa, let's say, sa Manila is number 1 eh. Ang dami
I-
yung napatay. Ang dami
Yes,
napatay
Your
dito.
Honor. I don't have it right now, Your Honor, but I understand 92% of the city of Manila is affected by the use of illegal drugs.
92% of Manila is
barangays,
affected
of
by
the
drugs.
barangays,
And how
yes,
many,
Your Honor.
have you made a dent on that?
I understand, Your Honor, through our efforts and with the support of the local government, we'll be able to clear a few barangays for the past 3 months. I think about 120 barangays.
Let me ask you a question now. Do you see a higher incidence now of resistance with firearms by the pushers?
I would think so, yes, sir.
No,
most especially-
I don't know what you. I don't. I'm not interested in what you're thinking. We're not in the business of speculating here.
Yes, sir.
Because of the activities here, yung bang inaaresto ng mga pulis ng bayan, eh pagka aaresto may baril na yung karamihan. Because ang dami nyo nakuha ang baril.
Yes,
Sa
sir.
200, halos sa 190 ba?
195, Your Honor.
195. Lahat yung baril.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ilan ang paltik?
I do not have the records with me, Your Honor, as to the whether
Pero
it's a Baltic or original.
these are serious firearms, no? Hindi paltik.
Yes,
Hindi
Your Honor.
sumpak.
Ako,
Yes,
I have
Your
hindi naman malicious question. Why would there be more dead persons than firearms?
Because in instances, Your Honor, I don't have
Tumagos
the exact
yung bala.
details. No, sir. There are
No.
suspects who are using bladed weapons also, Your
Bladed
Honor.
weapons.
Yes, Your Honor.
So not all 200 killed during police operations armed with firearms.
With a firearm.
I was about to ask that because
Honor.
may kulang nga. Siyempre, yung mga Duterte na, I was going there because sumpak, meron ba?
Yes, sir. Meron improvised shotgun, Your Honor.
Improvised shotgun.
Yes,
So,
Honor.
when you say shotgun, ilan doon ang tunay na shotgun, ilan doon ang sumpak?
I don't have the records, Your Honor, but I can furnish you.
Can you estimate more or less?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kasi kung kumikita sila sa drugs, makakabili sila ng magandang baril, di ba?
Just allow me to check my...
Because the next question right now I'm going to ask and I'm going to make you prepare for it, kung ganun karami ang baril, saan sila namimili ng baril? Is that fair?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kung may baril sila, may binibili ng baril. Dahil maraming pera, may baril. Hanggang nga sa loob ng Muntinlupa, nakakakuha ng baril eh. Dami pa. I thought,
Sir
yeah, go ahead.
Sa PIDEA, ganun ba? Kasi Manila yun eh. Yung sa demand reduction and supply reduction, saang field kayo mas nagsasucceed on a nationwide scale?
It is more on the supply reduction, Your Honor.
Sa supply din?
Supply. So,
Anong
na-interdict.
percentage sa ano niyan? Yung success rate nyo, yung effect sa supply reduction, saka sa demand reduction, more or less, paano nyo mako-compare? Say, kung 100% yung kabuuan, ilang percent yung apektado sa on the supply side at saka do sa market side, sa demand?
I would say it will be a 45 to 55 percent ratio, Your Honor, giving weight more on the demand reduction because when we say demand reduction, this concerns people, Your Honor.
Yes.
And when we are able to, when on the demand reduction side, Your Honor, it is about the preventive education, the rehabilitation centers, and then you have the the organization, mobilization, and getting the people involved in the fight against drugs. And when we have that situation, this is then when we have the people awakened and get involved in this fight against drugs, then we will have a better chance.
So there's a 45% reduction in the demand for shabu, for example, ganon? O 55%? Ano ba yung 45-55 mo?
The importance of the supply at compared to the
Yes.
demand reduction.
So, ilan ang reduction sa demand side? Bumaba yung demand kasi takot na sila or ayaw na nila magshabu. Ilan yon? Ilang percent? Say in a 100% pie. Gano'n na-reduce yung demand? Siyempre, alam na nagkakapatayan, hindi na sila bibili kasi baka madisgrasya sila, hindi ba? So sabi mo, yun ang 45%. Dahil sabi mo, sa supply mas nabawasan eh.
Well, I would say, Your Honor, that if we will base it on the price of shabu, which gone up, then that will mean that the
Scarce yung supply.
Yes,
If we go
yes,
by
yeah.
yung the law of supply and demand, no, hindi ko rin ma-explain ito eh. Kasi kung marami nang umaayaw, ayaw na maggumamit, bababa yung demand. Kung mababa ang demand, bakit tataas yung presyo? Eh wala nga nagde-demand. So, bababa dapat ang presyo, di ba? But of course, there's the other approach, ano, kasi two-pronged dito. Kung kokonti na yung supply, kasi nga ayaw na mag-manufacture, wala nang pumapasok ng mga precursors, etc., etc., scarce ngayon yung supply, tataas yung presyo. Pero dahil mababa naman yung demand, bakit sobrang taas? Umabot na ng ilan? 25,000 na per gram ang sa
Yes, Your Honor.
high-end.
Yeah.
So how would you explain that if we analyze it on the basis of the law of supply and demand?
Well,
Kasi constant yung demand, hindi nabawasan, pareho pa rin nagdi-demand, wala nang supply, naturally tataas yung presyo.
that's right, Your Honor.
But kung nababawasan din yung demand, maski nababawasan yung supply, hindi gaanong maapektuhan yung presyo, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kasi walang takers, walang buyers masyado eh, nabawasan. Say, 100 dati yung gumagamit, natakot na yung, okay, namatay na yung 10. Natira ngayon, 90. Doon sa 90, natakot yung 50, naiwanan 40 na gumagamit. So, konti na lang yung bibili. Bakit tataas ang presyo?
Yes, Your Honor. Maybe I would say, Your Honor, that the effect of the demand reduction activities will be felt a little later. For example, rehabilitation. On the rehabilitation, that it will take about 6.
But remember that more than 700,000 drug users have surrendered. Di ba? And maybe hindi naman kaya i-accommodate lang ng rehab centers yon. So yung iba, self-rehab. No, withdrawal na lang. So kung 700,000 users out of 3 million, that's a big dent, di ba? So bakit mataas pa rin ang presyo? Even assuming na yung supply nabawasan kasi wala nang masyadong nagagawa mga laboratory. Bakit tataas yung presyo pa rin? Nang ganong kataas. Pwede mag-spike yung price, pero hindi ganong kataas kasi nabawasan yung market mo, yung merkado eh. Can you make an analysis
Yes, Your Honor.
and
We'll
submit
do.
to the committee kasi mahirap magkwenta mentally eh.
Yes, Your
Di ba?
Honor. Well, offhand, Your Honor, maybe the demand reduction, the supply reduction is more effective than the demand reduction. So that's why the price of the shabu has gone up. But we will make a study, Your Honor, and we'll
Yeah,
present it.
based on study. Tapos teka, na-redefine nyo na ba yung affectation, yung barangay affectation? Kasi I understand, kaya 94% o 93% sa Metro Manila ng mga barangays affected. Kasi isang user lang sa isang barangay, drug affected na. And I suggested, no, in one of our meetings, i-redefine ninyo. Otherwise, hindi kayo aalis ng 100% drug affectation. Maybe, magkano kayo ng threshold? Yung talagang, pag affected yung barangay, hindi yung affected isang tao, buong barangay affected na. Hindi ba? Ano ba yung, ano nyo dyan? How would you redefine?
Yes, Your Honor. We now define the affected barangays into three categories, and these are the seriously affected, and then moderately affected, and slightly affected. And then on the seriously affected, it will mean that there is a presence of at least one clandestine drug laboratory or marijuana plantation in the community. Reported presence of more than 20% of the barangay's total population are drug personalities. Yes, Your Honor. And then for a moderately affected barangay, it will mean that there are 2% or 20% of the barangay's total population are drug personalities, meaning users, pushers, or financiers. And then slightly affected, it will mean that less than 2% of the total barangay population are drug personalities, Your Honor.
So, because you have redefined, nabawasan ba yung drug affectation? Ano na ngayon ang statistics ninyo? How many barangays out of the 42,036 barangays all over the country, ilan na lang o how many percent na lang ang drug affected based on your redefinition of drug affectation?
There is an ongoing survey again, Your Honor, based on this new definition of drug affectation, Your Honor, and we will also submit our report
Okay.
as soon as it is obtained, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I just have a few questions to Colonel, to General La Peñas. Let me cut to the chase here. Dumami ang drugs. Bakit hindi natin nasawatayan dati? Ngayon, sumobra na tayo, we have to resort to certain things. How do we prevent that from happening? Would you say, or I'll ask one question muna. Would you say, Chief Superintendent, we're winning in Manila? In your jurisdiction?
Sir, I would say in the
In
tactical
spite of
level,
your
yes, sir.
position?
Yes, sir. At the tactical level, at the street level, I believe we are, sir. I can firmly stand on the record of the Manila Police on this.
You're winning.
Yes, Your Honor.
When are you gonna defeat it?
As long as we'll be able to clear all 92 barangays of drug affectation, sir.
And how will you be able to
Total
clear it
victory.
if the source of the drugs, as Senator Lacson was asking, the supply keeps on coming?
So, still with our relentless anti-criminality campaign, Your Honor.
So you're just fighting fires.
And in cooperation with other agencies.
Let me ask, and I've asked you this before. At an earlier proceeding and a separate hearing, saan galing ang drugs?
Mainly from China, Your Honor.
China.
I heard somewhere North Korea. Ano ba yan? Totoo ba yan?
Well, there was a mention of North Korea by JB Sebastian during the congressional hearing, Your Honor. Yeah, but as far as our record is concerned, we did not have that information.
Do you think the government is doing enough to stop the flow of drugs from China?
I would say yes, Your Honor.
No, don't worry about President Duterte.
We are.
Because I know that meron siyang laro with China. What I want to know is what we can do to stem the tide of entree of drugs into the Philippines from China.
Yes, Honor. We have been talking with our counterpart with the Chinese government, Your Honor, and on the international cooperation side aspect of it.
That is one aspect. Kinakausap natin. I even sent a note verbal. Sinabi ko sa DFA, nagpadala ng note verbal ang China. Pumapasok pa ba hanggang ngayon? Yes.
Well, point of reference, Your Honor, I cannot say that we have we have shabu or precursors that have entered since this time that we have started to.
All right, let me qualify. Ilan ang shabu, ilan ang other drugs? 90% ba shabu?
Yes, Your Honor. That's
Are you
yes, Your
sure?
Honor. Yeah, that's the drug
Ano
of choice.
ano
Your
susunod
Honor.
sa shabu?
It's marijuana, Your Honor.
Marijuana. Ilan ang marijuana? Of the 100%, 90% common shabu, ilan ang marijuana? The other day, go ahead.
We'll just look into our records, Your Honor.
See, while you're looking at your records, I know you can do two things at the same time.
Yes, Your Honor.
The other day, pumasok isang Chinese, Brazilian ba isa? Ang galing sa Brazil? Tatlo ang nahuli ninyo. Nagpapasok ng cocaine at saka ecstasy ba yan?
Yes, Your Honor. That's
Anong
one,
nationality po yun?
To Chinese, Hong Kong, Your Honor.
From Hong Kong.
Yes, Your Honor. And Russian.
Isa Russian, tama,
Yes,
Russian,
Russian,
tama,
Your Honor.
Russian at saka dalawang
Hong Kong.
Hong Kong Chinese.
Yes, Your Honor.
So sa Makatwid, tuloy-tuloy pa yung pasok ng drugs hanggang ngayon.
Yes, Your Honor. These are the true couriers, but not the bulk.
Maybe I've done a poor job at it, but I was asking the good chief superintendent a while ago. I talked about the economic situation in these areas. Mahihirap, ano? And then the other one, so economics should be solved by you think, chief superintendent, if people had jobs, they would still resort to drugs?
I understand that's also one of the issues that we need to...
No, answer my question.
Yes,
or
yes,
no?
Your Honor. Yes, I understand if they are...
I'm not quite sure because in America, mas marami nagda-drugs, mga mayayaman.
Yes, Your Honor. Because most of the arrests we have made, they claim that they're into drug trafficking because they cannot support or sustain...
That's correct. But so, kung may trabaho yung mga tao doon, I'm looking at the solutions in the long run because it started like this because walang trabaho. Ngayon, sumobra na, hindi nyo masawata dati, hindi masawata ng mga magulang. Sumobra na ngayon, nagpapatayan na tayo, and we don't want to go there. If we don't stop the drugs in China, tutuloy pa rin yan, and we cannot just be forever killing and killing and killing, correct? Is killing sustainable, Chief Superintendent?
Your Honor.
No.
It has to
What
stop
are your
at one point.
solutions?
At present, we'll be able to implement a comprehensive anti-drug...
Stop the drugs coming in.
not just enforcement, but also other...
I worry, and this is my next question.
Yes.
And this is all planned, no, na meron tayong nahuling factory na ginagawa. Inausap pa yung governor ng Pampanga. Paano nakapasok yun? Ganyan ganon. Ang laki-laki ng pabrika. 100 kilos a day ba yan? Director General?
Yes, Your Honor. Per production cycle, it can produce 100.
Pero hindi pa sila nakapagsimula, di ba?
Not yet, Your Honor. But
Pero-
it's ready. It's just waiting for the precursor.
Sa madaling sabi, ang China, pumapasok dito, nagdadala sila, ang nasa Chinese-sponsored, mga karamihan nila, nagpapasok silang ganyan. Paano nakakalusot yan? Because kung nakalusot yan, ganyan rin ang nangyari, bago nangyari itong malalang problema natin, na pabaya tayo. Pabaya tayo eh. Pasok ng pasok. Una, konti, uy, maganda magpasok dito. Ha? Maluwag sila sa kanilang airport. Oh, pumasok na tayo ng pabrika ngayon. Lumala na nga ng lumala. So, kaya popular yung position ng presidente na kahit na hindi siya nagpapatay, siguro hindi naman siya nagpapatay, no? Nasabi nga, bawasan yung ingay. Popular sa tao na napapatay yung mga drugs. Ang kinakatakot ko, baka pati mga bata, pati mga kwan, sabihin, lahat ng solusyon, patay. We don't want that. So, paano natin titigilin ang drugs sa ekonomiya? Pwede tayong lumaban dyan ng konti. Magre-rehabilitate ka, kaya napapasok pa rin ang drugs, sabay will be in the business of rehabilitation na lang forever. So you have to stop the flow of drugs from these countries. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you have to tighten our doors, our airports.
Border
Do you have
control.
faith in our airports? Saan galing mainly? Sa Manila International Airport ba?
Well, we have We have several ports, Your Honors, which has to be checked, should be...
Sa inyong experience po, historically, saan po pumapasok ang drugs? Manila International Airports, sa Clark, sa Subic, sa Cebu, saan po? Yun muna ang patayin natin, yung gripo.
Yes.
Tulungan ko kayo sa mga barko.
Yes, Your Honor.
Nakasakay sa barko, nakalagay sa cellophane na malaki, lalagay doon, hihilahin, tapos bababa, kukunin ng mga fishermen, correct? Ilan ang percentage doon?
That's one modus, Your Honor. But the bulk shipment comes in through our seaports, Your Honor, and the precursors, chemicals, and then the smaller quantities are through the seaports. And of course, we have a very long coastline, and they can just what they do is what you are saying, Your Honor.
When you say precursors, yung ingredients
Yes, Your Honor.
to make the shabu.
Yes, Your
So
Honor.
talaga nagluluto dito sa bahay natin.
Yes, Your Honor.
E di harapin natin yung kitchen para matigil yung pagluluto.
Yes, Your Honor. That's what we are doing.
Eh nakahuli kayo. Ang tanong ko sa inyo ngayon, ito talaga original question dyan eh. Nahuli niyo yung malaki.
And several others, Your Honor.
Several others. Very good. Sino may-ari nun?
Well,
Sa Arayat. Sino may-ari? Arayat ba yun?
mostly...
No, sagutin niyo muna po ako.
Yeah.
Arayat.
Yes, Your Honor.
Identify na ba ninyo?
Yes, Your Honor. We
Sino
are-
po?
Mr. Chua. One Mr. Chua. basta
Chinese
identified.
national.
Chinese, yes, Your Honor.
Nasaan po yun?
He's under custody.
Oo, nahuli.
Nahuli yung isa, Your Honor. There were 5 Chinese then. 4 nakawala. And then may isang nahuli, Your Honor.
Aba, hindi alam ng publiko yan. Paano nakawala yung iba?
Nung pa-approach kasi yung team, inspecting team, Your Honor, nagtakbuhan na sila, and then we were...
Pero dapat mabilis kayo kay Joseph Chua. Kung nahuli si Joseph Chua, sino yung kasama mo? Dapat naka-alarma na yan doon sa airport, di ba? Lalabas
Mr.
ito mga ito.
Yes.
Hindi kayo gumamit ng megaphone. Kasi nakatakbo yung 4 eh. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, you know, we've been badgering you with all these questions, ano? And Senator Pacquiao has not asked his questions yet. Senator De Lima has barely asked her questions. But, you know,
Hindi ko sila. Wala
ang
ko sila.
nakakalimutan natin dito,
Ha?
Mr. Chairman, I think the police and the PDEA and the entire law enforcement sector deserves our commendations, ano, congratulations. Kasi dami talaga na nahuli. Ang tanong ko lang, which will lead me to my next question, bakit napaka-noticeable yung spike ng killings? No? Since the time that we embarked in parang full court press tayo sa illegal drugs, di ba? Bakit there's a sudden spike in the killings, whether they are involved in legitimate police operations or DUIs? Do you have an explanation? Bakit ganon?
My observation, Your Honor, is, well, we have intensified these operations against illegal drugs. And, well, 50% of those were killed because of the...
They're eliminating each other.
Yeah, because because they have firearms with them, Your Honor. Of course, the police officers have to take action to defend themselves or the other people. That's one, Your Honor. And then the other one is what we call now as death under investigation. If you compare this number, Your Honor, and you compare the same those who were killed during the previous administration, it's practically the same, Your Honor.
Na-highlight lang. What you're telling us
Na-highlight
is naka-highlight lang. Si Presidente mismo yung hands-on.
Yes, Your
na
Honor. Naka-highlight lang. And then, but if you
Ano
will,
ibig sabihin? Mas marami
if you will
namamatay
get
na
the
nakaraan?
statistics,
Hindi, pareho lang daw.
if you will get the statistics, Your Honor, previous to this administration, there were also numbers of killings unidentified.
No, DUI. Pero sa police operations, anong comparison? Halos pareho rin? Killed in police operations.
There are more operations now,
Now.
Your Honor, intensified.
Hindi naman dahil you're under tremendous pressure to produce results and you're under tremendous pressure to report kills. Hindi naman.
Hindi naman, Your Honor. Well, in my case, Your Honor,
No,
I
PNP.
understand.
I'm referring to the PNP. Wala bang pressure na wala ka man lang napapatay sa area mo, marirelieve ka dyan next week? Wala namang ganon. O ka?
None,
Wala
Your
kang instruction na ganon kay Jigs? Na pag wala napatay na 200,
I know you belong to the police department, to the police PNP, but can you share who is Jig and who is Oka?
None, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman, may I recognize?
As a Jew. Sige, baka umakalas si Senator De Lima kay Senator Pacquiao, magtatanong sa inyo sa death penalty. I think you're all qualified to have an opinion here. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gusto ko lang pong malaman kung unang-una relating dito sa drugs. Kung ilan na po yung mga since na umupo si may record po ba tayo since na umupo si President Duterte nung July 1 hanggang sa kasalukuyan, ilan na po yung nahuli natin na mga patawag natin drug traffickers o drug pushers na hindi mga Filipino citizen? May record po ba kayo doon? Gusto po natin malaman
Yes, Your Honor. We have this record, Your Honor, for the year 2016. We have a total of 61.
ano yun, start ng July 1st?
That is for the since January, Your Honor. Since
Since
June
January.
30, we have 29 foreigners, foreign nationals, Your Honor.
29.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ilan ang nakasuhan dyan? Lahat yan.
Lahat ito, Your Honor.
Nakasuhan lahat yan.
Yes,
Nasa
Your
kulungan lahat yan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, pero wala pa silang wala pang hindi pa na-desisyonan sila kung anong sentensya nila na hindi pa na ano,
Not yet, Your Honor.
hindi pa natapos. So gusto kong malaman ito. Since nung nung July 2016, July 1 hanggang sa kasalukuyan, ilang foreigners ang nahuli ninyo na nagdala ng droga dito sa ating bansa? O dito sa loob ng ating bansa? Ilan ang nahuli ninyo?
Yung iba dyan, iba mga sa clandestine. Your Honor, we need to check to segregate those who were caught bringing in and those who those who
Excuse
were
me,
caught
Director General, can you
clandestine.
come to the microphone a little closer?
Ilapit mo yung pag-ilapit lang po sa microphone.
Lapit nyo lang ho yung microphone sa harap niya.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, if we would like to request permission to have time to segregate these foreign nationals because we have two categories. Those who
wala kang record niyan?
we have record, Your Honor, pero I don't have it with me right now. But it
Ilan
is
ho ang
a
ballpark
mix.
figure?
It's 29, Your Honor, since July. 29 foreign nationals.
Since January, but I'm asking Mr. Chairman, sa July
July.
1st hanggang sa kasalukuyan, kung ilan na yung ilan nang nahuling mga foreigners?
Yes, that's 29, Your Honor.
Since I mean now
July.
July 1?
Yes, Your Honor.
O July 1?
29.
29.
29.
Pero, excuse me, 29 from July to the present.
Yes, Your Honor.
I think what we both want to know, Senator Pacquiao and I, is ano ang karakter ng mga nagpapasok ng droga dito at napapatay nyo mga foreigner o nahuhuli nyo mga foreigner at saka ng local? Ano ang percentage?
Well, we have...
I want to know kung
Yes, Your Honor.
gaano katindi ang foreign element dito.
Well, most of these foreign nationals were caught alive, Your Honor, except one. Yung kay Miko Tan, who who was killed in a shootout in Valenzuela. And these foreigners
That is from July. July lang yan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Pero sa kabuuan, sa inyong experience, sa record ng PIDEA, gaano kalaki ho ang pasok ng foreign element dito? Sapagkat sa ibang bansa, ang pampunto namin ni Senator Pacquiao, pag pumasok ka, nahulihan ka ng ilang gramo sa airport, bitay ka.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ilan ho ang pumapasok dito? Tama ba yun, Senator Pacquiao?
Well,
Sa tingin nyo, ilan ang influensya ng foreign sa pagpasok ng droga? China galing, pero meron ba bang iba? Nigerians?
Yes, Your Honor. We have Nigerians. We have also Koreans, Americans also, Your Honor. But most of them are
Chinese.
These are those who were caught in the Shabu laboratories, Your Honor.
So, ilan ang Chinese ho? Mga 90%?
65%, Your Honor.
65% na nahuli nagpapasok at nagluluto, Chinese.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ilan ho ang nakakulong na Chinese doon sa droga? Para malaman ho lang namin. Tatapos na ako pagtapos yan.
Well, all of these are in custody, Your Honor.
Hindi lang nga ho yan.
Yan pala eh.
208.
Your Honor.
208.
Chinese.
Thank you.
That is from, although that's from...
Drugs na po ba yan? Drugs na yun? Kasama yung mga ingredients na hindi pa gagawin pa lang ng drugs. Illegal drugs.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kasama na yung mga ingredients na minsan nahuli ninyo
Yes, Your
sa
Honor.
paggawa ng drugs.
Yes, Your Honor. May I, it is a total of 436 Chinese, Your Honor. And then from 2001 to the present, Your Honor, we have that number.
So, dinatanong ko po itong katanungan na ito kasi gusto ko pong malaman. I know you're not aware of it yung about sa death penalty ngayon kasi hindi kayo nabigyan ng kopya. Pero I believe na and I know na alam nyo naman siguro yung magiging stand nyo, yung opinion ninyo kung ano sa tingin ninyo. Kasi itong mga ito kahit na matindi ang kampanya natin sa illegal na droga, ang dami pa ring mga foreigners, no? Mga foreigners na pumapasok dito sa ating bansa na walang takot at nagdadala ng kilo-kilong mga droga. Which is bago lang yan, yung galing sa Brazil ba 'yon? Galing sa Brazil na cocaine. Nakita nyo kung anong wala silang takot kasi wala tayong tinatawag na batas na may pangil. Kung ibig kong sabihin, I'm just explaining this because I just want to ask you about your stand about this proposed bill about restoring the death penalty in our country. Kung ano po bang PDEA or NBI can answer this or PNP, ano pong ang stand ninyo sa pag-restore ng death penalty dito sa ating bansa?
Yes, Your Honor. I strongly support your proposed bill on the death penalty, Your Honor. One point is the other countries where Filipinos are being apprehended for illegal drugs, they are executed because of they have death penalty. I think if on a reciprocity basis, then we should have that also. And
I believe that because even our government, our president strongly pushed to this operation against illegal drugs, but still there's a lot of foreigners coming in bringing drugs. So we need to have I think a law that can comprehend or can stop them to bring illegal drugs in our country. Lalo itong mga karamihan na babalitaan natin sa China nang gagaling yung mga droga. So ayaw kong isipin na na parang kung sa Bisaya pa murag nakamino sila sa tuwa ba? Murag nakamino sila sa tong bansa ba? Parang kung sa Tagalog pa parang naka-underestimate sa atin ba? Ina-underestimate tayo ba? Minamaliit lang tayo. Parang ganon. Na kahit na ang campaign natin sa illegal drugs talagang massive, pero ginagawa pa rin nila, parang wala silang respeto sa ating batas. Ngayon, kung siguro, kaya naman maraming mga Pilipino na nadamay dahil ginagamit din nila yung mga Pilipino, mga kapwa natin Pilipino, dahil pag nadala na nila ang droga dito. Siguro kung walang mga foreigners na magdadala ng droga dito, I'm sure ang ating mga kababayan maisip talaga nila at magkakaroon ng pagdadalawang isip na gumawa ng karumal-dumal, katulad nga sa batas natin na death penalty shall not be imposed unless for compelling reason involving heinous crimes. So this illegal drugs considered as heinous crimes at maraming buhay ang pwedeng masira dito sa ipinagbabawal na gamot. So I'm sure tinanong ko kayo sa posisyon ninyo sa death penalty para i-restore ang death penalty dito sa ating bansa. Gusto ko lang malaman kung anong reaksyon ng NBI and PNP, ang reaksyon nila for this bill. Yung posisyon ninyo, posisyon.
May buntag, Senator Pacquiao, sir. Sinabi ko na kanina na hindi pa kami ready kasi wala kaming advice eh. Pero ngayon, dahil tinatanong niyo ako, yung personal ko na posisyon ito. Personally, ayaw ko sa death penalty. Ayaw ko may papatayin. Except those involved in crimes involving heinous crimes. Yung sinasabi niyo, sir, na yung krimen na kasuklam-suklam na krimen. Just crimes yung
I just want to explain to you, I'm a Christian. Okay? Okay, I'm a Christian, and before I'm pro-life, I'm strongly opposed the death penalty in our country because I believe that death penalty is not parang hindi makatarungan, no? Hindi siya makatarungan at walang pero when I read the Bible, read the Constitution, sa Constitution natin never na inalis ang death penalty. Death penalty was never abolished in our Constitution. And also, siyempre, sa paniniwala ko sa Panginoon, sa paniniwala natin sa Panginoon, binasa ko ang Bible. The Bible says, even the Old Testament, you can see death penalty there. In the New Testament, it also said that whoever rebel against the authority, rebelling against what God instituted. So if you are if you don't want to be punished by the authority using the sword, then gumawa ka ng mabuti. So yun yung ko sa New Testament, although the death penalty does not denounce but assume the right of the nation to use it. And we are talking about the law of the nation. We are not talking individually. If we are talking individually, death penalty is not allowed because we cannot judge our neighbor, our brothers and sisters. That's what I believe. But we are talking about the law of the land, which is the authority. And the Bible says, whoever rebelling against the authority is rebelling what God has instituted. So that's my stand. That's why I'm explaining this restoring the death penalty in our country because this is reasonable. This is can help to solve this problem against illegal drugs, and that's what I believe. I hope you will review and read the bill, and next hearing you can make your comment position. Ngayon kasi pag-aralan mo pa, sabi mo pag-aralan mo pa. And may I know
With
the
the
PNP
permission of
also.
Senator Pacquiao, NBI Director, totoo namang ang bill ni Senator Pacquiao para lang talaga sa heinous crimes. We will not impose death penalty pagka ordinary crimes. So does it mean that your position is in support of the death penalty bill to be reimposed, or the death penalty to be reimposed on heinous crimes, but not on lesser or less heinous crimes?
I was speaking, sir, of for heinous crimes.
Hindi naman tayo mag-i-impose ng death penalty sa hindi heinous crimes eh. Yun naman ang features ng bill ni Senator
Itong
Pacquiao.
bill na ito is for heinous crimes lang. Especially yung drugs. Ito, drugs lang ito. Yung itong Senate Bill 185, ito lang ay sa drugs, mga drug traffickers, drug posers, mga financiers, cuddlers, yan po ang ano ng bill na ito, at mabasa niyo pa, bibigyan kayo ng copy ng committee para ma-review niyo para sa next hearing, pati yung PNP mabigyan din natin. Mr. Chairman,
Senator Pacquiao, sir.
can we request
We
to
will
give them
submit
a
our
copy
position
for this bill? We can give a copy for them for this bill.
The chair requests and directs the COMSEC to provide a copy of the bill of Senator Pacquiao. By the way, Senator Soto also authored a bill on the death penalty as well as others. I'm trying to research it right now. The reason why we put this up, the bill of Senator Pacquiao, was because I thought it was related really to extrajudicial killing. That if there was an alternative para hindi natutukso tayo na makamatay ng tao, let the state do it by way of restoring the death penalty for drugs.
Yes,
And that's why I agreed at the request of Senator Pacquiao last night to bring it in, because I thought that was germane to the issue of extrajudicial killing. Although, again, I emphasize, I'm not for the death penalty. But it might work, just might work. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we're not also helping the surrenderes, ditong mga sumuko sa illegal drugs na ito, mga sumuko sila. We're not also helping them, but also ang paglalagay, pag-restore natin ng death penalty, also ito yun ang isa rin sa mga paraan natin na hindi lang tayo tumutulong din sa mga nasumuko, at maglagay pa tayo ng pangil para kumbaga nung mga bata pa kami, alam nyo si Mami Day, gusto ko lang ikwento kung paano kami dinidisiplina ni Mami Day, Mr. Chairman. Gusto kong example sa kanila. Kasi kami mga lalaki, kami mga kapatid matitigas ang ulo namin. So ganito yan lagi ang mama ko, pag hindi mo sinunod yung utos ng si Mami Day, pag hindi mo inutos, palo ka kaagad yung mami ko. Okay? Tapos sabi ng mami ko, ito ang patakaran ko, ito wag niyong gawin, at nandito na kayo na alas 5 ng hapon, nandito na kayo sa bahay, ganito. Ito ang pamalo, ilalagay ko rito. Pagtingin ko sa pamalo, malaki-laki yun. Pagtingin ko sa pamalo, malaki-laki yan. Uwi na kaagad, wala pang tinitingnan ko palagi yung oras na kailang alas 5, 5 o'clock in the afternoon, nandoon na ako sa bahay dahil malaki yung pamalo, ang sakit-sakit nun, mapalo ako. O kung maliit lang, okay lang sana, pero malaki yung pamalo So parang death penalty din, while we helping them, yung mga sumuko, nag-restore them, we putting a rehabilitation center. Ito yung kailangan may pamalo din na ipapakita nila. Ito, we have a death penalty in this nation for drug traffickers, drug cuddlers, pusers. So magkakaroon ng it's a big example sa buhay ko, Mr. Chairman. But anyway, I'm just explaining the reason why I'm restoring
Konti na lang,
the
malapit
penalty
na
in our
ako
country.
makumbinsi sa death penalty.
Okay. That's all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. As usual, Senator Pacquiao really brings in homespun with the deliberations. Street smart talaga and full of common sense. And really, I wanted to follow up doon sa bahay na nahuli natin ng malaki. Nawala na si Director General Lapeñas. Ano para ba? Sige. Yun ho bang, meron na ho ba kayong investigation report na nakompleto doon sa bahay na yon na malaki na? Pag pinakita nyo, ang laki-laki talaga eh. Paano nakakalusot yan? Paano hindi? Wala ba tayong ibang iniimbestiga na involved dyan?
Your Honor,
Yes, ma'am. We just state your name, please, and
I'm Attorney Roslyn Borja, Your Honor, of the Philippine...
Attorney?
Roslyn Borja, Your Honor, of the Philippine...
Ma'am, would you please stand up for a while so that we could have you raise your arms gently and...
I have already taken my oath, Your Honor, during the first day of the...
I was not the chairman at that time, so I beg your pardon. Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
The Clan Lab in Arayat, Pampanga, Your Honor, was actually an operation of PNP Regional Office 3, Your Honor, and they were the ones who conducted the investigation, Your Honor. And
Pero
also,
wala tayong nahuli doon na mas malaki pa o yung mga pumayag. Paano wala ba nakakaalam? Hindi ba alam ng district engineer? Hindi ba kumukuha ng building permit yan?
yes, Your Honor, it was...
Kumukuha ng business permit?
There was no permit, Your Honor. There was also no building permit. It was only found out, Your Honor, when the mayor, Your Honor, requested the Bureau of Fire Protection to conduct inspection on all buildings in Arayat, Your Honor.
Ay yung pong may-ari ng lupa, kaninong lupa ho yun?
That was not identified, Your Honor.
How can we not...
Because it's
It's
very
impossible. How
far.
can we not identify? Laki-laki oh.
Initially, Your Honor, there was a request for building permit for piggery. That's what I learned, Your Honor.
Well,
For a piggery business.
kahit na, hindi ba, ini-inspection pa rin niya?
Yes, Your Honor.
May health
then
inspection, may fire inspection, business permit, building permit,
But after
environmental
yes,
permit, lalo
yes,
na
Your Honor.
piggery.
Yes, but after their filing of application for the for the business permit, Your Honor.
Now, even prescinding from the permit,
the-
after you caught them, I just want to know kung may follow through. Because si Manny Pacquiao, pag nakatama yan, hindi makakatama sa isang suntok, bihira lang, natsambahan lang siya nung si Marquez nung araw eh. Marquez ba yan? Yung damuhong yun, no? But, pero usually si Manny, pag nagpatulog yan, kombinasyon yan. Di ba, Manny? Jab, straight, left hook, uppercut, tulog. Kailan tapusin nyo yung buo para mahuli natin?
We will just request reports from the PNP, Your Honor.
We will still have to request? Is there no case?
It's in the PNP operation, Your Honor. PNP Region 3.
May we ask whoever is representing General De La Rosa? Is it sino ba nagre-represent sa PNP?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
We don't have the records of the investigation of the said operations, but we will submit the report as soon as possible, Mr.
We would like that very much as soon as possible because to my mind, ganyan kalaki, malaki sindikatong involved dyan. Paano na ipasok yung equipment? In-import ba yun? Dapat alam natin kung saan pumasok yung equipment na yan, no? Is there any further investigation? Ganda na ng latag nyo rito. Impressed na kami. Impressed na si Senator Lacson. Ako malapit na ma-impress. Can we have a total report here? Because it's all thoroughly connected with what we're trying to do here. Especially for the committee of Senator Lacson na dapat malaman ano ang total report nito, sino involved, sino nagpasok ng equipment, kaninong truck ang didala dyan, sino ang mga karpintero ang ginamit dyan. I'm sure when you conduct an investigation, malalaman natin lahat yan. Hindi ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We'll submit the report as soon as possible, Mr. Chair.
Yes, okay, thank you. May we also get a recommendation from you on what else this committee can do by way of, I think I know what to do in terms of China, in terms of getting the Foreign Office as well as law enforcement authorities to really show us a robust intervention para matigil yan, no? But also we need the Coast Guard to really tighten up. We're getting more ships, I understand, on how these goods are coming in. All this is connected to the fact that kung mamamaga yan, dadami na naman yung sinasabing patayan na yan, no? So, yun ang gusto natin malaman. By the way, I'd like to thank the Chief Superintendent. Can you please just give us the records? And I commend you for your very upright, very commanding, very direct answers to the question. You might want to teach the IAS representative to talk like you. All right, can we have, let's go take a look at the rest of the charts. Quickly please, yung record naman do sa DUI. Hindi, ito indicative lang ito because ang real record, by the way, General, can you give us a copy of the report ng police ngayon sa lahat ng police operations saka sa DUIs? Because I cannot get a copy of that for some reason. All right? And the disposition with IAS. I wanted to finish this today, but even if we can finish this today, I will still need that to fulfill, to create a whole report to show that we need to speed up on IAS. Before I call the police officers, let me ask IAS sandali, no? You think it is possible for you to finish the report? Let's say nagbarilan yung police. Alright? Yung police nakabaril ng tao. Makakuha naman nyo yung report kung walang baril. Siyempre, indicative yun na hindi makakalaban yung tao. Violation yun, di ba? Di ba, ate?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, hindi mo ko tinitingnan eh. So, pag sinabi mong ganon, right away, in 3 days, you can say, violation of rules of engagement. Pwede ba yan?
No, Your Honor, because we are bound by the rules under MC 2016-002, where we have to comply with due process, Your Honor.
Luma na yan, gas-gas na yan, gas-gas
Your Honor,
na.
but we have to comply with due process, but eventually, if the case will push through with the
Yes,
kind
I'm
of
a lawyer
system...
like you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Alright, I'm a lawyer like you.
We will
alright?
be dismissed on the technical
No.
rules, Your Honor.
All I'm saying is, this, you report niya administratively, but nadidismiss nyo kaagad pagka nakita nyo may baril, lumaban. Madali yan, dismiss kaagad yan, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yung may lumaban, o kaya nakita nyo walang baril yung kabila, hindi kayo makapag-report kaagad in 36 hours, even 24 hours or 48 hours?
Your Honor, we have to file cases against them, and
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about removing a policeman who has not done his job, suspending him, getting his firearm, pending the rest of the investigation.
It is within the authority of the Chief PNP, Your Honor, with
see?
respect to the relief. What
so
we can
much
do
more
is
rules.
only recommendation.
Don't dictate to me the rules. I know it too, you know.
Yes,
I'm just asking you a simple question. All right?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm asking you a simple question. Is it possible? I premise it. Di ba pwede that within 36 hours, 3 days, or 7 days, sasabihin nyo, this policeman to the public has been dismissed, or not dismissed, suspended, pending further investigation. He is confined to quarters like internal affairs is supposed to do. Di ba yun ang trabaho?
Yes, Your Honor.
General, do you have an answer for that?
Your Honor, that will not be under the authority of the IAS, Your Honor. That will be the authority of the superior officer of the commanding officer to immediately relieve the concerned PNP
I just want to make sure that the relieving authority
Yes.
has the evidence, at least prima facie evidence to show that a crime has been committed.
Yes.
And IAS is the one who is investigating.
Yes, Your Honor.
IAS will investigate ultimately to remove a bad cop, right?
Yes.
Ultimately,
Yes, Your
correct?
Honor.
But
Yes,
for
Your
the
Honor.
relief, immediate
He has
relief,
the
Your Honor.
authority to suspend the bad cop,
Yes.
ultimately.
With respect to the suspension, we recommend for the suspension, Your Honor.
IAS is a way upon which we can gauge the performance of police forces to defend the public correctly, to handle the public correctly. That is what it's all about. To whether the policemen are not going beyond the pale. That helps the police, that helps the public. But from my standpoint, from the standpoint of the whole world, again, I will reiterate this. Sinasabi sa atin, there is no rule of law in the country. The very fact that we're having hearings here, extended hearings, policemen are here answering questions that could be embarrassing, could be difficult, being confronted by evidence here, shows that there is a rule of law. Kaya, let no Filipino say, there is no rule of law. Mabagal kuminsan ang batas. And that's what we're trying to find out. Paano natin bibilisan, mawawala yung agam-agam na binabiolate ng tao, yung karapatang pantao. Yun ang pakay natin dito. Hindi para sabihin na kayo ay masasamang tao. Kaya sabi lang namin, tinatanong ko sa iyo, and do not, sometimes it's an attitude problem, It's simple. I created plebs. He can be dismissed by plebs, he can be suspended by plebs. That's one of our recommendations. I'm asking from the standpoint of IAS. Di ba masama kaagad sasabihin ng spokesman ng police, right now, today, we investigated the killing and this policeman has been suspended because he did not follow the rules of engagement. Or he violated all the rules, the Miranda Doctrine, violating all training, violating constitutional procedures. Yun ang sinasabi ko. Magpagwapo naman kayo na nakikita nyo, maayos ang trabaho ninyo. I'm not going to be a spokesman for the police force. I'm trying here to find out what's going on. So, that is possible. Would you cry foul if we say, IAS has 3 days, or the police chief or the commander has 3 days upon which to suspend right away, based on what happened on an altercation, 3 days suspension, err on the side of justice. General?
Yes, those people involved can be immediately relieved from their post and
That's
be
correct.
placed on preventive
And
custody.
we
sir.
add, it must be announced to the public.
Just like what we did in Pasay and the two
That's
cases
correct.
in Pasay, sir.
I commended, the committee commended, and I was very happy about the presentation of your chief superintendent here. And that's precisely what the public wants to be assured of.
Yes,
They want to be assured that there's an attempt, there's a cogent effort to get justice done. Masama kung wala. That's why we're very transparent here. Wala akong sinuspend dito. Tuloy-tuloy ang hearing natin. Kaya dapat, ang lalabas sa recommendation namin dito, within 3 days, kung may nagbarilan at nakita na wala sa lugar yung pagbaril, may anunsyo, dismiss yung kaso, suspendido yung police, masama ang ginawa niya, or tanggal siya outright because pinatay niya, walang kalaban-laban, nakaluhod na, sumusuko na, pinatay niya, dismiss. Ganun na sinasabi ko. Ganun ang gusto namin mangyari. Nagpapaalam kami sa inyo, okay ba sa inyo yung 3 days?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Yun lang. Makasimple lang. Maaray ka na, hindi pa tinuturukan. Now, let's go to the, let me just finish this para matapos tayo. Kasi I don't want the police kanina pa yan eh. Hinihintay kita kanina eh. Pero ito lang, no? DUI. Let's go to Bulacan. Is Bulacan here? Please come forward. Sunod-sunod dito, bilisan na natin dahil nagpunta rin lamang kayo dito, sayang ba? Makita naman kayo ng mga pamilya niyo sa television na magaling sumagot katulad ni Chief Superintendent Colonel, magiging Chief Superintendent General. Abogado ba? Kaya pala eh. Thank you. Go ahead.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding?
Okay, sabay na natin. Ang Cebu ba nandito? Yes, please come forward. Para mabilis. You don't have to wait. Baka may nangyayari doon sa bayan ninyo. Go ahead, please.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding? Thank you.
Yes, go ahead. You may sit here in front. Para mas maganda ang labas sa TV. Para hindi magkakamali na ikaw si General Bato. Alright. And we'll call also, para mas mabilis na, Quezon City, General Eliazar, Superintendent Guillermo Eliazar, please come forward. And also, Kalmasan, Caloocan, dito may mga lumalabas sa dyaryo na masasakit na nangyayari dyan, ha? Ronald Lee, Pangasinan, Maggantoy, Darsin, Paspas, right here, please, in front. Will the pages please fix up the chairs so that, ground officers ngayon. Dito na ho kayo, dyan ho kayo. Ayan, sige, para mas marami. Para lalapit na lang kayo sa camera para makikita. Okay, Comsec, please execute the oath. Uy, the late General Hunasan is here. Sir.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly...
We're happy to have Senator Hunasan here. Can lend his expertise to the hearing. Go ahead, please.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding? Take your seat.
Thank you. Let me on record that the officials that have called here from the different departments, from Bulacan, from Cebu, from Pangasinan, and from Bulacan, are in front of us. And I'll add another one para lima na kayo dyan. Caloocan, is he there already? Okay, and Rizal, Adriano Enong. Rizal. Okay, ito pinapakita ko sa inyo. Sige na.
From Rizal.
Double time, please. Mang Enong. Mr. Colonel Enong. Mang Enong tuloy na sabi. First name.
Right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the proceeding?
All right. Thank you. Okay. Before you is just, I'm sure you have your own more accurate. This is just called by the staff from the media, my staff from the media reports. I'm sure katulad ni Colonel, ni General, ni Colonel, mas mataas yun sa inyo dyan. Ano po? Halimbawa po sa Bulacan, pangalawa ko kayo sa pinakamataas. Ano po? Sino ba yan? Superintendent? Police Superintendent Karamat.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Senior Superintendent.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. You have here, ilan doon ang namatay sa inyo sa police operations?
Sir, from July 1 to October 11, a total of 161 drug personalities that were killed in a legitimate encounter, sir.
161 killed police operations.
Yes, sir.
DUI po?
For DUI, a total for the period covered from July 1 to October 11, a total of 172 death under investigation, Your Honor.
Ilan ho? Ilan? Sorry?
172.
172.
Yes, Your Honor.
Opo. Mas mababa ho kami di ama. Kaya ko ho pinapakita sa inyo ito ho, staff ho ng Senado ang gumawa nito. Pero sa inyo, mas mataas. Sa Makatwid, nagsasabi kayo ng totoo. Kayo ang naglalagay niyan eh. Kami, ito lang nakalap po namin, no? Pero makikita nyo, kung kayo ay pangkaraniwan mamamayan, lahat ng kapulisan hanggang sa likod, kung kayo ay pangkaraniwan mamamayan at maraming namamatay, hindi nila malalaman kung sino ang primary responsible officer who could be doing his job or could be in dereliction of duty because hindi niya nasosolve yung mga kaso sa kanyang lugar. Malinaw po ba yan? Fair ho ba yan? Fair. Kumbaga, natalo kagabi ng UP, yung Adamson, nakikita nyo kung sino ang gumawa ng score kagad, ano? Mataas. At sino mababa. Ganyan rin ang gusto kong mangyari. Ang gusto ko mangyari, dapat buwan-buwan may report ang kapulisan sa mga committees ng Senado at ng Kongreso na makikita ngayon kung anong scorecard sa mga namamatay. Life is precious. So kung may mga DUI, malalaman natin kagad kung sino ang gumagawa ng kanilang tungkulin at hindi gumagawa ng tungkulin. It would be fair therefore to say, mukhang hindi ginagawa, General, o isang pulis yung tungkulin niya, wala siyang nasosolve, baka marami na rin namamatay dyan, hindi niya nakokontrol yung mga bata niya. So dapat gagaling ngayon ang pulis. Would that be a natural result of it, Chief Superintendent Karamat?
Yes, Your Honor.
Senior Superintendent, pwede ho yan. You agree? Kayo po, Chief Secretary Noble or Noble,
Yes, sir. I agree po, sir.
you are the top gun, of course, of Cebu.
Yes, sir.
Top gun, nanong na.
Wala na.
And, and the gentleman behind, basically, si Doria ba kayo? Doria o Doria? Doria is from Cebu also?
Cebu City, sir.
Cebu City.
Ako po, sir, ay sa province.
Okay, so we all agree.
Yes, sir.
Pwede yan, no? Pwede. O, tingnan nyo, sa Cebu, nakalagay dito, ilan ang Cebu operations ninyo? Ilan ho?
Sir, sa akin po, sir, sa death under investigation, 52 yung total.
Ilan ho?
52.
52 operations.
Opo, sir. Death.
Then, DUI,
Yun yung pong death under investigation, sir.
sa inyo, 52.
Oh, sir. Sa city.
Ilan ho ang police operations?
Sa police operation, sir, is 53.
53.
I-add po natin yung sa Cebu City, sir, kaya mas mataas po.
Sige ho, sa Cebu ilan? Cebu City, police operations.
For Cebu City, sir, total number of police operations, 595. Total number of arrested...
595.
Total number of police operation po, sir, 595. Total number of arrested person, 927.
Hindi
For
ho,
the
hindi ho. Sandali.
killed during police operation, sir, 18.
18 ang nabatay sa police operations.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm just concentrating on death.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
18.
Death under investigation, sir, 42.
42.
Opo, sir.
52 plus 42.
94 sa DUI, ang buong Cebu, kabuuan ng Cebu.
Yes, sir.
Sa police operations sa Cebu,
52 plus.
18 lang yan, ha?
18 po, sir.
52 plus 18.
That's 70.
52 plus 18. 53 plus 18, 71.
71. So, pagkatuwid dito, mas mababa kayo kaysa sa amin.
Mataas, sir. Kasi 90...
90 kami sa kwan sa police operations, 71 kayo eh.
53 plus... Mababa ako, sir. Mas mababa.
Mababa nga kayo, mas
Sir.
mataas kami. No?
Sa
Pero
DUI naman, sir, 52 ako.
mas mataas kayo.
42, kaya 94. Mas mataas kami, sir.
Needless to say, as I said, one death is one death too many.
Yes, sir.
Yung mga napapatay ninyo, and Senator De Lima, you may ask a question directly if you like, no? And Senator Orasan, sa mga napapatay doon sa police operations, ano ang experience niyo yan? Yung ba, karamihan may baril rin?
Yes, sir. Sa kaso po ng Cebu, sir, karamihan may baril, sir.
That's, let me record that, can you just help us with a little bit because sa mic para makikita?
Yes, sir.
Sabihin nyo lang, Superintendent Noble answering. Sige.
Senior Superintendent Noble answering, sir.
Sa Cebu, ano po?
Sa Cebu, sir, in my case, mas marami po yung namamatay sa yung nare-recover namin na baril, sir.
No, lahat yun may baril.
Hindi naman lahat, sir, pero most o majority merong baril. So, ang nakuha namin, sir, lahat na may baril is 97 firearms. Sa Cebu Province, 89 yung low pistol, 8 yung high-powered, yung mahaba, at 4 na granada.
May grenade.
Yes, sir.
Ano yung high-powered firearms? M16?
Yan yung mga mahaba, sir. M16, M14.
M14?
Oh, sir. So, ito yung mga mamahaba na na-recover namin.
So talaga,
submachine gun.
pag lumaban yun talaga, delikado ang pulis.
Yes, sir, delikado. In fact, sir, nung last week, merong kaming sinearch warrant doon sa may Talisay. So, barilan, sir. As a result, may namatay na 2 doon sa
Pulis
Talisay.
natin?
Hindi, sir, yung kalaban, sir.
Kalaban, no?
Yes, sir. So, yung pulis, sir, sa awa ng Diyos, hindi naman sila nasaktan.
Ilan ako namatay sa mga pulis sa sa Cebu?
Isa po, sir, tapos may wounded na isa.
Wounded na isa.
Yes, sir.
Separate encounters yun.
Kasama din dito sa, sir.
Kasama sa
operations.
encounter.
Yes, sir.
So by and large, I would say, magagaling bumaril ang pulis ng Cebu.
Yes, sir. Magagaling niyo po yun, sir.
Talaga.
Yes, sir.
May kahalong yabang ata yung sagot mo, ah.
Hindi, sir, kahit pumasyal kayo
Sabi
doon,
nga
sir.
ng mga Batanggenyo, hindi bali mawala ang yaman,
sir.
huwag lang mawala ang yabang, ano?
Yes, sir.
Oh, tama.
Kahit pumasyal kayo doon, sir, ipakilala ko sa inyo yung mga warriors ni Lapu-Lapu, sir.
Alam mo ako nagtayo ng Lapu-Lapu Monument, ha?
Yes, sir.
Flattery will get you nowhere.
Yes.
All right. Having said that, so, marami kayo nakakuha ang baril, no?
Yes, sir.
Can you give us the caliber of firearms para alam natin, no? Para, ang gusto ko malaman dito, when you get a firearm, dapat yan naka-record dyan, nasa publiko dapat yan.
Yes, sir.
Dahil
Recorded po
ayaw
naman,
natin
sir.
sasabihin, inuulit. Para hindi kayo masasabihan na you're violating the rights of people.
Yes, sir.
Inuulit nyo lang yung baril, tinatapunan nyo ng baril na nakuha nyo, di ba?
Sa amin, sir, lahat nakasubmit po sa crime lab, sir.
Yeah, pero kung minsan nakakalusot. Kung mo nakasabit na yung drugs, hindi pa sinusunod yung,
Yes,
yung dapat sunugin yung drugs, nakakalusot pa rin, di ba?
Yes, sir.
So, yun ang isa sa mga iniisip natin gawin rin, no? Na
Yes, sir.
dapat lahat na nakukuha ang baril, natapos na yung investigation, sunugin na yung baril para wala na talaga yun. Di ba?
Oh, sir. Sana may...
Unless may law na kung magagamit yung batas, pero mahirap na yun eh. Pagka may ganun, magkakagulo, magkakakuha pa eh. So, sa mga na-encounter nyo, you say legitimate yung encounter.
Yes, sir. All
At
legitimate.
karamihan na napatay, mga drug pusher.
Hindi naman po, sir. Yung latest, sir, is yung mga hitman. Ito yung latest, sir, yung sa Talisay, ito yung mga ginagamit na
Mamamatay tao.
mamamatay tao,
May
sir.
intelligence kayo doon.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sa drugs o mamamatay tao ng politiko?
Actually, sir, kung saan-saan sila nagpapagamit, kung sino yung magbigay sa kanila, yun yung
Okay.
trabaho
Ikaw
nila,
na rin
sir.
nagsabi, Superintendent Noble, ang isang iniingatan natin dito, pag nasanay ang pulis bumabaril,
Yes, sir.
baka gumraduate na maging hitman.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Di ba?
Opo.
I know that has happened.
Yes, sir.
Alright? Nagiging bodyguard o nagiging pumapatay na ng tao, akala niya accepted na siya from accountability.
Yes, sir.
That's why we want to make sure magaling ang pulis because magaling silang bumaril pero magaling silang magpatupad ng batas.
Yes, sir.
Sinusunod nila lahat ng karapatang pantao.
Yes, sir.
Para pag inuhuli niyo yung mga yan, bumabaril ba kagad?
Ano yan, sir? Depende sa sitwasyon eh.
O, bigyan mo kayo sa sitwasyon.
Halimbawa, yung latest, sir, sa Talisay, may search warrant yung mga bata, sir. Tapos, papasok, sir, barangay yun, sir. Pinaputukan na sila agad, sir.
So bumabaril na
Yes, sir,
kagad?
pinaputukan na sila agad. And then, yun na yun, sir. Nagputukan na. Nagapang ng mga bata ko yung lugar, sir, hanggang...
Would you say that is the general rule o exception yan?
Palagay ko sa akin, sir, ito yung nangyayari na may lumalaban talaga, sir, lalo na sa mga drug-related. Ano yan, sir? Paranoid na yung mga yan, eh.
Ano?
Paranoid na.
Paranoid?
Lalo yung mga gumagamit. So, once na nakita niya yung police, parang ano na yan, parang may damdamin na yan na huhulihin siya. So, parang hayop yan na gagamit siya
Parang na corner.
Parang nako-corner, sir. So,
Bakit niya feeling na corner?
yun siguro yung epekto ng drug, sir, sa utak nila.
Ba't ngayon lang nangyayari? Dati naman, hindi ganyan eh. Wala pang anunsyo ng araw eh. Sinasabihan ko nga sa Presidente Duterte, huwag maingay masyado. Yung sinasabing, I will kill you. Dahil pagka sinabi mo yan, lahat, delikado ang pulis lalo. Lalaban na yan sa pulis.
Yes, sir.
Baka mamatay yung mga sigang pulis. O di, nabawasan pa tayo, di ba?
Yes,
You agree with that statement?
Yes, sir. Pero, sir,
Sasabihin
yung
kita kay
ngayon,
President Duterte, ha?
ang nakita ko naman, sir,
Hindi ka
Kung
nakikinig.
lalaban yung pulis, yung mga suspect, lalaban, yung pulis din, high moral din na magpatupad ng batas. Kasi nga, may backing sa PD, may backing sa regional director, may backing sa chief PNP, lalong-lalo na sa presidente. Kaya yung mga puliser, talagang matapang yan. Lalabas
Alam
yung
ko si General De La Rosa, ganyan ang sinasabi ni General De La Rosa. Ngayon lang kami nakakagawa ng pulis presidente na nagbabackup.
Yes, sir. Yun naman talaga totoong
And
nangyayari.
being
sir.
a former mayor, I used to tell the police, bawal mamatay.
Yes, sir.
Pero bawal rin pumatay.
Yes, sir.
So dapat alam nyo.
Yes, sir.
Nung ba nagpulis ka, sinasabi ba sa inyo, meron ba sa inyo inculcation sa inyo, General Colonel Romeo Carranca, na tinuturuan ba kayo na rerespetuhin nyo yung rights ng accused?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, sir. Actually, kasama yan, sir, sa curriculum during our
PNPA days. PMA o PNPA?
PMA year. PMA, Your Honor, sir.
PMA kayo ho?
Yes, Your Honor.
Opo. So, tinuturo sa inyo yung Miranda Doctrine.
Yes, Your Honor.
Nung nagpulis kayo, sinasabi ba sa inyo, galing kayo, national eh. First, I will premise this. Ayoko talaga ng isa lang ang police force. Dapat may national police force. Gusto ko rin may local police force. Dahil pagka nasira yung national police force, total usually yan. But that's not just my opinion. No? I oppose that during the Constitutional Convention. But, just lending you a little bit of my experience, if I may, sinasabi ko sa police, gusto mo pala magpulis sa Olongapo, kilala ba yung barangay captain dito? Kasi galing kayo sa national eh. Alam mo ba ang mga tao dito sa bayan na ito? Ginagawa niyo ba yan? In other words, minamahalaga natin na yung pagsisilbihan nyo ay taong bayan. Nakilala nyo, di ba, na may karapatan lahat, yung mga mahihirap, yung mga mayayaman, gano'n, no? May values na ini-inculcate. Is that taught or is that part of the training?
That's part of our training, Mr. Chairman, sir.
And you can proclaim that throughout the whole world. So when a newspaper from America comes here, or from the EU, and they ask you, oh, what are the rights of the accused? What are your rules of engagement? Kaya nyo sabihin yan.
Yes, Your Honor.
What are the rights of the accused?
For Miranda Doctrine, sir, he has the right to remain silent. He has the right to choose his own counsel. And anything he will say will be used against him in a legal court, sir.
In a legal court, meron bang illegal court?
Proper court, I should say,
Okay, alright,
Mr. Chairman.
And if he cannot afford a counsel,
Well,
he will be provided with counsel, di ba? Yan ba tinuturo nyo sa lahat yan? I'm saying this because gusto ko sa recommendation namin dito, itaas ang antas. Nasasaktan ako dahil pagpapasok ang passport ng Pilipino abroad, ayoko sasabihan siya na magulo kayo sa bayan niya. Wala kayong respeto sa tao eh. Mura ang buhay sa inyong bayan. Ngayon kung lahat ng pulis, tulad nyo, tinanong ko kayo niyan, alam nyo ang rights of the accused, at least in English, sa Tagalog ba, alam nyo? Tiga Bulacan kayo eh. O Bisaya ka?
Pangasinan, si Your Honor.
Pangasinan. So, you should be able to say that sa mga tao, di ba? Yan ang tinuturo nyo sa mga bata ninyo, sa mga pulis. So, siyempre, pagka nakita kayo ng anak ninyo, ang tatay ko, maginoong pulis, hindi pumapatay ng tao unless papatayin siya. Ang tatay ko, pagmamalaki ng bayan, because alam niya ang karapatan ng tao, nirerespeto niya. Tama ba yan? Kaya ba sabihin ng anak niya?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
So your son your daughter can tell you about, can tell everybody about that, right?
I'm sure my son and daughter will be is very proud of me.
And I'm
as a
glad about
policeman.
that because I detect that pride in you. That sense of pride in you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, do you think having 161 people dead in encounters is one too many, or 10 too many, or 100 too many? Life is precious, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Marami.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
on that point, June, itong numero, no? I have to proceed from where the chairman left off, no? Nakalagay dito, deaths under investigation. So, in other words, patay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Patay. But, pwede kang sumagot, Eric, no, June? Ilan ang buhay? Doon sa mga enkwentro natin. Di ba yung deliberately lumaban, pero hindi natin pinatay? I just want to proceed with that point. Dahil, sabi nga ng ating chairman, life, liberty, and property. Of course, sa atin, di ba? Like you said kanina, June, there's something more precious than life. That's honor and reputation. Pero ibang usapin niya, no? Doon muna tayo sa life, liberty, and property. Meron tayong deaths under investigation. Meron ba tayong column na alive pero under investigation? I just want to know, get your sense, no? Mahirap yung trabaho ninyo, no? Ilan ang nabuhay sa mga enkwentro? And you compare this ratio with those who died. Can we generate the data?
Anybody.
Anybody. O walang buhay. Meron. Maraming buhay. Okay. Gusto lang. Okay.
Two are alive in spite of the encounter. Armed encounter between the period of July and October 11.
Mr. Chairman, if I may...
No, proceed. Because I just want... Kailangan sabihin ko yung pangalan. Baka
Sir, out
di
of
ba?
the 595 police operations, we have 927 arrest. Buhay lahat po ito, sir. Filed in court.
Filed in court, pero buhay.
Yes, sir.
Nasaan itong mga buhay na ito?
Sir, nakakulong po lahat, sir.
Nakulong,
Pending
okay.
trial, sir, yes, sir.
Pero pinagamot naman ninyo.
Yes, sir, po, sir.
Okay.
Mas marami, sir. Mas marami.
Hindi, ganito, no? Mr. Chairman, with your permission. Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'll just do, para I can get this off my chest, no? Ganito kasi yan.
Let me just... You don't have to... the only reason I'm asking the question is nobody's raising his hand.
Okay.
If somebody raises their hand, I will recognize you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm so happy that...
Go ahead.
Aside from being late, I hope you're not penalizing me for...
You are our mate, so you're not penalized. I'm just kidding when I say...
Kanina po, Mr. Chairman, I was monitoring the proceedings, no? Over the radio. Nagmamadali nga ako dahil baka i-contempt ako ng ating chairman.
For the record, Senator Onasan is not a member of the committee. If I'm not...
Of the secondary committee.
Of the secondary committee, he's a member. But of the primary committee, he's not a member. But anybody can ask a question.
Okay. Now, let me backtrack a little. Pagsabi ni Presidente, by the way, let me confirm, mataas ang moral ngayon sa kapulisan natin, di ba? Saan ka nakakita ng Commander-in-Chief na sabi niya, huwag nyo lang akong bulahin, sundin nyo yung utos ko. No? Pag binalikan kayo legally or politically, ituro nyo ako. Ako ang magpapakulong para sa inyo. Basta sumunod kayo sa utos ko. No? Alam nyo, John, Eric, gentlemen, I'm sure the chairman is aware of this, no? And I hope Senator Laila is also. During our time, nung panahon namin ni Senator Lacson, I will not mention the administration dahil lalabas yung edad namin. Pag inutos sa amin ng political leadership at yung chain of command namin, hindi kami lumilingon para i-check kung baka ipasubo lang kami nito. Baka nakainom lang ito o baka masama lang ang gising nito. We went straight forward without looking back because we assumed that the orders were legal, moral, constitutional, coming from the political leadership. My question is, ganun pa rin ba kayo ngayon? O ganun na kayo ngayon?
Sa akin, sir.
Yeah, Eric.
Sa akin, sir, pag illegal yun, hindi ko susundin.
Hindi. Eric, no?
Yes, sir.
I'm not asking a condition, for
Yes,
a
sir.
conditional answer. Under the present dispensation,
Yes, sir.
pag inutusan ka, ikaw ba, Eric, baka pasubo lang tayo nito.
Yes,
And
sir.
that translates down
Yes, sir.
to the last SWAT patrolman who will engage in close quarter battle, kick that door wide open, not knowing kung armado yung inaresto ninyo. So I'm just asking, what is the reason for this high moral?
Yun nga, sir, ang pinakamahirap kasi dyan yung makasuhan ka. Tapos, nakasuhan ka, wala kang pambayad sa abogado.
Sumunod ka lang sa utos.
O sir, tapos hearing, ang layo ng assignment mo, saan ka kukuha ng pera? Magpapa-enroll yung anak mo. Titext yung misis mo. Yung ATM mo nandun sa misis. Wala kang pang...
Mr.
Wala
Chairman,
kang... Kaya ano sir parang suicide na yun sa kanila.
Oh.
Natatakot talaga yung pulis sa
break
sa
mo na,
kaso,
Eric,
sir.
ha?
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Chairman, mabuti ho naririnig ninyo ito. Dahil recurring ho ito, kulang ng legal support. Sumunod
Yes, sir.
ka lang sa utos. No?
I'm aware of that.
Tapos may nakakonect doon sa itaas. I'm talking about previous dispensations. No? Sumunod ka lang sa utos, ikaw pa yung may kaso. At pag napuruhan ka, kulang pa yung benefits mo sa pambili ng kabaong.
That is true. That was considered when I was doing plebs. Let me, if I may, lahat ng mga kapulisan dyan, taas ang kamay ng walang kaso sa inyong career in the performance of duty. Taas ang kamay ng walang kaso. Please, lahat kayo dyan sa likod. Wala kayong kaso. How long have you been in office? Sa police?
30 years, sir.
30 years. What is your name po?
Attorney Aurelio C. Trampe Jr., sir.
You're a policeman.
Yes, sir.
And where are you assigned?
Presently, I'm the Director of Crime Lab, sir.
Alright, lahat ng may kaso, taas ang kamay. Lahat na nagkakaso. Eric, wala kang kaso?
Sir, meron sir.
O, meron. So, ibig sabihin, in the performance of duties of the policeman, marami nagkakakaso and let it be a record na wala naman pinoprovide na abogado rin ang gobyerno. And I can really feel what Eric Noble said.
Mr. Chairman, pagsabi
Nag-mayor ako, alam ko yan eh.
Pagsabi ho niyo yung taas yung kamay, kasama ho ba tayong dalawa doon?
Oo. Ako, marami akong kaso. When you do your job, kakasuhan ka eh. That is the nature of the beast in this country. At kung minsan you say, ginagawa ko trabaho ko, kakasuhin ako. Eh kung hindi naman ako gagawa ng trabaho, kakasuhan pa rin ako. Eh di kumuha na lang ako ng pera. That's why we must always be fair. Kaya nga dapat may proteksyon rin ng pulis. Kaya tinatanong ko palagi, dapat merong union yung pulis na magbabayad ng abogado or the government should provide also a lawyer. And perhaps that may be one of our recommendations here also, that there must be a police legal service to provide legal assistance to the police if they did it right. Di ba? So that's one thing that I'm glad that Senator Hornasan pointed out here. And I know because tagal rin ako nag-mayor. Hanggang ngayon, nakakausap ko yung mga police. I'm not just condemning policemen. I know that it's hard. Or soldiers for that matter. Go ahead.
By the way, Eric, June, I did not come from the Philippine National Police. My branch of service is Army.
Yes, sir.
Pero once upon a time, we were also engaged. Now, let me proceed. Now. Let's go first at the top. Pag sabi ni Presidente, I am in favor of restoring the death penalty. How does this translate into operations on the ground? What's my point? Alam mo naman tayo, di ba? I mean, you may or may not answer, di ba? Mahilig tayo sa shortcut. Debate kami ng debate rito about, that's a decision that will be made by Congress. Pero baka naman meron na tayong de facto death penalty on the ground. That's what I am worried about.
Wala naman, sir.
Hindi. What? Can I finish, Eric? Okay. Hindi, di ba? Yan ang concern ko. Dahil ang sinasakripisyo dyan, at kailangan maintindihan din natin yung perspective ng Commission on Human Rights. Yun din siguro ang punto ni Senator De Lima, no? Pag manood ka ng TV, nakita mo nakabulagta, tinatakpan na ng kumot, tapos ang nakalabas lang yung tsinelas. Di ba? Madumi yung paa. Gulagulanit yung katawan. Ang dating kagad is walang kalaban-laban. Tinodas natin. Ang nasakripisyo dyan, yung due process at yung rule of law. That's the last bastion of our democracy. Di ba? Sa Constitution, Article 3. Pag yung Constitution, burahin mo lahat, ang matitira na lang yung Bill of Rights. Protect life, liberty, and property. Now, let me proceed. No? Pag sabi ng Presidente, I am in favor of restoring the death penalty. June, you and Eric answer, or anybody for that matter. How does this translate to operations on the ground?
Sa akin, sir, personal na ano ko, parang wala namang ano yon. Pag sinabi ni Presidente na gusto niyang death penalty, antayin namin yung batas.
Okay.
Di ba, sir? So far, walang batas na may gano'n. So, okay lang. Parang walang effect. So, until such time siguro na lumabas, sir, na may death penalty, kakaroon ng effect.
Okay,
So, meantime, we operate on the level na walang death penalty.
This is not an exam.
Yes, sir.
Don't worry, there's no right or wrong answer. The committee is trying to get inputs para ma-incorporate in aid of legislation. Kaya may proposal sina Senator Lacson, Senator Gordo, na gawing civilian yung IAS. Dahil pag sinabi mo sa yung chairman na may M14 pa nga dyan hundreds of firearms, yun ang sabi natin. Diba? It's like, you investigating yourself. Pero pag disinterested party, diba? Look at this objectively. Then, may hustisya. Kaya ako tinatanong, dahil, forgive me for saying this, that is not an ironclad guarantee. Now, let me, John, may dadagdag ka ba? Wala, okay. Now, let me go down to the level of the operator. Let me ask, and whoever, the senior officers, Oka or Jigs, anybody for that matter, Ding, yeah. Ano ang operational readiness criteria ng kapulisan natin? Because may PNP law, di ba? Civilian and character, national in scope. Why do we still look like soldiers? Okay, anyway, I will not burden you with that. No? Pero ang punto ko rito is, di ba nung kasama pa kayo sa AFP, the 3 operational criteria are move, communicate, and shoot. Sa kapulisan ba natin, iba? May dagdag ba ron? What are we required to do para masabi natin na operationally ready tayo? So, move, communicate, shoot, investigate. So, kasama pa rin yung move, communicate, and shoot. Tapos investigate. Iwalay mo natin investigate. Shoot. Democracy, just like life, is choice. Pagpasok mo dun sa kwartong yun, I'm talking from personal experience, pero wag na tayo magkwentuhan dito. Pagpasok mo na ganun, nasa harap mo yung isang tao o several persons. Entering party kayo, di ba? Okay. Pag nag-aakmang bumunot, may firefight SOP tayo. May rules of engagement. Sa akin, kaya magpo-focus ako sa shoot, gentlemen. Dahil you will always, because life is precious, sabi ng chairman, you will always give them a choice. Para bang sinasabi mo subliminally. Alam mo suspect ka. Pag binunot mo yung baril mo at nakita kong may baril ka, habang buhay ka nasa wheelchair, pag inakyat mo yan, doon ka sa Loyola Memorial Park. That's the level of skill that is required. Dahil you are not only the protectors of life, liberty, and property of the police or the innocent civilian populace, that includes criminals until they are proven beyond reasonable doubt that they are guilty. Ang question ko rito is, do we give our operators that room, that leeway? Na, di ba, siguro nagkakalbitan yung entering party. Bro, pag bumunot, i-pull out mo na. Ay tapos, DUI. But if you give them a choice, at hanggang hospital lang, they'll suspect. That reflects the highest level of skill. Do you understand my point? Okay, now, let's go back to operational readiness. Move, communicate, and shoot. Because i-incorporate ito sa committee report. I'll go back to the question I monitored when I was on the way here. What do you need in terms of enhancing your ability to move, communicate, shoot, and investigate so that you will not make mistakes anymore at the expense of human life? At mawala na itong issue, di ba, ng extrajudicial killings. Can we hear from you? Eric, John.
Sir, sa akin, sir, ano yan parang yung sinasabi nyo, sir, is use of force, di ba? Parang nakita ko na yung gusto nyo ngayon, dapat yung pulis natin, marunong sila sa use of force. From barrel, tapos bababa na sa stick, tapos sa kamay, at saka verbal.
Oh,
So, tinuturo naman yan, sir, sa basic training. Kaya lang siguro, sir, medyo gayahin natin yung ginagawa sa US, sa FBI, na sa verbal pa lang, may art dyan. May verbal judo na tinatawag. Dito, sir, walang verbal judo, hindi tayo tinuturuan. Pero sa US, meron yang specialized na seminar.
Eric, nag-graduate ka ba sa FBI Academy?
Yes, sir. Class
Sabi ko na nga ba.
357, sir. NA. Gaya, yes, sir. National Academy, gaya ni Chief PNP, sir. I specialize in psychological leadership, sir. Kaya, saka yung, reactions ng mga criminals. So, siguro, sir, ang may suggest ko on my personal not necessarily the whole of the PNP, doon sa verbal use ng force, ano yan, dapat pinag-aaralan yan, sir. Marunong pinoprofile natin yung kung sino yung aarestuhin natin. Baka naman pwedeng isang sigaw pa lang sumuko na.
Mr. Chairman, I hope I'm still within the time limit.
Secretary De Lima has asked me, she would like to ask. Ngayon lang nasabi. Sige. Go ahead. It's kanina pa. She has not raised her hand.
Opo, Mr. Chairman. So,
Sige. I will stop it already. Please complete your point.
no, I'm just waiting for the completion of the response of
Yes, please.
Superintendent. Yes.
Sa akin, sir, siguro bigyan natin ng emphasis yung training sa police on verbal judo. Verbal judo kasi yung salita mo pa lang, napatumba mo na yung kalaban kaagad without using force, na necessary force.
That's not verbal judo, that's sansu.
Yeah. Pero sir, sa US, sir, may sinatawag, pag ginugol nyo, sir, may such a course on verbal judo. Halimbawa, sir, kayo, sir, gusto ko kayong hulihin, sir. Bicolano kayo, sir. Kakausapin ko kayo sa Bicol. Sir, unsa ma? Kung Bisaya na lang, sir. Sir, unsa ma, sir? Magkababayan ta, sir. Halika na dito, pag-usapan na natin. So may mga words, sir, na pag nabanggit mo yan, sir, yung tao, mababagbag yung damdamin niya. So, madi-disarm na siya, sir, by using words. So ito, sir, yung mga bagay na sana na lalong paigtingin, lalo sa mga training school sa PNPA, sa mga regional training centers.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'll wait for the next round. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We're back to time now. Kasi dalawa lang kami dito. Tatlo lang ata kami kanina dito. So now, Senator De Lima, you may go beyond the time if you like.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have lots of questions actually, but I probably maximum of 30 minutes. Can I have maximum, sir?
Just proceed. If the questions are
Thank you.
on point, I will let you proceed because that's what the agreement anyway. You have 10 minutes, but I'm not going to hold you to 10 minutes. If there case, if you said you were going to go to a speaking engagement, so go ahead.
Yes, sir. First of all, I laud and appreciate the very insightful line of questioning of our colleague, Senator Onasan, and even the very insightful responses also given by Police Superintendent Eric Noble, because there are other ways to
That's
really,
verbal judo.
to really neutralize suspects, because killing is definitely the last resort. I think that's understood by everyone. Tungkol muna po doon sa the number of casualties on the part of the PNP, and it was confirmed, and because that was also reported in media, that the number of operations conducted are 29,274 as of today, as of 6 o'clock today, from July 1, dun po sa Operation Double Barrel. And then, doon naman po sa mga namamatay, yung killed na drug personalities, 1,573 in the course of the police operations. And the casualties on the part of the law enforcers, 13. So kinonfirm niyo po yun kanina, 13. Although gusto ko lang hong palalahanan sa inyo na report po ito ng media, na ang sabi po ng ating Pangulo ay every day may police na namamatay sa police operations. Hindi ko po minamaliit yung figure na 13 because one dead is one too many. So whether these are policemen, whether these are suspects, drug personalities, one dead is one too many. Pero kung babatayan ho natin sa mga naging pronouncement ng Pangulo, araw-araw daw po may police na mamatay dyan sa anti-drug operations. Apparently, that is not an accurate statement dahil 13 nga po yung casualties sa hanay po ninyo. Now, having said that, pansin ko po na actually may dalawa po kayong set of police operations. Yung isa, yung pinaka parang general police operations nyo, applicable to all kinds of PNP operations, the revised PNP operational procedures, and the version that I have is December 2013. Now, meron din pong separate kayong police operations for revised PNP manual on anti-illegal drugs operations and investigation, dated September 2014. So I would assume that dito po sa mga operasyon ninyo, double barrel operation, Tokhang, ang pinaka-applicable po itong isa. Would you confirm? Anybody from the PNP can answer that. Would you confirm that? Ito po ang nag-govern dyan sa mga anti-drug operations ninyo. Di ho ba? Totoo po yun? And
Please answer if that's correct. Do you agree with questions? Maybe you should shorten the question para maintindihan. Di ata naintindihan maigi.
dyan ho ba sa mga ongoing No PNP personnel shall be allowed to conduct a planned anti-illegal drugs operation unless he is a member of an anti-illegal drugs unit. Is this the prevailing rule? Anybody again can answer, yes or no. No PNP personnel shall be allowed to conduct a planned anti-illegal drugs operation unless he is a member of an anti-illegal drugs unit. Totoo po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Everybody would agree here?
No, take note of the word planned, di ba? Ibig sabihin, project.
Planned.
Plan, yeah.
Ito po
Yes, Your
mga
Honor.
operations ninyo. Yung double barrel, Tokhang, na per the figures that I mentioned, ilan na ho ba yun? Kasi iba-iba tong how many drug operations again? 29,274 as of October 13. Ngayon, kanina pong umaga, 6 o'clock. As of 6 o'clock today, 29,000 plus drug operations. Lahat ho ba yan under double barrel or under Tokhang? Kasi ang susunod ko po, kung lahat po yon, so lahat po ba ng mga anti-drug operations na ngayon, which result in so many deaths, ang nagsasagawa ho ba niyan ay lahat anti-illegal drugs unit? Sino po pwedeng sumagot?
Sa akin, ma'am, generally yes, pero may mga huli tayo sa drugs na nakukuha sa checkpoint. So, 'di ba? Parang nagche-checkpoint tapos nakita na
Pag ganun ho ba, kasama ho ba yon sa double barrel o sa Tokhang?
pasok na
Opo.
sinasama na
I want
namin
to
yun,
understand po, hindi ko po kabisado masyado yan. So, kasama ho ba yan? Pag mga ganung pagkakataon, for example, sa checkpoint, that still can be considered as under Tokhang or double barrel.
Yes, ma'am.
Although
Under the
siguro
mother
naman,
plan.
great majority of the 29,000 plus drug operations are actually under double barrel
Yes,
or Tokhang. Di ho ba?
Opo.
So ang susunod na tanong, itong mga anti-illegal drugs unit, tama po ba yan? na ang inyong mga anti-illegal drugs unit, itong AIDSOF, RAIDSOF, SOTG, DAID, SOTG, meron ho kayong mga acronyms dito. I wanted to ask this question because I really want to know that ganun ho, na ganito talaga, ang talagang undertake ng mga double barrel at tokhang operations na yan ay talagang mga anti-illegal drugs unit lamang. Dahil nga po, siguro naman may ilan-ilan sa atin nakabasa ng isang article ng Guardian, a London-based newspaper. You know, allegedly, the reporter has interviewed an unnamed anonymous police official who admitted or who claimed, I'm just citing that report, na meron daw ho yung tinatawag na mga secret police units or secret police death squads. Ano po bang masasabi ninyo dyan? Kasi kung may ganong claim,
Wala po yun,
na
ma'am.
secret police unit or secret police death squad,
Yes.
then ibig sabihin, hindi sinusunod itong nakalagay dito sa guidelines na dapat miyembro lamang ng mga anti-illegal drugs unit dapat ang nag-undertake ng mga operasyon na yan. Di ho ba?
Yes, ma'am. Pero ma'am, as far as Cebu is concerned, wala po yung secret unit.
You are talking about Cebu.
Yes, ma'am.
May I ask who is the highest ranking PNP official here so that we can just have a general discussion and not specific places?
Meron po
Who
ba
is
sa
the
mga
highest
kapulisan na
ranking?
nandito na magsasabi na meron death unit o special unit na pumapatay? Tama ba yun, Senator De Lima?
Yes, based on the report.
Meron po ba? Tumayo lang po at taas ang kamay, sabihin sa akin kung sino yung nakakaalam. Meron po ba?
There's none, sir, Your Honor.
There is none.
None, sir, Mr. Chairman.
That's from General Chief Superintendent Albayado. I'm sorry. Hirap ng pangalan niya. Okay, go ahead.
And talking about specifics, I just need to raise this. It's actually a Caloocan case. A Caloocan case. Isa po dapat o ilan ho dapat dun sa mga magte-testify sa CHR, among the CHR witnesses, ay mga magulang ng mga napatay sa isang insidente dated noong nangyari po July 30. Hindi ko po alam if the Caloocan Police has a record of the incident involving Damian and Leia Hervoso. I'm sorry. Jonathan and Jervy Hervoso. Tatlo po silang mga magkakaibigan, childhood friends. At nung July 30 daw po, midnight of July 30, nakatayo sila in front of a store waiting for another friend. 3 motorbikes carrying 2 riders each pulled up to the victims and showered them with bullets. Tatlo po sila, magkakaibigan. Ang namatay po were Jonathan and Jervy. They died on the spot, while the other one, their friend Dexter, managed to avoid some of the bullets. One rider alighted and shot Dexter a few more times before rejoining his crew. They all sped off immediately. Dexter survived and was later brought to the hospital for treatment. When the police arrived, sabi po ng mga testigo, dyan sa case na yan na hinahandle din ng CHR, the police officer in charge declared that the same was allegedly committed by the Caloocan Death Squad. Kasama po yan sa testimony, sa affidavit ng mga testigo dyan sa kaso na yan involving the killing of Jonathan and Jervy Hervoso. So mas maganda po sana kung marinig natin yung mga testigo na yon. Because syempre ayaw naman natin maniwala dyan sa report na yan. At tinatanggi nyo naman po yan, mga kapulisan, na merong so-called police death squad. So I just want to ask muna the chief of police of the head of the police in Caloocan kung nasa record nyo ba itong kaso na ito? Jonathan and Jervy Hervoso, Jervoso. Nangyari ho midnight of July 30, 2016.
Secretary Lai.
Yes po.
With your permission, I ask permission from the chairman.
Sure po.
I was just going to ask for clarification. Kanino po bang terminology yung death squad? This is a recurring terminology. Is it media generated? Kuminsan ho kasi, ma'am, no, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
nagiging biktima tayo nung kinakahon tayo dun sa terminology. So, I was going to ask, Mr. Chairman, with your indulgence,
Yes.
Senator Lai,
Go ahead, Senator.
kanino pong terminology itong death squad? May Davao death squad, may Bulacan death squad, may Caloocan death squad. Saan ang galing itong terminology yung death squad para we can put everything in
Yun na
perspective?
nga po ang gusto nating linawin. No? Insofar as the Davao Death Squad, through the years, yun po ang na-develop. Yes, media is partly, if not primarily, responsible for that. But the Davao Death Squad has been really often oft-repeated, na even in the reports of, for example, the UN Special Rapporteur, Philip Alston, the report of Human Rights Watch, and then the report of the CHR. They also refer to that as the Davao Death Squad. Through the years, parang naging, whether it's an urban legend or whether it's a rumor, and then whether these are facts, but yun na po ang terminology na paulit-ulit na nasasabi. Kaya I'm really alarmed. I'm disturbed by the fact that in the current spate of extrajudicial killings, meron na rin hong mga tinatawag na iba-ibang death squad, like the Caloocan death squad. Because if we are to believe the witness or witnesses in this case involving itong magkakaibigan na ito, Jonathan and Jervy Hervoso, meron pong claim na nung dumating daw po yung police, the police officer in charge, I don't know if we have the name of the police officer in charge, I don't know if that was identified by that particular witness, declared that the same was allegedly committed. So I'm just saying allegedly committed. I'm not sure about this. It's just the claim
Yes, ma'am.
of the witness.
Senator Lai, I'm not really
Opo.
disputing that claim. No? I can understand, let's say, vigilante,
Yes.
that has generic and historical origins na kasama na siguro ho ngayon sa dictionary. I just want to clarify para ho, because ngayon, dati ho, vigilante. Ngayon, hinahanap natin yung death squad. I just want to make sure that this emanates, no? If there's no legal basis, no, a vocabulary basis, I just want to make sure that we do not lose the focus. No? Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
And in the interest of time, I'm just gonna ask the chief of the Caloocan if you can please check out this case. Ito pong sinabi ko po kanina. It need not be now. Kung pwede ho, i-report nyo sa committee kung talagang merong ganitong insidente involving itong magkakaibigan nga po, last July 30, Jonathan and Jervy Hervoso.
Yes, ma'am. We will check on our record.
So right now you don't have it. You don't have it.
I am not aware of this incident, ma'am. I will check kung nangyari nga po ito, ma'am.
Okay. And go.
I have already
in
noted
line-
the names
yes.
of those that were allegedly victimized by
Sa
this
record niyo po, ilan nga ho uli sa Caloocan? What is the official figures involving Caloocan? 106, 38.
Go ahead. What is your figure?
Sir,
Superintendent Almasan. What is your figure?
that under inquiry, sir, I have 276.
170.
So mas
DUI,
mataas po.
DUI.
Mas mataas.
276, sir.
270.
6, sir. 276.
270.
276, Your Honor.
276. Ganda ng boses nyo, pero tapusin nyo lang. 276.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. What about police operations?
Sir, for the operations that Caloocan City had conducted, we had a total of 100 that resulted in the arrest of 600 plus drug
No,
personalities.
I'm talking about police operations which resulted in the death. Yan ang kinuha namin, police operations that resulted in death.
We have a total of 63, Your Honor.
63. So you can see, mataas kayo. Ito, nakalap namin. I asked Secretary De Lima to look at it. Caloocan City, ang kinalap namin 38. Sa inyo,
Mas mataas.
63. Ang DUI, unidentified yan, 275. It's not 276, I'm sorry. 276. Alright? So lumalabas talaga mas marami sa Caloocan. I wanted to ask a question later, but I'll let Senator De Lima finish her intervention. Go ahead, please.
And may I also confirm this? You either confirm or deny, Police Senior Superintendent Almazan, because may information din po kaming nakakalap na there are also unreported cases. Is that correct? Are there unreported cases of killings in Caloocan or in any other place? In other words, when you give us these figures, this more or less represents the totality of the instances or cases of killings in your respective areas of jurisdiction.
No, ma'am. All incidents are reported, ma'am. Your Honor.
Diyan ho ba sa listahan nyo ngayon, kung meron po kayong listahan, ay may kasama ho ba dyan yung napabalita na barangay chairman mismo napatay rin? 4 daw po na barangay chairman in Caloocan. And either 3 or all of the 4 are allegedly drug-related. Is that correct?
I am only aware of 2 incidents, Your Honor.
And which incidents were this po?
With Barangay Captain Bolo, Your Honor, and I'm not so sure of the name of the other one. The other one was a result of a police operation conducted by the CIDG, Your Honor. And the
Also
other one
anti-drugs.
is death under inquiry.
Also anti-drugs.
The death under inquiry involving the late captain, Barangay Captain Bolo, is under investigation, Your Honor. And
No initial finding yet as to whether or not it's drug-related?
there are reports that would lead that it is also a drug-related incident, Your Honor. The death of Barangay Captain
Yan ho ba
Bolo.
yung,
Your Honor.
yun ho ba yung nakitaan sa CCTV?
Yes, Your Honor. An investigation was already conducted. The PCP commander in charge, who has control over the area where the incident took place, already explained his side. An SITG was formed by the district headquarters, and the handling of the investigation now, Your Honor, is handled by the district investigation division.
But it was caught on CCTV.
Yes, Your Honor.
And therefore, do you confirm the visuals there, which tend to indicate that at first it was a group of policemen who went to his particular place where he was, and then later sinundan daw po ang sumunod na pangyayari, nakamotorsiklo na mga naka-civilian, at yun ang pumatay sa barangay chairman na yan. Ganun ho ba yung istorya dyan?
Yes, Your Honor. Based on the report that was submitted by the PCP commander who has area of that incident, that the late barangay captain was his informant, and he visited the barangay captain prior to the incident, Your Honor.
And why would it be a drug-related killing? When the victim was a barangay chairman. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? Bakit ito drug-related killing at itong biktima ay barangay chairman? Again, meron ho kami, isa sa mga kaso po ng CHR ay yung pagpatay din ng isang barangay chairman sa Tuguegarao. But it's drug-related because allegedly the barangay chairman knew a lot about the police operations in Tuguegarao kasi sumasama siya sa mga operations ng mga pursuer buyer operations. So again, this is another case where a barangay chairman is involved, is the victim in Caloocan. So bakit to drug-related yon?
Based on the report that I have read, Your Honor, the late barangay Captain Bolo has involvement in illegal drugs.
Siya po mismo?
It could be his relative.
I mean,
Your
the
Honor.
allegation,
Yes.
the
Yes, Your
suspicion.
Honor.
He is allegedly involved in illegal drugs. Iba ho kasi yung information na nakuha ko eh. If we're talking about the same incident, the one covered by CCTV.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yung information po na nakuha ko, allegedly, this barangay chairman submitted a list or the so-called drug list or watch list, whatever you call it, na parang in-exclude yung mga kamag-anak niya na supposedly mga drug pushers then alleged drug pushers, alleged drug users, pero hindi daw po sinama yung mga pangalan ng mga kamag-anak, kaya parang nagalit daw po yung police o kung sino man.
That was the report, Your Honor.
That was the report. So what was your finding?
The SITG now is handled by the district headquarters, Your Honor.
So
We are a
the
part.
investigation is ongoing.
Yes, Your Honor.
Still ongoing.
Yes,
so
Your
you
Honor.
cannot make a conclusion now that it was actually that version.
I cannot make a conclusion, Your Honor.
But what is clear to us is that it was drug related.
Yes, Your Honor.
Magkaiba lang po yung version nyo, tsaka yung version na binanggit ko po based from my own sources.
Yes, Your Honor.
Correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, going back to dyan pong nakita na yan, no, naka-civilian. Nakakatanggap din po kami ng mga reports na in some of these operations, ang talaga na mga pumapatay daw po ay yung mga in civilian clothes na mga naka-bonnet. I suppose if the units involved are strictly following your operational guidelines, whether it's the general PNP operational guidelines or the special guidelines for anti-illegal drug operations and investigation, hindi ho ba klaro ho sa mga manual na yan na pag may operations dapat naka-uniforme ang mga operatives?
Senator, before you answer, John, Senator Lai, with
Yes,
your permission.
go ahead, sir.
I'm not lawyering for any side. There is an operational security explanation for that. But you can elaborate, John. Kaya ho nagsusuot ng bonnet, itinatago yung muka. Dahil when you go against, ako po Senator Lai, gentlemen, I would rather go, when I was in a previous lifetime, going against criminals, I would rather go against fellow rebels, those who have an ideological basis, than go against drug lords. Pag nagsama pa yung drug lord, gambling lord, with their combined resources, they will go after you in a manner that is unimaginable po, Senator Lai. They will go after your dog, yung kasambahay nyo, your children. They will not go against you frontally. Pag nakita yung mukha mo sa TV, wearing the standard uniform at balikan ka, there is no known legal or extra-legal defense for that. Senator Lai, I offer this explanation para po we can put this in perspective because
Much appreciated.
there is an operational reason for that. Now, as it relates to death squads or extrajudicial killings, that's what we seek to clarify in this hearing. I just wanted to add that for the record. Salamat
Yes,
po.
thank you for pointing that out, Senator Gringo. Because I know, and you can, I think you will confirm that it's in your own operational guidelines, right? That should be in uniform in all kinds of operations. Now, are there exceptions? Now, if there is none, if there are no exceptions, it's about time, I think, that the PNP should propose, given the point raised by Senator Onasan, because right now we have reports, we do have credible reports that in those operations, the ones undertaking that are actually not in uniform, and in fact may bonnet. So I want to ask, is that officially sanctioned?
Your Honor,
The conduct of these anti-drug operations, double barrel, tokhang, and whatever else, whatever anti-drug operations, is this officially sanctioned that the units involved, the operatives involved, are doing it not in uniform and worse, with bonnets or masks.
Your Honor, the incident involving Barangay Captain Bolo, it's not an operation conducted by Caloocan Police, Your Honor. It is being investigated who committed the crime, Your
So it was
Honor.
an operation conducted not by the Caloocan Police. Which unit, therefore, if it's not Caloocan Police?
It is a death under investigation incident, Your Honor. The incident pertaining to Barangay Captain Bolo, Your Honor.
Yes, the one investigating it is CIDG?
No, Your Honor, an SITG was already created and the incident is still being investigated.
But I was actually asking about this, not being in police uniform, because it's in the operational guidelines.
No, I thought, Your Honor, you were relating it as a police operation, the incident of Captain Bolo, Your Honor.
No, I'm asking now in general, because I'm not just asking about the case involving Barangay Chairman Bolo. Dahil nga po, although pareho tayo po nag-agree na that was a drug-related killing, or it appears to be a drug-related killing, but exactly how or why, iba po yung version nyo, iba rin po yung version na nakarating po sa akin. In any case,
Your Honor, the death of Captain Bolo is being investigated. It is included in the list of death under inquiry.
yes.
It is not a legitimate police operation that resulted to his death. It is being investigated, Your Honor. And to answer the question, if...
It was not a legitimate police
No, Your Honor,
operation.
it's not a
That's-
police operation, Your Honor.
That operation which resulted in the death of Barangay
It is
Chairman.
not an operation, Your Honor. It is a case being investigated by the Caloocan Police, Your Honor. It is a death under inquiry. The suspects are unidentified, Your Honor, and we are still trying to solve the case, Your Honor.
But it's a drug-related killing.
Well, a lot of incidents are drug-related because drug lords are killing their runners. Runners are killing boat runners because some
Yes, there are
officers
also
were...
reports about that.
Yes, Your Honor. So, the case of Barangay Captain Bolo, Your Honor, is under investigation. It is not a police operation, Your Honor.
No, I'm asking, mukhang hindi po tayo nagkakaintindihan. Yung mismong insidente na nakuha pa ho sa CCTV, yung pagpatay kay Barangay
That is
Chairman
what
Bolo.
we are trying to investigate, Your Honor.
Yes. It was not a police operation,
Yes, Your Honor.
even if...
Excuse me, yes what? Yes, it is a police operation.
Yes,
no,
it is not a police operation,
Kasi
Your Honor.
mahirap yung sagot mo. The
Even-
answer should be no, it is not
It
a police
was
operation.
perpetrated by unidentified suspects,
It
Your
is
Honor.
not a police operation, should be
Yes,
the
Your
answer.
Honor.
Yes, thank you.
Because nga naka-motorcycle po. Is it? Hindi.
No, Your Honor. Hindi po...
Hindi ho ba, correct me if I'm wrong, kasi kwento naman lang po sa akin ito. Hindi ho ba na ascot sa CCTV ay meron munang dumating na parang mobile?
Yes, Your Honor,
Police
because
mobile.
the late captain was an asset of the police officers that visited him prior the incident, Your Honor.
Similar to that Tuguegarao City case that CHR is currently investigating.
Senator Rai,
Opo.
ito,
And-
let me add value to the discussion. No? John, you have to be more specific. I raised this with the chairman, Senator Rai, no? Yes. Pag sinabi mong not a police operation, that is already a conclusion. Correct? Oh, now. No, I just push this point para you can, di ba? Sabi ko kay Chairman, and I hope you can confirm or deny this, no? You only find out that it was or was not a police operation after an after-operation report. When you go into anti-drug operations, di ba, may asset muna kayo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kuminsan, di ba, for operational security, you compartment each other muna. Di ba? Dahil sensitive, kuminsan, now we are finding out that our ranks are populated by drug peddlers. Correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yun. So, my point is this, no? John, I would suggest, gentlemen, no, to give value, no, to the committee report, na pag sinabi natin it was not, that's a premature conclusion. That's why you are investigating, di ba? Correct? Tell me if that is disputable. Dahil sa aking pagkaalam, pag sinabi mong conclusion na yun. So what's the point? So hahanap ka ng ibang anggulo, di ba? But my humble suggestion is for you to qualify it and be more precise because that will be material, no, for us to find out if this was drug-related, this was politically motivated, vendetta, love triangle. Marami ng possibilities. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Senator Wright, can we hear out
Thank you,
Superintendent Almasan?
Yes po. Okay,
Yes, please.
go ahead. Go ahead.
The case of the late Captain Bolo is still being investigated. It was perpetrated by unidentified perpetrators. Despite, even though the video would show that the late captain was visited by a patrol car prior to the incident, the officers were already made to explain how come a video footage was shown that they had visited, and the PCP commander admitted that the late barangay captain is his asset and was giving him information regarding drug personalities in the area, Your Honor. So we're still trying to find out who are the real perpetrators of this incident.
Senator Lino, John, let me pursue that point para kumpleto tayo. No? Dahil it's coming from your reports na one partial explanation for these killings under investigation is naglilinis na yung mga kasanggot, hindi ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Pinuputol na nila yung mga leads para pag-imbestiga ninyo, kayong matitino, kayong mga reformist, di ba? Putol na. That's one angle, hindi ba?
It could be, Your Honor.
That's what I'm saying. Kaya, my suggestion, no, is dahan-dahan tayo sa conclusion dahil, let me complete the picture, Senator De Lima, no, Mr. Chairman. Pagpasok ng current dispensation, hindi naman nadagdagan kagad yung sahod ninyo, di ba? Hindi naman nadagdagan yung tao ninyo. That's why we have this current budget deliberations. At hindi pa tayo nakakasiguro na nalinis na natin yung mga hanay natin. Nung mga talagang, kaya nga may mga third list pa, di ba? You have to factor this in. Because until that happens, no, we will go through this, lagi namin sinasabi yan ng ating chair, ni Senator De Lima included. Now we will have to go through these painful dark ages where we will make mistakes. Pero pag napasundan na nito, dagdagan yung sahod, dagdagan yung manpower, equipment, our wherewithal, plus the support, legal support, medical support, we have no more reason to make mistakes. That's all I'm saying. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Lai.
Salamat po. So balik ko tayo dun sa tinatanong ko. It's in general, not just specifically in relation to Chairman Bolo. Kundi yung tungkol nga ho dun sa mga hindi naka-uniforme. I want to understand that because my understanding, my reading of your own guidelines say na dapat naka-uniforme. May maganda hong point na rin si Senator Gringo kanina na baka naman may mga pagkakataon na katulad din nung megaphone ay hindi rin Yes, I see someone raising his hand. You can probably...
General, go ahead, please.
With the permission of the chairman, sir.
General Roque?
The general rule for the conduct of police operations that they should be in their proper uniform or the prescribed uniform that is appropriate for the operation to be undertaken. But there are instances when the uniform is not advisable. For example, in the conduct of by-bus operation, it is presumed that our pusul buyer should be in civilian attire. Otherwise, if he is in the prescribed police uniform, then the seller would be already alarmed of the impending by-bus operation that will be conducted.
Is that found in your manual covering anti-illegal drugs operations and investigation? Yes.
Your Honor, the general rule is provided for in the police operational procedure.
And the exceptions are there also? Including the by-bus operation as an example of the exception?
The exception is not specifically written in the police operational procedure because it is a requirement on the ground. But the provision under the police operational procedure requires that the attire should be appropriate for the kind of operation that will be undertaken.
Would that exception contemplate men in masks?
No, Your Honor.
So how come there are reported cases on that? I mean, can I ask openly? And of course, we would appreciate honest answer. Have you heard about those cases of killings where the ones responsible allegedly are men in civilian clothes and with masks, but fully armed, heavily armed? Have you heard about those reports, about those cases? Has there been any reported cases in relation to that? Because we receive those information from various sources. So I'm sure the PNP has received similar reports. Can anyone please give us the answer?
In Caloocan, Your Honor, there were reports of incidents that suspects are wearing masks, Your Honor.
So there are reports, and
Yes,
therefore
Your
that
Honor.
is part of the investigation.
Yes, Your Honor.
Who exactly are these suspects with masks?
Yes, Your Honor. Suspects are wearing masks, Your Honor, in the report.
So I wonder how many other cases are like that.
The point of the gentle lady is that there are incidents where people are being killed by men wearing masks. I think that is a matter of, public knowledge. In Mindanao, that happens, and it has been happening for the last 20 years. That's why I've been complaining about people riding in tandem and with masks. Now, if the question is leading to a proposal for native legislation, I would appreciate it if there is that point. Because I want to see
Yes.
the point. This is not a trial of the policeman.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No, I just want to help push it along because the object, as you know, and you authored that resolution, is to find out whether in the spate of killings, recent and rash of killing, rampant killing, as you say, there is a rhyme and reason to it that it is either, I suppose the import of that is that it is state-sponsored, in other words, hawak ng bansa, o pangalawa, merong mga death squad at napatunayan na there was an attempt to do that in the case of Matabato. But I still have to find evidence here na talagang meron death squad. Of course, mayroong mga ibang salita yan. Salvaging, death squad, yung mga yan. Alam ng tao na mayroong mga ganyan. Ang importante rito ay testigo. So, kung wala tayong makuha niyan, kahit na mamuti na ang mata natin dito, di natin tayo makakapaglabas na kung sino ang involved. Pero pwede tayo maglagay ng mga bagay-bagay na batas na para mapigilan yung mga bagay na yan. Halimbawa, nakabonet. Bawal ka nakasakay sa motorsiklo na nakabonet. Bawal ang motorsiklong mailiit ang plaka. Dapat malaki ang plaka. Tapos, sagutin natin ng polis ito. Tatanong ko lang para matulungan ko sa Senator De Lima. Kung may tayong mga checkpoint, nag-declare tayo ng state of lawlessness nung una, binago ng state of emergency, meron tayong suporta mga checkpoint, nadadaanan ko iba, may police checkpoint, may backup pang military, paano nakakalakad dyan sa Caloocan na may bonnet at hindi natin nasasabat? Samantalang ang dami nating CCTV, meron tayong operation center, kung natapat ninyo, nakita nyo, may nakabonet, meron motorsiklo, at alam nyo, dumadaan doon, pwedeng paabangan yan. Bakit wala tayong nahuhuli? May nahuli na ba kayo doon sa Caloocan na nakabonet na sumasakay na sa motorsiklo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Meron kayo nahuli?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ilan?
Sir, Your Honor, they are violating traffic violations, Your Honor.
And obviously,
They use this mask, Your
Inunin
Honor.
sila hindi lang dahil traffic, ngunit dahil baka ito ay terrorist, baka ito ay mamamatay tao, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
O yun. Napakasimple. May nahuli kayo may
Every
dalang
time
baril.
they would pass by our checkpoints, Your Honor, and they are wearing masks, Your Honor, we make them identify themselves properly.
Dapat tanggalin yung mask, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, because you have a reason to believe na in this era of emergency, time of emergency and lawlessness, baka meron talagang gagawin na hindi mabuti yan, di ba?
I even wear a mask when I ride my bike, Your Honor.
Oh, well, you know, sabi nga nila, if you want to change your character, change your mask.
No, Your Honor, because it protects me from the pollution, Your
No,
Honor.
but you know, do you want that as a police officer? How many policemen have been killed by people wearing masks?
In my...
Remember the Sparrow unit of the past?
Yes, Your Honor.
Daming binabaril na police?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you're wearing a mask? I mean, I would advise you not to wear a mask when you're riding a motorcycle, especially at night.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
John, you have to help us out here, no?
Yes, Your
Dahil,
Honor.
tulungan naman natin yung ating chairman. Dahil, paggawa namin ng committee report, one point, babalikan ko lang, Mr. Chairman, Senator Lai. What is the definition of death squad? Di ba? Bawat dokumento, bawat report. Definition of... Yeah. What is the definition of death squad? Yung mga pilosopo sasabihin, any squad that inflicts death is a death squad. So kasama dyan yung police. Now, on the point, Mr. Chairman, of wearing mask, let me speak for motorcyclists now. Yung helmet, we were co-authors of the helmet law, if you remember. No? That is not designed to protect you. The helmet, no? Even with new technology, John, you know this. That is designed to make you look good inside your casket. Di ba? Pag sumalpo ka, di ba, sa 10-wheeler, ang balik agad yung leg mo. At least buo yung mukha mo. Di, maganda na tingnan sa kabaho mo. Okay, now, let me go to the mask. Yung mask, protection po yun, Mr. Chairman, Senator Lai, from wind and dust. So pag may sinita kayo dyan na naka-helmet, pag hubad ng helmet, naka-mask. That's what terrorists and criminals and riding in tandem and special forces operators look like. So I guess, Mr. Chairman, the challenge is in the committee report when we make our recommendation so that pag IRR natin, malinaw at precision, walang room for doubt, walang margin for error. Just consider that dyan para magkatulungan tayo.
Let me make it clear. There's nothing wrong with wearing a mask. But in these times, there's lawlessness and a state of emergency. Pag dumaan sa checkpoint, kakapaan nyo kung may baril yun. Kunin nyo yung plate number para sigurado kayo, dumaan to, nakamask ito. Pero yung sabihin, pagka may natepok na may all points bulletin, nakamotorsiklo, bumaril, nakamask, paparahin nyo lahat yung motorsiklo kaya may maskara yun o wala, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Tama, yun lang. I think that's the thing that I'm trying to search for. How do we prevent these people from... You take a bite out of crime, ang tawag niyan.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I agree. And we know that there are really motorcycle riding hitmen or motorcycle riding assassins in mask. That's why I'm so alarmed and disturbed by certain reports that in some of those operations is actually a group of heavily armed, fully armed men, not in police uniform, but in civilian clothes with masks. That's why I'm asking about that, if you have ever heard about cases like that. So if you don't have the answer now, I perfectly understand.
Well,
And about
excuse me, Senator De Lima, no? Let me help out. Dito sa Mindoro, 2 pulis na opisyal pa, Senator Honasan, ang involved, pumatay. Now, the question is this a rogue killing like that rogue commissioner? Or is this a rogue, nakikita ko lang yung kaibigan ko doon a rogue killer na pulis, napalabas, tiniente, inspector. Yung isa chief of police pa, hepe pa. Nahuli natin yan. Abay ko ako pulis, bay ilis ako eh. Tinanong ko kayo na eh. Are your children proud of you? Eh, isang pulis natin pumapatay. Babae pa ata yung pinatay na kapitan, no? So, ibig sabihin, meron tayong proof ngayon na may mga pulis na pumapatay na nakamotorsiklo at nakalagay pa rito, and I quote, nakalagay, Almeranes even wore a mask and a wig. Para doon sa Secretary of Justice, may wig. Kasi pinuna lang ni Secretary De Lima para makabawi naman. Hindi nakakabawi Senator De Lima. Makabawi naman. Eh, masyado tayong tense eh. Ayoko maging tense dito eh, no? So, masaya ka na. O, yan, gano'n. Alam mo, pag tumawa ang babae, nakaka-inlove, di ba? Ayan. So, ang sinasabi ni Senator De Lima, nakamask na, nakawig pa, riding in tandem pa. Abay, anong gagawin natin yan? Dapat mabilis ang aksyon ng pulis sapagkat salot sa bawat pulis na gumagawa ng kabutihan, salot sa bansa na sinasabi tayo may polisiya na pumapatay ng pulis, dapat gawan natin ang paraan niya. But that is for the courts.
Yes.
Ako, ang sasabihin ko, iba ang gagawin ko dito sa recommendation. Part of that recommendation is yung malalaking plaka ng motorsiklo, na dapat pagka nagmaskara ka, pwede kang parahin. May karapatan dahil nagtatago ka ng maka eh. Sa Paris nga yung hijab ba yun? Hijab. Nakita ko kasi kayo na, si General kayo naghihikab eh. Ito, hijab, no? So, ibig sabihin, doon sa Paris, pinagbabawal sa beach. Sa France, no? Nagkakaroon ng kasagad. Maybe we will have to do something about that. Yun ang sinasabi ni Senator Honasan. Okay? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And
Bawi ka na.
Thank you po. I don't want to belabor the point about the ones in civilian clothes and the one in mask, but the committee would certainly appreciate it if you can submit any report in relation to that, because my standing question is whether you have received reports about situations like that. I'm not talking about the ones riding in motorcycles, but actually certain groups, which appears to be certain units, not in uniform and in mask, when they operate. So I'm not saying that I believe those reports, but I guess it's going to be the PNP as an institution which needs to validate or verify the truthfulness or the veracity of those reports. Now, Senator Gringo, about the death squad, my staff just reminded me that actually hindi naman po daw ito nagsimula sa atin, especially during the DDS phenomenon, but it's actually a term that evolved from years of investigation of summary executions and arbitrary taking of life as early as 1982 by the United Nations, particularly by the United Nations Special Rapporteurs on extrajudicial killings and summary executions. So hindi po nanggaling sa atin yon.
Salamat po, Senator Lai, for the continuing education.
Thank you. I was just educated now. Doon po sa Tokhang, sandali na lang po ito kasi late na po ako sa aking speaking engagement.
Papalala na nakita kanina pa dahil baka malate ka doon sa speaking engagement mo.
Opo. Salamat po. Sayang po itong pagkakataon nito tungkol din ho sa Tokhang. Kasi wala pa ho akong narinig in the course of the previous hearings about somebody clarifying whether the Operation Tokhang is something on paper, meron ho ba guidelines? Meron ho bang COPLAN? Gusto ko kasing maintindihan exactly yung operations. Can the, yes, General?
With the permission of the chair,
Yes.
Your Honor, the PNP has a command memorandum circular. The general topic is the Oplan double barrel. Under this command memorandum circular are the conduct of operations.
Have you submitted a copy of that? Because I asked the committee secretary earlier. Is there? Okay, so the committee secretariat is not yet in possession
We
of a
can
copy
submit that, Your Honor.
of that document. Please subject that. And I will have very quickly, successive questions. How do you know who should be subjected to Tokhang? How do you know who should be subjected to Tokhang based on those guidelines that you mentioned?
Your Honor, the targets or the conduct of the Tokhang is being directed by the national headquarters. The different regions and provinces are given certain targets that they will approach and request that they stop, particularly the...
And the information are generated, correct me if I'm wrong, the information is generated predominantly from the ground, meaning barangay officials.
That is one of the source, Your Honor.
One of the sources.
Excuse
There
me,
are
sir.
other sources.
I just want the public to know. A lot of people have been asking, including this representation, bakit yung tinawag tokhang? Anong ibig sabihin nun? Takatok.
Hangyo, Your Honor. Tok-tok.
Ha?
Knock and plead, Your Honor.
Knock and plead.
Tokhang is tok-tok in Bisaya, Your Honor.
Tok-tok.
Tokhang and hangyo yung to plead, Your Honor.
Hang is to plead.
Yes, sir. In-abbreviate po yun. Kinombine po yung katok and you plead. Knock and plead, tokhang.
Ano yung Bisayan to plead? Hang.
Hangyo.
Hangyo.
Opo, Your Honor.
Di ba bitayin you?
Sa English po, hang.
Oh, hindi. Bitayin kita. Hang you.
Hangyo, Your Honor, in Bisaya is
Nakatakot yun ah.
to ask, please.
Ha?
Say please, hangyo.
Okay, sige. Huwag kayo mambibitay.
Hindi
You
po,
can
Your
talk,
Honor.
but not hang you. Okay?
Hindi po kami
So yung
nabibigay.
listahan po galing sa various sources, including barangay officials, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Now yung listahan pong yan, is that being validated by the PNP before operations are conducted?
Yes, Your Honor. There's a validation procedure before this is distributed or disseminated to the concerned operating units.
And syempre, yung operating units are the anti-drug units because your guidelines say this must be conducted by the anti-drug police units. So paano nyo po kinakascade yun? Kapag nakuha na yung listahan from whatever sources, including barangay officials, at sabi nyo nga po, binavalidate. The validation, is that at a local level or at a national level?
One at the regional level and then another one at the national level, Your Honor.
Regional and national,
Yes, Your Honor.
not municipal, not city.
There are information also coming from the barangays, the cities, and the municipalities, but these are being validated at the regional level, and then these validated information are also further validated at the national.
How is validation done? If you may share, you can always say that you cannot share it for some reason.
Your Honor, I'm not privy to the actual procedure for the validation, so I may not be able to
But is
answer
that
the
procedure indicated in that memorandum circular? Was that the memorandum circular that you mentioned that you're gonna furnish a committee with a copy?
Not really, Your Honor, because this is already an intelligence matter.
It's an intelligence matter,
Yes,
so
Your
it's
Honor.
not in black and white. But there is, I suppose, a process of validation.
Yes, Your Honor, there is.
And once validated, whether at the regional level or the national level, I would assume that would now be cascaded to the anti-drug unit concerned, which will do or who will undertake the actual operation. Correct?
In the case of the Project Tokhang, the information will be disseminated to the heads of the different units. In the case of the region, it will be through the regional director. For the province, it will be through the provincial director, then city director or the chief of police of the municipalities.
When any concerned unit conducts tokhang, or even in cases of the so-called voluntary surrender, there is a form, right? Nababasa ho natin yan, binabalita po yan. Is there a form that the subjects of that particular operation sign?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is that form, please? And is that part of that memorandum circular governing double barrel or Operation Tokhang?
That form is an affidavit, Your Honor.
What kind of an affidavit?
Let me just...
Do you have a copy, a sample copy?
I don't have a sample with me right now, Your Honor.
Can we ask, please, for a copy, a sample
Yes.
copy of that PNP form?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because the information that we're getting also, you may confirm or deny that the form supposedly contains some kind of an admission and or undertaking that the subject is either a drug user or a drug pusher, and there is some kind of an undertaking to what?
Your Honor, one of the provisions of the affidavit of undertaking is for the surrenderer to...
So you call them
Stop.
surrenderer?
Yes, Your Honor. To undertake to stop all the activities which violate Republic Act 9165, and that the surrenderer is doing this act not just for himself or herself, but for the family, community, and for the betterment of the country, the Philippines.
So there is an implied admission that the subject, the one signing that particular form, is involved or has been involved in illegal activity violative of the law.
Yes, Your Honor.
So that's admitted that there is such a portion. That's why we want to see that particular form. Because the next question is, since it's an admission, don't you think that is in the nature of a confession, extrajudicial confession? And therefore, if we're going to be strict about it, the subject has to be assisted by counsel. Is that being done on the ground?
In the format of the affidavit of undertaking, Your Honor, there is a provision for the assistance of an attorney in the
What
affidavit.
particular provision, what exactly does it say? That the subject has the right to be assisted. And of course, since it's a right, it's actually subject to waiver. But as you know, as you very well know, you are law enforcers, there is also a process or a requirement for a waiver to be valid. Correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you study law as police chief superintendent?
Yeah.
So
Yes,
you
Your Honor.
agree?
Yes,
So
Your
is that provided for in that particular form?
In the particular form, since these are considered as voluntary surrenderers, what is provided is the portion where there is an indication that the particular surrenderer is being assisted or was assisted by a counsel or attorney.
Is that really being done on the ground? Are there counsels there? Are there POW lawyers there? Are there private counsels there?
Yes, Your Honor.
We are, of course, talking about those who voluntarily surrendered, correct? Not the tokhang. Or both. What are we talking about?
This is for the voluntary surrenderer, Your Honor.
Voluntary surrender. Because there may be really, and I agree with the Senator, that there may be an admission against interest or a confession without aid of counsel, which would lead to all kinds of legal complications, constitutional complications. So, but although that is not within the ambit of the investigation, that is something that I think the police should consider right away.
Yes.
Yes,
And
Your
the next point in respect to that is, what if the subject or the subjects concerned refuse to sign the form admitting or acknowledging that they are drug pushers, drug users. So what is the effect of that? Are they now going to be considered as high-value targets?
No, Your Honor. As from the phrase voluntary surrenderer, the PNP personnel on the ground do not force the ones coming to the office of the PNP to sign this affidavit of undertaking. If they do not wish to sign the affidavit, then they are not being forced to sign it.
In any case, we do want to see a copy, a sample copy of that particular form for our
Senator Rai,
perusal.
We will submit, Your Honor.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, as I cleared with you earlier, no, I was going to raise the issue to pursue the point of Senator De Lima. No? Edwin, Superintendent Roque. Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kanina, itatanong ko sana if you can generate for your committee what constitutes the operational and the administrative. Ngayon, may bago kayong dimension, the legal cost. Dati, I was going to limit it to yung namatay sa police operations at saka yung wounded. Ngayon, meron pa pala, no? And I realized that yung mga voluntary na nag-surrender. Can you, is it possible for you? Do you have this in your database? Because I think, Mr. Chairman, one policy issue, Senator Lai, no? One policy issue will be the support requirement for this.
Yes.
We cannot discuss this kasi in a vacuum. Especially when you talk of legal procedure. Pero when you talk of counsel rights, no? This has to be backed up on the ground tangibly. So, Edwin, no? Subukan lang ninyo, best effort. Generate for your committee, for purposes of your permission, of course, Mr. Chairman, the operational, the admin, and the legal cost of those who surrender, those who die, and those who are wounded. Give you an example. I don't know where you input this cost, no? Nagre-reklamo na raw yung mga punerarya. Who underwrites this cost? That has to be carried, no? I don't know if you incorporated it in your budget. Parang ang parallel po nito, Mr. Chairman, is yung retirees security sector budget. Now, can you give us best effort, Edwin?
Yes, Your Honor.
Para maintindihan ng committee, for policy purposes, and this will be incorporated, I suppose, in the comprehensive report by your committee. Para maintindihan natin, let's say namatay, no?
Namatay yung alin?
Namatay yung kwan.
Surrender.
Hindi po. Yung in operations, yung patay. Saan dinadala yung bangkay? Pagdala sa punerarya, tapos na ba o may follow-through forensic effort? Pagbuhay at wounded, who underwrites the hospital bills? Mga tao ito, hindi ito presumed innocent. Kahit nasabihin mong lumaban, di ba? Yung nag-surrender, ibang usapin na naman yan. Yung rehab. We just want to have a comprehensive view of this.
Yeah.
Para, Mr. Chairman, on the eve of our conclusive budget deliberations, ma-factor in nandito at saka maging proactive tayo. Edwin? Pakilang, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Lai. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
I just have one point. Are you about to finish?
About to finish po.
Sige,
Pwede
go
po.
ahead.
I'm
just
really
want to-
late already. But the
You've been saying
discussions
that
are
for
very
the last 1 hour.
interesting.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, I also wonder whether there is some kind of a data which can tell us that among those who voluntarily surrendered and refused to execute or sign that supposed form, ilan ho ba sa kanila yung mga napatay? I don't know if you will have that data. Only if you have. Would anybody here have the answer? O kung pwede ho, paki-ano na lang po, take note of
Tatanungin ko,
that.
I want to make sure that you understand because yan ang tatanungin ko kanina bago ko tinanong siya, baka malate na si Senator De Lima. Nagpapasurrender tayo at medyo that's skirting constitutional violation. Nagpapasurrender kayo, pagtapos ang problema ko dyan, pag may namatay at may mga nabasa ako na ito sumurrender tapos later on after 3 days or 1 week namatay siya. that will put you under more scrutiny. Because kumukuha kayo ng mga admissions at pagkatapos later, madali nyo sabihin, nagtulak uli, lumaban, nabarel, parang tinutulungan ng tao ang sarili nila na para magkaroon ng mark yung mga taong papatayin o mababarel o paplantahan o ano pa. I mean, this goes into all kinds of a very slippery slope. Why are we exposing our police system to that kind of risk? Because you're laying the predicate for a situation that to many in our country, wala naman siguro yan. Surrender. Buti nga, nagsusurrender eh. Kung namamatay naman yung nagsusurrender later on, mapagbibintangan kayo na pinasurrender nyo yan para ma-mark nyo yan. That's unfair to the rank and file. That's unfair to our country. And woe to those who did that, who planned that, because there is now a legal trail that we can go after just in case yan ay nagiging talagang halatang-halata na. Are you getting my point, Police Superintendent Edwin Roque?
Yes, Your Honor.
Chief Superintendent.
Yes, Your Honor.
I would advise you to follow the lead now and give us a copy of all these forms that you are giving to the surrenderers. And I would hope that in Tokhang, you're not doing the same thing. Na may pinapipirma kayo doon. Ano ba ang objective ng Tokhang? Hindi na ba kayo nakakapasok? Tatanungin nyo, Tokhang ho kami. Anong ibig sabihin nun? Papasok, anong hinahanap nyo? Nakatira ba dyan si ganito? May balita ho kami, siya ay nakikita kita, Senior Superintendent Almasan, nagkuhan kayo, nagnanad kayo. Does it mean yes? Na nagtatanong kayo, diyan ba nakatira itong nababalitaan namin drug pusher or drug user?
Yes, Your Honor, we try to account for all the reported drug personalities
So
within
you
a
are really
certain area.
accounting for the possibility na itong mga tao ito ay maaaring drug user. Alam mo kung nasa naroon sila.
Yes, Your Honor, as
In other words,
reported
you're
by
really
the...
asking them to help you arrest them eventually.
No, Your Honor, we would be pleading for them to stop their illegal drug
That's
activity.
one way of looking at it, and I'm glad that you are very imaginative. Because halimbawa, papasok ka doon sa loob, sabihin mo, ikaw ba ito, nandiyan ka, alam namin nandiyan ka,
We are not supposed to enter the
I know,
premises, Your
pero
Honor.
nakikita ko sa TV bukas, no?
Yes,
I have nothing, because this is what you call creating the necessary diligence para alam natin kung nasa naroon yung mga tao yan. Pero it borders on violation of constitutional rights and the Bill of Rights. And I draw the line there. All right? I mean, the police must do their job within the limits of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. But like I said, there are 2 points that came out of here. Although it's not part of us, it becomes part of this. Kung yung, I would like you to submit therefore, formally, how many people who surrendered are still died by virtue of an altercation with the police. We have to prevent that. We are all duty bound. I will tell you again and admonish you, lahat ng police magre-retire. Someday you'll also be civilians. You have families also. And I've seen many policemen. Police naman ako dati. Did you hear the case of that guy here? Las Cunas?
Las Cañas.
Las Cañas? Ano sabi niya? Kapatid ko, pinatay ng pulis eh. Kapatid ko, kapatid ko napatay. Kaya sabi niya, hindi ako close kay Mayor Duterte. Pumasok yung anak ko, hindi rin pinayagan makapasok sa trabaho. Ininsulto pa. So, ganyan rin yan nangyayari dyan. So, I just remind you that may katuturan itong hearings ito. Maraming pinapasukan ito na dapat nating ma-realize. So, kindly give us a list of all those who surrendered. All 700,000 plus of them. Pero i-call nyo na yung mga namatay. Yung mga namatay. Because I'm sure you put that in a computer. I'm sure you can go and look at for it, do sa mga death certificates para malaman yan. I find this a very healthy exercise of democracy. And woe to those who claim that we are not following the rule of law here. And I'm proud of the policemen here who come here and tell us the facts of life about the policeman. How they can get in trouble, na magkikipit sila, including their personal lives na kinukuha ng asawa nila yung kanilang ATM. Talagang kasama yan sa trabaho. Alright?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Can you make sure that the ComSec secure that order?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry,
subpoena.
Mr. Can I just, I don't have a question anymore, but because I really need to leave already. But I just want to put on record, although I will be furnishing the committee a copy. There is here a concluding observations from the Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights of the UN. And part of the report says on the policy towards drug users in our country. This is fairly recent, October 2016. The committee is deeply concerned that declarations made by high-ranking officials in the context of the war on drugs may be seen to encourage and legitimize violence against drug users, including extrajudicial killings. Indeed, the number of extrajudicial killings of drug suspects has drastically increased in recent months, and a large number of people have been arrested and detained in already overcrowded prisons. Poor neighborhoods and individuals have been disproportionately affected in this process. So that's just a portion, and the other portion would be the recommendation. The committee, this is the Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, again, of the United Nations. The committee urges the state to stop and prevent extrajudicial killings and any form of violence against drug users, to promptly and thoroughly investigate all reported cases and punish the perpetrators with sanctions commensurate with the gravity of the crime, and to take all necessary measures to ensure that the fight against drug trafficking does not have a discriminatory impact on the poor and marginalized. I'm just quoting a portion from the report, and I will be glad to furnish the copy, a copy of this to the committee. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for this. I really need to leave already, although I still have a few more questions, but I don't have time anymore. Thank you for this opportunity. Maraming salamat po.
You're welcome.
Sa
The chair
mga
takes notes
taga-PNP.
of the observations about the UN, but I don't need the UN to tell us that we can follow the rules here in this country. I really am umbraged by it, because the UN cannot even enforce rules in terms of international conflict. I just want to ask the Colonel of Metro Manila, Colonel Coronel, in the period January 1, 2016 to the present, how many homicides or how many murders occurred in Metro and Manila in your jurisdiction, if you know?
Mr. Chairman, before Jigs, before you answer, no, para ho comprehensive, Mr. Chairman, yung sagot. Who is representing Ding Marquez? Is Ding Marquez here?
Wala.
Represented supposed to be by Ross Asio?
He's being represented by Police Chief Superintendent Asio, sir.
Nasaan si Ross?
He just went out for the
Okay.
comfort room, sir.
Jigs, ikaw na muna, no? Anyway, Oka, nandito ka naman, no?
May I admonish my good friend General Senator Honasan, you people from the PMA, you keep calling yourselves by your first names. That is confusing the enemy here. I know that you are conducting Sansu talk. You better address them by their family names and by their rank. Thank you,
Mr.
thank you.
Chairman,
Biro lang yan.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
as a partial explanation, these are terms of endearment.
All right. Are you all right?
Okay. Jigs,
Yes, sir.
pwede ba, no? Dahil we are still on reactive mode. Kung walang issue, doon lang kayo hihinga ng report ng committee. Mr. Chairman, with your permission, can we be more proactive about this? Now,
Yes, sir.
can you look at, lalo na ngayon, no? Nasa bisperas tayo ng budget deliberations.
Yes, sir.
Can you look, Jigs, ha? Everybody, for that matter.
Who is Jigs?
Okay, Jigs is
Please identify yourself.
Yes, sir. Senior Superintendent Coronel, Your Honor.
Napoleon Cornel.
Why did they call you Jigs?
That's my nickname, Your Honor.
I know, but Jigs is what? Jigger?
No, sir. It's just, No, sir. It's just a name given to me whenever I
Okay,
forget.
Superintendent Cornel,
Yes, sir.
can you look at your information management system?
Yes, Your Honor.
Doon kami hirap na hirap, no? Dahil tuwing kami ng data, bibigyan kami ng balikbayan box. Okay, we have no way of sorting this out, indexing this, cataloging this. Proactive ito, no? Why? First, mura, cost effective. Second, ang derivative niyan is solid intel. At ang derivative nito, partial derivative, are regular reports. Dapat itong mga tinatanong ng ating chairman due diligence, no? Sinusubmit na ito sa Committee on Public Order, Committee on Justice. We are left to our own devices. You'll be surprised at the number of important legislation that we have passed based on conflicting information. So at least in the public order, security, and justice sector, can you look at this, Jigsa? Yung info
Yes, Your
management
Honor.
system natin,
Yes,
how
Your
far you have gone in terms of computerization, para we can look at this not only from the admin and logistics side, no, personnel management side, but from the perspective of hard intel, current, complete, accurate, timely information that will allow us to discuss and make decisions, rational, intelligent decisions. At ang derivative talaga nito na kailangan ng inyong committee are regular reports that will make all this, can you submit to us this or that, totally unnecessary. Please do that for us. Salamat po.
We will comply, Your
Thank you,
Honor.
Senator Hernasan. Thank you, Greg. Chief Superintendent, Senior ba, Chief?
Senior Superintendent, Your Honor.
Senior Superintendent Coronel, ang hirap tawagin ng mga pulis na si Chief Senior Superintendent. But anyway, I asked you about the murder rate, or rather the number of homicides in Manila. Do you have it? From January 1, 2016 to the present.
Yes, Your Honor. For January 1 to 2016, murder for the city of Manila,
I will ask Quezon City as well to prepare that. Is Quezon City here? Prepare that, please. And Caloocan. And Cebu. City. These are cities.
yes, Your Honor. Sir, from January 1 to
2016.
present, yes, sir, to October 2016, the murder rate, the murder incidents for the city of Manila is 48, not counting the DUI, Your Honor.
How many?
48 cases.
48.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can we count the DUI?
The DUI, as reported, is 54, Your Honor.
So plus 54.
Yes, Your Honor.
8 plus 4 is 12.
Yes, sir.
That's 102.
102, Your Honor, 102.
And how big is the population of Manila? Your area of responsibility?
Yes, sir. August 15 census is 1,780,000, Your Honor.
1,780,000.
80,000. Yes, Your Honor.
Quezon City, do you have it already? All right. From January to the present, how many homicides, please?
Murder case to 231, sir.
231. There's a point to this, especially after Senator De Lima said something about the UN.
Yes, sir. 231 already includes DUI.
Already includes.
Yes,
Right.
sir.
And the population of Quezon City is
3 million, sir.
3 million.
Around 3 million, sir.
3 million. And Cebu City? Cebu?
For Cebu City, sir, we have 70 murder, homicide 11.
70.
70, sir, murder.
I asked for about homicides and murder.
Yes, sir.
Total yun na.
81, sir.
81. Yung ba homicides and murders Manila? All
That's
right.
both for murder
Both,
and
alright.
homicide, Your Honor.
81. And the population of Cebu City is? The Cebu City or Cebu Province?
Sir, yung province, sir, ako naman sa murder is 194.
194.
Ang homicide is 28.
28. And that includes already DUI and everything.
Yes, sir. Total.
So you have a total in Cebu of 12, 11, 212. The reason I ask that is a matter of point of information, and you can be very proud of this fact, is because in Chicago, January 1, 2016 to the present, there were 579 homicides in a city of 2.8 million. Against Metro Manila, which is a population of 1 million, ilan?
For Manila, sir, it's 1,700,000.
700,000.
Yes, sir.
2.8 million, you have a total murder and homicide rate of 102.
Yes, Your Honor, to include the
And Cebu province, you have a total city of 212. So, I'm only saying this because, you know, I'm putting it in perspective. Here is UN trying to tell us everything, but they don't look at their own backyards. The grass in third world countries is always bleaker when it comes to some of these first world countries. So please tell the president, stop making noise, because we're showing off the other countries in terms of peace and order. So I'm really giving you a compliment that kahit na ano sabihin nyo, kahit na may sinasabi pang ganyan, kahit na mas mataas pa yung rating nyo, yung sa kinalap naming ebidensya rito, mas marami kayong namamatay, lumalabas pa. Sa Chicago, one city in America, they have more murders and homicides. So, but still, that doesn't, I'm only saying that to make you feel good, because I think you're doing a good job, and provided you stay within the law. Because one murder beyond the law is still murder. And especially it becomes worse when it is perpetrated by policemen, like in the case of Mindoro, yung sinabi ni Senator Lacson. And just to let you know, para malaman ng mga Pilipino rin, eto, ang nangyayari dito, ang humuli doon sa Mindoro, pulis rin. Ang pumatay, pulis, pero ang humuli, pulis rin. So, in that instance, I commend the police. In many instances, I commend the police in terms of record for record. Before we get swallowed in by the whole world in their righteousness, muna, hindi naman ganun kasama ang record namin. Pero again, with the caveat, thou shalt not kill. You have families, you're about to retire, some of you are about to retire, ganun rin. And what your job is as civilians, as policemen, is to make sure you take a bite out of crime. Hindi makaporma ang mga kriminal. Hindi yung papatayin natin sila. Kaya ang tanong ko kanina doon, saan ba nagagaling ang droga? Isara natin ang gripo. Ang tanong ko doon sa kabila, gano'n rin. Yung mga instances na dapat natin malaman para mapigilan natin at mawasan natin. Dapat marami tayong police community relations para matuturuan tayo like we did in our own community, barangay anti-narcotics group. Sila nasasabi, bago lumaganap ang crime, bago lumaganap ang drugs, sasawatan na. So that is what I would like to say here, unless my two colleagues have...
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I want to correct for the record. Kanina kausap kita, Edwin, and Ross. I said, nagre-reklamo yung mga punerarya. Somebody texted me, para kumpleto yung database natin. I will not mention the sender. Sabi, hindi po nagre-reklamo yung mga punerarya. Masaya sila. In fact, kumikita pa sila dahil nagbibigay ng komisyon sa pulis. Kung hindi maklaim ang bangkay, binibenta sa medical schools. Pag may nag-claim, kita pa rin sila. Of course, meron dito, hehehe, but I will not put that on record anymore. Para kompleto yung database niyo. Something for you to look at. Ha? So I'm putting that on record, Mr. Chairman.
Fine.
Kaya ako nagtatawa ng kami ni Senate Vice Chair Lacson kanina. We wanted to share that joke, but you're
Yeah, almost be. I just want to ask one more question. Sinabi ng presidente natin, there are 2 policemen that die every day. Is that correct? Since July. Yes. Colonel
Your Honor,
Albayalde.
in,
Tama na ba yun?
in, in
General
NCRPO, sir,
Albayalde.
we have already four killed in action policemen since July 1 to date, sir.
4
And
killed.
we
So
have-
hindi totoo yun, namamatay dalawa.
I don't know with the other region, sir. And we have 8 wounded.
NCR lang.
Already,
Sa
yes.
inyong region, Eric Noble, sa inyo? 1 dead, 1 wounded. That's still one too many, di ba? Yun ang sinasabi ko eh. Sometimes we tend to throw statistics and numbers. We don't have to. You know, if you're killed in the line of duty, that is very noble. Hindi ba, Superintendent Noble? Noble? I'm sorry. Okay. And of course, sa Bulacan,
Sir, for Bulacan PPO, at present, sir, I have 4 wounded PNP personnel during our legitimate operation. Actually, this morning I have wounded personnel and that needs an operation because he was shot by a suspected drug possessor in Mikawayan, Bulacan, just this
this
morning, sir.
they were
Before-
shot by a convicted drug pusher.
No, sir. Suspected, sir. My
Encounter ba yan
policemen...
or he was waylaid?
No, sir. Our policemen were supposed to verify a report that there is ongoing drug transaction, but upon arrival on the area, they were immediately shot by 4 unidentified suspects.
Well, do you think therefore that the president should really tone down because naghahanda yung mga drug pusher eh. Paglapit niyo, babarilin na kayo kagad. Yan ang isang sinasabi ko eh. O mas maganda, siguro, mas maganda, huwag na tayong magsalita para alam naman na ninyo na seryoso talaga, and I believe him. Seryoso ang presidente, di ba? Kaya sumusunod kayo eh. Sinasabi niya, backup niya kayo. Tama yon. Ako, binabackup ko rin yung mga pulis. Pero tama na siguro yun, dahil alam na ng lahat yan. Para yung mga drug pusher, hindi naman kayo babirilin na nasa likod, babarilin na kayo, aabangan kayo. And that's one of the side effects na sinasabi ko. That's why I think that ito katulad yan, the side effect, bumabanat yung UN sa kanya, hindi naman dapat banatan na yung mga pronouncements raw ay bumabalik sa kanya. Eh, sabi ko nga, huwag na natin lagarin ang ating sariling paa. I think you guys, kahit paano, the way I'm looking at it, at least from the policemen that we brought in here, looks like you guys are doing your job. The crime rate compared to Chicago and to Manila and to Quezon City, which is bigger than Chicago, is lower in terms of murders and homicides. I think that can be told. I hope I'm not simplifying things. But again, I have to hasten to say, pag may pumapatay na pulis, makakasira sa ating pakay. At nakita naman ninyo, I think the rule of law is also happening here. Kami, alisto kami dyan, yung tokhang, ingatan nyo yan, at saka yung sinagsusurrender sa inyo, dapat hindi mamamatayan sabagat natural lang pagbintangan kayo pag namatayan unless talagang encounter. So, I suppose tama ba yung conclusion na dapat huminahon tayo ng konti at the message has already been made and para siguro na tuloy-tuloy na at yung sinasabi namin ni Senator Honasan kanina na dapat ipapublish talaga. At I don't know, nakalimutan natin ni Senator Honasan, I will let him say it. There is a provision that all franchises of public stations, public radio and TV stations, and I will let Senator Honasan say it. Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On this score, I address this to all of you, gentlemen. You must inventory the tools at your disposal. One, I discussed it with the chairman and very often with Senator Lacson. Yung NTC required yung broadcast media 30 hours a month. That's 1 hour a day for public information. Baka, Mr. Chairman, ito yung moderating influence. We cannot change we cannot ask the president to reinvent himself. We can only offer unsolicited advice. Pero at your level, one moderating influence would be to harness this 30 hours a month, broadcast, radio and TV, para makapag-announce kayo. Okay, let me relate it to drugs. Yung supply reduction, na ma-manage natin yan. No? We can look at it more systematically. Yung demand reduction, babalik at babalik tayo rin sa public information system. Baka pwede niyong i-explore yun. Para kahit na passionate yung ating Pangulo, dun sa baba, meron kayong seryoso na public information program para nalalaman ng kabataan, ng bawat pamilya. You know, this problem has already entered our homes, our schools, our places of work, our places of worship. Talagang malala na. We never thought it was this bad. The question is not, what did you do or not do? The question is, did we do enough? Kaya, just consider this, gentlemen, para you can consolidate our efforts here. Thank you.
Okay, the statements made by the chair as admonitions because we want a better country, and I know the president wants a better country. But we are not going to be silently by kung merong mga katiwalian nagaganap, whoever does it. And let me assure everyone here, I would like to entertain a motion here if you want to wrap up the... I think we have enough to report. Senator Lacson, what do you think?
Yes, I move to terminate the hearings on EJK so we can already render a committee report on the floor, Mr. Chairman.
Second, but I would like to have a caveat here. Our friend, the chairman of the Commission on Human Rights, has been staying here kanina pa, and I'd like to recognize him para I'm not going to ask him to apologize for his commission because he's not the one who said it. But I just want to assure you, Mr. Chairman, that all the affidavits you submitted here, we will turn over to the police for proper enforcement, and that we will make sure that as part of our report, lalabas yan. We did not ignore anybody here. It's just, I'm just so sorry that that guy is a loose cannon of sorts. And go ahead, if you want to make a statement now under more harmonious conditions, you can do so. I just didn't like the idea that some representation was trying to bamboozle us by forcing us to recognize a travesty, not to recognize a travesty upon the Senate. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honors, the Honorable Chairman and members of the two committees. We are grateful for this opportunity to address you this afternoon. We do wish to express that the Commission on Human Rights is always ready and prepared to assist the Senate committees in the great work it's doing of ferreting out the truth on this issue, on extrajudicial killings, as well as on all other issues involving human rights. We as a Commission on Human Rights acknowledge and work closely with the Senate in previous times, at the present, and in the future on all matters that will involve the best interest of our people in the area of human rights. We do want to say that we respect the Honorable Chairman of the committee, Senator Dick Gordon, as well as all the other members of this committee, and are confident that as this process is terminating, it will shed light on this matter, even as we continue to pursue truth and justice in other fora. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. We were not looking for a pat in the back, but thanks anyway. We just want you to know that we're going to be fair. We are stalwarts in our efforts to try and provide human rights. Not provide because that is guaranteed, but to make sure that human rights is enforced. And I hope the policemen are all listening to the words of the Senate here, the message that we're trying to bring in here, that especially the law enforcement authorities, you have been imbued with certain privileges such as carrying a firearm, enforcing the law, which is a great privilege of trust. And therefore, with that privilege comes the responsibility that you must acquit yourselves before this country and your families, that you will implement it, in the proper way, in a way that respects life, the preciousness of life, and the effectivity of law without fear or favor. And that is all that is expected. And this is something that I think we all should really try and make an effort on, to try and not just show the whole world, but show ourselves, show our children that we are capable of running a democracy that where when we see wrong, we will try to right it. And we will not be fearful to say the things that we have to say no matter who we say it against. Because in democracy, there's democratic space to talk about it, to talk about the problems and solve problems. Sa wikang Pilipino po, para maintindihan ng lahat na nakikinig, narinig po natin ang magiting na Chairman ng Commission on Human Rights, hindi ho dahil siya ay kasama namin sa pamantasan ng Pilipinas, ngunit lahat ho kami naiintindihan namin ang katungkulan natin bilang mga halal o talagang mga kawali ng gobyerno, pati mga kapulisan dito. At ang commitment po natin dito, sagrado na talagang maipairal yung talagang karampatan pantao, yung respeto sa tao, yung dignidad ng tao, at kinukondena natin ang pagpatay ng tao na hindi talaga mapapaliwanagan ng maayos at lahat. Gusto ko lang pong paabot ang aking lubos na pasasalamat sa mga kapulisan. Nakita po natin dito na dumating lahat dito. Pinatawag po natin lahat ang mga pulis dito ng iba't ibang distrito ng ating bayan. At ito is advice ng ating mga kasama dito sa committee ng public order at saka ng justice at saka ng human rights. At dumalo silang lahat dito. Nangangulugan, walang tinatago at sumagot sila sa lahat ng tanong. At hihilingin ko pa, isang hirit pa ho, ibigay nyo sa amin yung statistics niyo sapagkat masanay na po kayo katulad ng sinabi ni Chairman Honasan, Chairman ng Committee on National Defense, na dapat ayusin nyo yung impormasyon. We are living in an information revolution. Tapos na yung revolution, umihirap pa na mas mataas ngayon. Dapat nakukuha natin lahat ang statistika ng mga namamatay, ng mga nanakawan at lahat para handa tayo sumagot kagad sa katungunan. The Chair would like to pay particular attention to some of the interventions here by some police officers, particularly the one in Metro Manila, and practically all, Bulacan, Quezon City. That really represents a high degree of professionalism na walang patumpik-tumpik sumasagot sa mga tinatanong natin at meron kayong handang statistics. The very fact na mataas pa nga ang lumalabas sa inyo kaysa nakalap ng mga staff ko sa committee, at papasalamatan ko rin yung miyembro ko sa committee, yung mga tao namin sa committee, yung mga tumutulong sa akin na nakakalap, nagpapatunay na walang tinatago tayo. Makukuha natin ang mga statistika ng patayan at lahat, at ang mangyayari na lang ngayon ay humarap tayo ng mga solusyon para matanggalin natin ang pagkakataon na pag-abuso ng mga kriminal sa ating mga batas, whether they're in uniform or in not. Pare-pareho yan. Pagka gumawa kayo ng kamalian, you are a criminal. You violate the law, violate the rights of the people. So having said all that, Mr. Chairman Lacson and Senator Nasan and all the police chiefs present here, the NBI, Director General of the PIDEA, representatives from the Committee on Justice, the NBI are here. It's been a roller coaster ride, but I assure you, we are going to come out with a report. And take heed of that report, because we all have to learn something from it. And it will be a sustainable report, because I can tell you part of it will mean we get reports, at least whoever succeeds me in this committee or in the House, we must now get copies of the reports of murders and homicides regularly, and it can be published as suggested by Senator Honasan in the 1 hour a day program allotted to public service by all media. At we will also strengthen the capability of the police force and find out, as Senator Honasan rightly said, it is budget time. Perhaps we can provide at least the beginnings of body cameras to be worn by special units of the police force when they operate. Or for that matter, other suggestions that are going to be made and will be made during the discussions. And hopefully, I will really try to get it done by Monday, that you'll have a report right away on Monday, so that the public will be assuaged that we are all watching for each other here. May not be perfect, but we will try. So, ladies and gentlemen, maraming salamat po, Senator
I
Honasan.
would just like to clarify my motion earlier, Mr. Chairman. My motion covers only the hearings on the resolution of Senator De Lima and Senator Trillanes on the EJK killings.
Yes.
But I move to suspend the hearings on the death penalty bills as referred to the Committee on Justice.
Definitely. That is the motion was clear to me, and I know that the clarification is aptly made. We're not suspending the provision. In part, like I said earlier, I may be against the death penalty, but kung ito ay makakapagpatigil ng patayan na ginaganap ng mga iba dyan para madali sila sa pamaraan ng paggogobyerno, I am not going to go against it. I will not vote for it, but I will not go against it. Somebody will have to do it for them. But anyway, hindi titigil yan. Tutuloy natin yan yung sa Committee on the Death Penalty. Although that has been referred also to the Committee of Senator Dillon. The referral to us was death penalty due to drugs, for drug offenses. So, having said that caveat, maybe we can even ask Senator Dillon, the chairman of the Committee on Rules, to join us for the discussions on the death penalty. I hope we were able to tackle sufficiently the issues. Like I said, ang pinag-uusapan dito ay in aid of legislation, and the Commission on Human Rights, particularly the chairman, can make suggestions. We will consider it formally in writing if you like, and the police can do so. Try to do it as soon as possible. I will entertain a motion to suspend release of the report if you have, allow me that if it is humanly impossible to come out with the entire report for a few days extension, just to be sure. But my intention is to try and get it out by Monday. So, maraming salamat sa inyo, and sa inyong malasakit, sa inyong mga kagitingan, at sana patuloy nyo linisin ang ating kapulisan. Merong ilan lang nakakasira dyan, at sana patuloy tayong basbasan ang ating Panginoon Diyos. God bless the Philippines. Thank you very much. Session, George. Nakalimutan ko na. Wala, pare. Order naman tayo. O iwanan nyo ulit para magagalit.